Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and I'll be announcing the tricks and the jump portion of the events that will take place today, day number 2. This is Monday, the 9th of August. We've got a whole bunch of great skiing to come, and I'll give you a quick rundown of the divisions that you'll expect to hit the water within the next few minutes. We'll have women's 6 through to women's 11 tricks, followed by women's 3, then women's 4, then men's 3, and then the first of our junior divisions will hit the water, and that will be girls 1. After girls 1, we will proceed headlong into the jump event, women's 6 through to women's 11. Some great skiing expected there from those ladies, followed by women's 3 and men's 3. So, we got a whole chock full of skiing. We had plenty yesterday, and you'll be able to actually see those events from yesterday, because every single event and every single skiing performance is actually archived to the best of our ability here at TWBC. We're having a look inside the trailer. There is Vincent Stadelbauer there controlling the action that will be on this lake. And we've also got Kelvin Kelm, who will be doing the 1s and 2s on the slalom lake. Troy Zollner is our announcer on the slalom lake. And just to say that if you want to watch both events at the same time, it's pretty easy to do. Just open up one more tab on your internet browser, whether it be Chrome, Firefox, Edge, Safari, or any other internet browser that is capable of showing more than one tab at any one time. So great to have you on board. We couldn't do this event without all of these great sponsors in front of you, so please patronize them whenever possible. And within the next few minutes, we'll have some skiers to go in the 79th U.S. National Waterski Championship, the Goode U.S. National Waterski Championship, and we'll be back right after this.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on Edge.
All right, well, good morning, and we're here again for Lake 2 trick and jump coverage. Our first skier about to take to the water in the tricks event in women's 6. This is going to be, according to our running order, should be Christina Smart until I hear otherwise from our officials. And if it is indeed Christina Smart, and it certainly appears to be, she'll be coming into the boat behind the Correctcraft Nautique, one of our three nationally approved towboats for AWSA competitive action. We thank all of our vendors, whether it be Correctcraft or Mastercraft or Malibu, for doing the fine job that they do all season in making these boats available for our athletes and what have you, for a whole host of tournaments. Regular tournaments, regionals, and right up through to national championships. And of course, Nautique themselves from Correctcraft are also the official tournament towboat of the IWWF. And they'll be pulling each of the world championships that will be taking place pretty soon. And each one of those championships will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. Here we go, Christina Smart. All getting into a little bit of difficulty with the reverse front, our first fall of the day. She is in the water and unfortunately will not score any more tricks from that point, but she does get a few away here with the side slide and reverse, 180 to the back and to the front, 180 to the back, and as she spun front, she let the rope get away from her a little bit, and down she goes. But each of our skiers in the tricks event, if you're not too sure what the event entails, 2 20-second passes in which each of our skiers produces as many tricks as possible. Each trick has a predetermined point value related to their degree of difficulty. The harder the trick, the higher the points. So, and for those of you who haven't done so yet, be sure to subscribe to Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube channel. You can go there pretty easy, and right at the very top there's an opportunity for you to hit the button to subscribe, and also hit the bell that's next to it as well to be immediately informed whenever new content is published on Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube presence, including the webcast that will be coming up very, very soon, including the next tournament after this one, which will be the Hilltop Pro-Am, followed by the IWWF U17 and U21 Worlds. That will round off the live action for this month of August, but stay tuned for more, because there will be more webcasts and more live events to tune into come October. So, Christina Smart getting ready to get on top of the water in the women's 6 tricks event. Already one pass is down. Fell at around about the 5th trick in. And we will see what she can produce with the second pass.
Slalom event here on Lake 1. We've got a total of 29 gentlemen on this running order. Should they all be here, we're going to pull them all and give them an opportunity to get as many buoys as they can and make this another exciting event throughout this Nationals. Yesterday was full of runoffs and tight scores.
All right, here comes Christina Smart, and the trick skiers in this and pretty much every competition that exists has the ability to select their own length of rope to position themselves where they want to be in relation to the wakes. They also have the ability to change the boat speed and even have a buddy in the boat if they want to. So there we go. That is Christina Smart going through her wake maneuvers. Oh, nice surface spin there. Does she go for the reverse? A little bit hitched on the reverse. If she wanted to spin that genuinely 360 degrees, then she would have gone front to front. So that was Christina Smart, and looking at her on the instant replay.
We've got two lakes running simultaneously here. We've got lake one is what you're watching now.
Wake back and wake front. Not looking too bad for the most part, I would say. Okay, so that was Christina Smart working her way through these tricks. Do have to say that boat was a little bit close to one of the buoys as Christina Smart rounded off her tricking, but that's another discussion. Here we go. Second out should be Lisa Eastman, our second skier out in women's 6.
Right there with the video card, and then you fold that sheet so your name's out, put it in the video card.
Looks like we got the first skier on the water here. Men's 6.
All right, so here comes Lisa Eastman. Positional to the back before she goes for the first trick, which I believe was an attempt at a back-to-back. There we go, wake back. Looking okay for the most part. Decent tricking so far as she works her way across the wake and trying to get some height. And that should represent the 20 seconds that is presented to her for a pass number 1. We'll take a quick look at the instant replay there. And again, I believe sufficient enough height on that wake back. Probably not enough on the wake front, mind you. All right, so it's not looking bad. So Lisa Eastman electing to ski behind the correct craft Nautique. Each of our skiers actually has that additional option as well, behind which boat they want to ski behind. They have a choice between the correct craft Nautique and also the Malibu TXI and also the Mastercraft Pro Star. And each of our skiers, as a matter of fact, also has one final option, and that is to ski with the boat either weighted or unweighted, in accordance to their recommended specifications for each manufacturer. So, here we go. This is Lisa Eastman, our second skier out in women's 6.
Our first skier off the dock is 3 buoys for Brian Murphy.
It's not looking bad at all.
But the joy of being the first one off the dock.
Getting some multiple degrees of rotation here, including that attempt at a 720 degree turn on the surface. And there we go. That is Lisa Eastman.
So Brian Mercer was actually your second skier off the dock. Mark Crone was a no-show. So there you go. Here's our leaderboard. We'll show that periodically. Right now,
Lisa Eastman just looking down a little bit towards the end there, and that was a contributing factor that led to her fall on that particular effort. But now we're coming down to our final 2 competitors in women's 6 tricks, and the first of those remaining skiers coming into this event with a seeding score of over 3,000 points. Now we're ratcheting up the scores. We've got Libby Vanwart from Vanwart in Ohio.
This will be the last one off the dock. Your top seed, top dog, whatever you want to call them, gives them the advantage to know what the leading score is before they go out on the
Some beautiful shots there. Adam Aber, one of our photographers, one of our camera people along the shoreline, getting some of the great shots that we have on site.
So again, we want to thank the Liquid Edge out of Farmer City, Illinois. Their sponsor for this water.
Okay, we're good. We're putting back there.
Capable for us to give you the live broadcast and streaming to lakes here in the nation.
All right, so taking our time a little bit before we put Libby Vanwart back into the course. We're actually sending her into the course for the first time, as a matter of fact. So here we are at Water's Edge on Lake 2. This is our tricking and jumping lake. This is where these titles will be decided. We'll also have the jumping event for women's 6 as well. And that is going to be a treat to see, especially with the skier who will be competing after Libby Vanwart in the tricks event. And I'll introduce her in a few short moments. Here comes Libby with toe tricks, wrapping up for what we anticipate to be a toe 5 back. Toe back to back, nicely done. Toe back and toe front. Toe, reverse toe back, reverse toe front. Couple of toe sides. Does she hit the wake here? Yes, she does. I don't anticipate her doing a toe wrapping. Nice, stands up all the way. Beautifully executed. And one thing I noticed with Libby Vanwart is while a lot of skiers actually use a heel strap with their toe hold bear trap, Libby doesn't go with that. Choosing to prioritize safety over security of having that toe foot in the bear trap a little bit more securely. But I tell you what, Libby Vanwart's doing a fine job there. Toe wake front, boom, there you go. Double fist pump there at the end. And our second to last skier in women's 6 doing a fine job out there. Our final skier in women's 6 will be taken to water next, and she'll ski behind the Malibu. It'll be Joy Kelly. In the meantime, getting ready to come into the course. Not too much time expended at the north end of this Water's Edge facility. It's Libby Vanwart. I'm sure she skied here a bunch of times before, whether it be in regionals or indeed national championships. This has hosted the Goode Waterski National Championships before. Weather very, very cloudy. Little bit of wind out there, which could cause some problems for the slalom and the jump event, but not so much for the tricks. There is Libby Vanwart with the Waco to get things started. Some surface back-to-backs. There we go, and the wake back-to-back. Very well controlled there by Libby. Wake back and wake front, reverse wake back, reverse wake front. Does she have anything more? Line back, boom, line front, nicely done. Side slides at the end, 2 complete passes, like she knew what she was doing out there. Yeah, absolutely killed it out there with the 2 20-second passes. And it's very easy to see why her seeding total coming into this event was over 3,000 points. Now that's going to put some serious heat on our final skier, who will be Joy Kelly, who has represented the United States water ski team recently in the senior level, where she has experienced 1 or 2 injuries in recent times, but also Joy Kelly, our next skier on the water, represented the United States elite water ski team way back in 1989. And those championships were championships to remember for various reasons over there at the ski club of the Palm Beaches in Okehele Park. And there you go. This is me, Tony Lightfoot. On the other player is Troy Zollner, who's announcing the slalom event. You can check that player, which is also going live right now. But for me, you have me for tricks and jump for the balance of the day. And I will try my best to keep y'all entertained no matter where you happen to be. You could be watching this on your Android or your iPhone or on your PC or on your tablet or on your big old 55-inch screen that's in your living room. And indeed, if you are watching us and would like to take a photo, please do tag them appropriately, of course. You can tag it as Waterski Broadcasting or as a hashtag USA Waterski. Hashtag your snapshots as either Waterski Broadcasting, hashtag Waterski Broadcasting, or hashtag USA Waterski. You can also subscribe to us on our YouTube channel. Just hit the subscribe button all the way at the top, and if you hit the bell, you'll be informed of latest content that is uploaded to the Waterski Broadcasting YouTube channel. And that does happen quite often, so major advantages are abound if you hit the bell. All right then, in the course right here and now, this is Joy Kelly out of the Show Me State of Missouri. And looks like she's going to get set up for something akin to a wake line O, which is exactly what she does. Beautifully executed, good access on that trick ski. Very well accomplished jumper, but an especially good overall competitor. Skiing behind the Malibu TXI. Look at her go. Beautifully executed here. It's nicely done. Side slides at the end. Oh, nicely done. No worries there from Joy Kelly as we take a look at the instant replay. She started off with the wake line O, and just see where her axis is on the trick ski. Most people that produce that trick on the very first trick and have a hard time coming away with it do so because they lean a little bit too far away from the boat, or they do other stuff that throws them towards the back of the ski. But to Joy Kelly, absolutely exquisitely executed, and the remainder of the tricks, you could say the same thing, including that wake 5 front, before throwing in a couple of side slides, and I think she expended all of about 17 seconds of that particular run. So she had time to spare to, to go at a more subtle pace if she wanted to, but she wanted to get the job done early, and that's exactly what happened. She is our final skier in Women's 6. We'll go on to Women's 7 after the conclusion of Joy Kelly's second and final 20-second pass, which I would surmise would be with toe tricks. There's Vincent Stadelbauer with the 1s and the 2s for the tricks and jump lake, and next to him with the 1s and the 2s on the slalom lake, it's Kelvin Kelm inside broadcasting control at TWBC. Here we go. Here comes Joy Kelly. Looks like it's going to be something like a toe 5 back, which it is. This is almost I would have said a replica of Libby Vanwart's effort, but unfortunately getting a little bit out of sorts with the reverse surface toe back-to-back. She gets the 5 back, although the judges may have an opinion as to how cleanly that was spun. But she just got hitched there a bit in the middle of the toe back-to-back from regular to reverse, and just couldn't really get that done with toe tricks. But Joy Kelly can actually make up quite a lot of ground in the jump event, and we'll see if that occurs a little bit later on because, well, not only do we have to consider the slalom event and the tricks event, but also the jumping for the overall competition as well. All right, Lydia Roberts is our first competitor out, and they're coming in with a seeding value of a little over 600 points and electing to go behind the correct craft nautique and using a wakeboard. Now, for those of you wondering, okay, how they're going to score this? Well, we take 2 ski values and apply them to similar tricks produced on the wakeboard. So, if it's a wakeboard side slide, then it's regarded as a 2 ski side slide, like that one. So 20 points apiece. Now going to the back, which I think is 30 points apiece for a... and then spinning these, I believe 60 points apiece for these surface tricks. I might be wrong, of course, but goes for the wake, a wake back, and a wake front. Does she go for anything else? Nope. About 12 seconds of that pass was actually utilized, and she utilized it very, very well on that wakeboard. And she isn't going to even bother to be dropped into the water. She'll go straight into the trick course. So I don't know if she has realistically anything else beyond the tricks that she's already done on the wakeboard, because they're all going to be regarded as 2 ski scores, no matter what. We have 8 skiers set up here for women's 7, and we are on our 5th skier total right now, because we've gone through all 4 skiers in women's 6. Here we are, women's 7 tricks. Lydia Roberts, going to go for the multiple degree surface spin. Does she go for the 5 front, or that handle getting away from her? That might have actually have been a surface back-to-back. There you go, not bad at all. Good effort there from Lydia Roberts, expending all the time that she wanted to on pass number 2. Standing up all the way through. So a good, solid effort there, standing up all the way through, and she barely got her hair wet, which is always nice. So, skiing behind the Mastercraft is our next competitor, Cheryl Schmidt, and she'll be taken to the water next. For those of you that are total tournament water ski junkies and want to catch the slalom event as well, by all means do. Our slalom event is also being broadcast live simultaneously. You'll find that on the on USA Waterski's YouTube presence, and you can also find that on Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube presence as well. Load each of those onto a separate tab, and you will not miss a thing. All right, Cheryl Schmidt behind the Mastercraft, getting ready to go, taking her time a little bit. Putting some lubrication in there, and these bindings are actually quite tight. It's near on impossible for many of them to put the feet in the binding without a little bit of help in that regard. But you definitely need something that easily washes out as soon as it makes contact with water, and there's actually been a lot of discussion recently as to what brand of dish soap actually works best with putting your feet in bindings, and which washes out the quickest, which one washes out more cleanly, because the last thing you need is for your binding to be slopping, foot to be slopping around in that binding whenever you're pulling out for your first pass of tricks, or pulling out for your gates, or even worse, pulling out for your first jump. So here we go, Cheryl Schmidt. So here we go. This is Cheryl Schmidt. There we go. Women's 7. Second skier out behind the Mastercraft. Now, there's got to be a balance struck between having the boat slow enough to where you feel stable behind it, but also having it enough to get a little bit of release off the bottom of the ski so you can actually edge effectively. And also tying all of that into how much rope that you want to trick with, because the only way that you can get the wakes to be wide enough at a higher boat speed is to actually have the line a little bit longer. And conversely, if you want to trick at a lower speed, then you'd need to bring the line in a little bit shorter to make sure that the wakes are clean enough and steep enough to where you can actually produce these tricks and not get bogged down whenever you start edging towards them. So, back to me now. This is Tony Lightfoot, and be sure to patronize all of these folks here. We've got Toyu Energy Snacks right down here. There you go. We've got Edge Bindings and a whole multitude of boat companies and ski companies. Be sure to do some business with those folks. Cheryl Schmidt going with the wake back, and unfortunately will not trick beyond that point. And down she goes with that Conley trick ski. And there she is. So she'll swim into shore and leave the way open for Barbara Knutson. So there she goes. And our replays are brought to you by Zero Off, and our webcast coverage is brought to you from start to finish by the Liquid Edge. You see their graphic at the top right-hand corner of your screen. Make sure that you find out more information about those folks and patronize them. All right, so Barbara Knutson, who comes into this event with a seeding score of just a shade under 700 points on average. There we go, one ski. Now, the skiers have the option to come into the course on two trick skis if they want to, but we haven't seen any of our female competitors exercise that option yet. Now, here we go, Barbara Knutson. So here we go. This is Barbara Knutson.
Warm-up pass, his wake-up call, if you will. Pass number one. Just getting around.
And looking through the remainder of this pass from Barbara Knutson, looking pretty good. All right then, so that's Barbara Knutson.
By Sir Tony Lightfoot. Doug hasn't been skiing much this summer. He had a spot on his face that he had to get removed, and this is one of the first times that he's been on the water here recently. Sometimes that works in your favor, though. Sometimes skiing every day, day after day, pass after pass, you will get kind of in a routine, if you will.
All right, here comes Barbara Knutson, all going with the surface free to get things up and running, positional to the back, surface back to back, which she performed nice and smooth. Now she trying to coordinate the pull.
Maybe then just a regular old routine set for Doug. Let's see how he does here.
And looking at the instant replay with the remainder of the pass, and she skied all the way through, slow as she goes. But decent effort there.
He was getting there a little late at 3-buoy, unable to come up with enough rope to get around 4.
Going with the surface tricks and piling on the points no matter what. So good effort there from Barbara Knutson. All right, next skier to take to the water. This is an interesting character coming to us out of Cypress in Texas. It'll be Trudy Duenne.
Sitting in 5th place right now, Brian Mercer, 3:15.
So, coming into the course, this is Trudy Duenne. This isn't the first time that we've seen her on a trick ski in this national. She actually slalomed on that trick ski yesterday, doing pretty well. But Trudy Duenne has had a long and distinguished history within tournament water skiing because she actually represented the United States of America at elite team level as far back as I remember, way back in 1975 at the World Championships which were held at Thorpe Park. The World Championships that many of you will remember. The World Championships which many of you would remember seeing the likes of Liz Allen competing in her last ever World Championship tournament. Carlos Suarez producing the first ever full pass of toe tricks, and the likes of Robbie Zucchi are winning his world slalom title for the first time. And in amongst that, and a member of the winning US water ski team in 1975 was Trudy Duenne. And we'll look at her on the instant replay. Beautifully executed surface tricks, trying to maintain an axis. There we go. That was actually a surface 720. Looks like she went for the reverse as well. Keeping the handle nice and close, keeping the rotation going. She's well aware of what it takes and what is necessary to have these points scored. She's been in this game for donkey's years, as they would say. And Trudy Duenne looking good there, and knows where the smoothest part of the wake is in most cases, which is directly over the outside of the wake. And her husband, Tom Duenne, in the boat. And this trick skiing event allows a certain amount of flexibility with line length, with boat speed, with Buddy in the boat, and with the boat itself. You can basically customize your trick and equipment however you want. Obviously, the major exception is the trick ski itself. For each additional length on the trick ski, the width has to correspond. About a third of the width is about a third of the length of the trick ski. And that has been taken advantage of a little bit in recent times. I'll give you more details with that in respect to the Goode MK1, which you'll see a little bit more in this competition, I would fancy. A Waco to get things started. A surface 5 back, surface 5 back reverse. Now looking towards the end of the lake, trying to ski this all the way through. Has kept her hair pretty dry so far between the start and now. And 20 seconds should expire with this attempt. Oh, and missing the line with that step to set herself up for a wake line front. But I would say that's enough for the lead right now, seeing what we've seen so far in women's 7 tricks. So a skier who has represented her country with distinction, not only in the senior division, but also in world elite level, dating back to the mid-1970s. That was Trudy Duenne, and looking very, very good, looking towards the end with a line back and line front. Skiing behind the Mastercraft and just missing the line as she tried to position herself for a wake line front. Obviously, she'd already completed the surface line back, so it won't be counted twice. That's why it was regarded as a positional from my point of view. Janet Madden is our next competitor in Women's 7. We are a little over halfway through. We are actually on the 5th skier of 8, so we're over halfway through. So, we are a skier number 9 of 150 skiers total today. We are merely at the beginning of today's festivities, and we've got plenty of skiing to come, not only in tricks, but also in the jump event to come afterwards. And we'll also see the first of our youth divisions in Girls 1. That will be our end event in tricks for today, as we saw Janet Madden go through the tricks behind that correct craft on pass number 1. A couple of side slides to open up with. Looking strong for the most part, keeping that handle very, very tight and very close. Looking a little bit down though as she spanned the surface tricks. The wake back looking good, a little bit low there with the height on the wake front. But the wake front had some height, and the handle got caught out on her with the surface 3. So there we go. Janet Madden, who comes in this event with 1,500 points, and we'll return to trick skiing right after this.
The Liquid Edge offers sales and service on Mastercraft and Nautique boats. We are located on our own private 35-acre ski lake in Farmer City, Illinois. Our fully stocked pro shop accommodates the needs of every 3, 2, or single event skier. We carry a wide variety of ski brands, including HO, Syndicate, D3, Radar, and Connolly. We hope you're enjoying their webcast and come visit us soon.
All right, continuing right along, we're rejoining Janet Madden. We'll have her on the instant replay with the first trick, so you won't miss a piece of action here. We've got Janet Madden trying to get away through this pass with the surface 5 back, and I think that was the extent of her run. Looking at this, it's going to be toe tricks, a little stiff-legged on the 180 to the back and to the front, and then almost fell out the back right there as she tried to recover off that side slide. But decent effort there, a toe wake back and toe wake front. Again, a little stiff-legged, probably not all that comfortable doing toe tricks, but a little bit more knee bend with the line back, and that kind of saved her a little bit there. And took a little bit of time out to recover for a surface 5 back. And that represents the extent of her tricking as she wakes away towards the dock. Beth Pesic is next.
Alvin's coming in mean green with a tailwind. Broke good 1 ball in the 2 nights. Oh, something happened. I missed it.
Yep.
All right then, so we've got Beth Pesic now. Coming in towards the course, skiing behind the Mastercraft Pro Star. Here we go, Beth Pesic. Looks like with the foot out of the ski, she's going to attempt a line back and a line front, which she completes successfully. Look at her go. keeping the handle close to her hip as she rotates from one side to the other, wake back to back reverse, and on a pretty darn good pace here. Wake front, couple of side slides at the end. Does she have anything more? Attempted a Waco. I don't think that would be counted with the lack of height, but she does try Wake 5 front and takes a big old fall there. So that represents the extent of pass number 1.
For his warm-up, opening pass. So Mitch coming around 5 ball, making his way over to 6.
So not bad at all from Beth Pesic with the 22nd pass that just came your way. We've got 2 skiers to go. We've got Lisa Harrison and Janie Fold. This women's 7 is the second women's 7 event. We had them on the water yesterday in the slalom event. Commented a little bit that Trudy Duenne that this occasion here in women's 7 trick was her second time skiing on a trick ski. If she manages to jump, I don't suspect she'll be hitting the ramp on that trick ski again. I think it would just basically snap in half if she did. Although I've seen occasion where some skiers have actually hit a ramp on a trick ski and come up the other side. Although I'm not too sure how well intact the trick ski stays after that. But moving onwards and upwards in the tricks event as we take a look inside the VIP tent. Not especially busy quite yet, but I'm sure as the day progresses. So we've got Beth Pesic coming into the course. Now getting ready to come in on toe tricks. Now she's deciding to go with the wrap, which would suggest it's either a toe O wrap out or a toe 5 back. We have seen a toe 5 back. Oh no! And catching an edge, the front edge, and falling on trick number 1 in toe tricks. Always the risk whenever you wrap in for a particular trick that whenever you let the line go, goes through the spin, it just catches the edge on the left side and then catches it at the front. And she'll swim into the shore, no doubt will be disappointed with that. We've got Lisa Harrison to take to the water next, and before that, we'll take a look at this instant replay one more time, and then we'll rejoin Lisa Harrison right after this. All right, then, here comes Lisa Harrison. We join right on time with the toe tricks to get things set up. Toe out, toe back, reverse toe back coming up. Beautifully executed skiing and has represented the United States on many occasions at senior level, including in recent times. Oh, and Lisa Harrison taking a bit of a dive there on the toe wake back. So a little unfortunate there for Lisa Harrison. But while she recovers and grabs onto her headband and skiing behind that Nautique, she comes to us out of Central Florida as actually an owner of a world-renowned water ski training center in Central Florida, or owns the property on it at least. Let's have a look at Lisa Harrison with the toe O front to front. There we go. To the back, to the front. Sets up for the toe reverse. But looking okay for the most part, Lisa Harrison. And going in towards the wake as we check out the remainder of this instant replay. Toe wake back and just hesitated a little. Should have gone straight in and gone with the the toe wake front. Just lost her balance and unfortunately lost the remaining tricks that she had scheduled for that pass. All right, here she comes. It looks like it's going to be hand tricks, and that would be consistent with the wind direction. The odd-numbered pass, the first pass, is done in with the tailwind, with the wind behind you, thus meaning that the wind blowing out of the north as it typically does, it means that the skiers will actually be skiing into a headwind. Lisa Harrison. Looking good. Skiing into the wind here with the tricks on a handle pass. Oh, goes for the 5 front, which she nails. And there we go, a couple of side slides at the end. So a little bit disappointing to see her fall that early on with the toe tricks. But she more than redeems herself with the handle pass. So good skiing there from Lisa Harrison.
Checked in several boats. Watching Ron here on the 0 off replay.
So looking once again at Lisa Harrison through her tricks, side slides at the end, putting the proverbial cherry on top of the sundae. So there we go. That's Lisa Harrison. Our next competitor up should be Janie Fold.
This is added a little coolness to it.
And our skier about to take the award, the last of Women's 7, but not the last time that we'll see them in competition because they will be in the jump event, which will take place later on in the day. It's not just tricking, it is some jumping as well. And boy, did we have some jumping yesterday. We had the likes of Bruce Cundy saying a fond farewell to men's 10 jumping by letting go of the handle far enough in front of the jump to where he just skied up and then skied straight back down. Wouldn't have gotten any credit for that jump, mind you, but he did get a distance into the scorebook. The only competitor in his division to compete in the jump event in men's 10. But women's 7 we'll see in the jump event later on. But we have tricking. We are on to our final tricker in women's 7. This is Janie Fold. Keeping the flow going. Deep breath there before she goes into the wake back-to-back, and surface back-to-backs continuing to flow one side to the next. Nicely done. Jockeying from one side to the next. I'm not too sure whether she wanted to try a 540-degree turn because she'd already gotten to the point where she did the wake back-to-back.
Janie and I have the pleasure. We're sitting downwind of the concession stands throughout the whole week. That's tough. It makes you nothing.
That's right.
Goodbye, Lauren.
See you later.
Come back.
Will do.
All right. All right, so here we go. Janie Fold getting set up for toe tricks.
Come out of 28 off the dock. Dave Miller's backing it back down. He wants that 22 off.
Here she goes, wrapped in for something that we believe to be either a toe 5 back or a toe O. Looks like it's going to be the toe O. Toe back and toe front. Very well accomplished with these toe tricks. Reverse toe back. Surface back to backs. Does she go for anything more? Surface toe sides. Toe wake back. Toe wake front. Nicely done all the way through. Stood up. No worries at all.
Actually have the sun peeking out here. Brightening the skies up a little bit.
So there we go. Looking in great shape. Don't see much wrong with this one. Even though, as a matter of fact, she went into this second pass doing toe tricks into the wind. Not always the best option to implement, but it works for her. She has to pull a little bit harder to get the ski rotating round and to keep the toe foot as close to the standing leg as possible, which is what you need for balance. All right, so that concludes the women's 7 tricks. We're going to go into men's 8 tricks right after this. All right then, folks. Next skier to take to water, and we are in women's 8 now. This is Christy Edwards. Now, this is going to be something to watch. Let's try and get the view from the boat because she has a drop ski. There you go. Boom. A little bit difficult to get up on a trick ski given its size and length under normal circumstances. Maybe she should try the MK1, which is actually longer and wider to accommodate skiers that require that additional surface area. But Christy Edwards not looking too bad. continuing to flow.
Right now, Stephen did not get around 6 ball, so the officials scored him at 5.
Handle up a little bit high, and she smiles or smiles from start to finish with that first 20-second pass.
Freshly clean.
All right, so we got Prissy Edwards, not looking too bad with those surface tricks, the side slides at the end, and again a little bit on the back of the ski. I'm not too sure whether she will actually be dropped in the water in anticipation of a deep water start, or given the fact that she needed a drop ski to get up. She's going to come straight back into the course, so no time wasted. Prissy Edwards, it's going to be toe tricks. Come on, Prissy, let's get that toe strap far enough. Toe strap far enough into your foot. Come on, Prissy. Come on, there you go. Oh, and doesn't quite get it in, but come on. Does she get it in? Oh, yes, there it is. It's trapped in. Now, let's see if she can turn. Come on, Prissy. Come on, give it a go. Toe wake back and fell going back towards the boat, which the more generous of officials will regard as a successful attempt to go into the back in tow hold. The unsuccessful coming back to the front. Although some might actually regard that as a fall on the toe wake back, having not established a skiing position. But there you go. That is Prissy Edwards, who came into this competition with a seeding value of little over 200 points. Jennifer Mears coming up next, and she'll be skiing behind the Malibu. You see her there in the background, and that second Nautique there has actually picked up the drop ski, for those of you who are wondering if it's still floating around in the way of that Malibu, which will be taking... that will be motoring away from the dock within the next few moments. Jennifer Mears. We are on trick skier number 14 of over 150 total skiers combined between the tricks and the jumping event today. Skier number 2 in women's 8 competition of 3.
Crazy karma.
Kind of tough for me because I'm on the backside of this trailer, so I don't really have a good feel for what the wind is.
All right, before we take Jennifer Mears in, we'll return right after this.
Experience the sports evolution at USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame in Central Florida's Polk County. From the pioneers of the sport to the stars of today, all 9 disciplines are honored. It's the most comprehensive and fun-filled tribute to the people and the sport we love. Located inside the Central Florida Visitor Information Center in Davenport, Florida, the Hall of Fame is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
Really emphasizes.
All right, here we go. Jennifer Mears will be coming into the course right here, right now.
Skiing and, you know, this choppy water, those bent knees are going to be a big plus for these skiers out here today.
Looking all right so far.
I can't tell.
Oh, and keeping the handle very close to her body. All the way through that one. Nicely done. Ah, good. Good effort there. But Jennifer Mears standing up all the way through. No worries there for her.
So back up around the south turn island, we've got John Wilkins coming in past number 2. This is 32 off. He's got this tailwind. It's been playing some havoc with these men's.
All right, then, as we continue to roll right along, I'll try and keep you updated the best that I can with some of the scores that have been made available. such as the division of women's 7 tricks, women's 6 tricks, I beg your pardon, and then women's 7. We don't have the complete story. Of course, for those of you that have a browser with multiple tab capability, and pretty much all of them do, stay competitive, of course, you can open up a tab and have slalom on that one, open up another tab and have tricks and jump on that one, and then open up a third tab to have waterskiresults.com with the live results feed. But what I can give you so far as information is concerned is this. So far as women's 6 competition, Libby Vanwart with 3,040 points provisionally, Joy Kelly with 2,580, Lisa Eastman with 1,140 points, and Christina Smart with 500 points even. All right, then Jennifer Mears in women's 8. And not really getting off to an auspicious start there with the second and final pass. Oh, and yep, plug up that nose because this is going to be a hard one. Ooh, man alive. There we go, that's Jennifer Mears. All right, so looks like we're done there. There might actually have been Janet Carr, of course, but we'll get proper identification. The next skier who I do know will take to the water will start off women's 9, and it is Janice Proshi. Janice Proshi in women's 9, our next competitor, it looks like, at least on the back of that Mastercraft towboat. And while we wait for her to take to the water, we will step away here at the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships here at Water's Edge. All right, then. So Jennifer Mears looks like had a chance at a re-ride for her second pass and just unfortunately unable to ski away. All right, then, proceeding right along, our next competitor will be Janice Proshi. She will be our first skier out in women's 9. She is in the back of that towboat that's in the background right here at the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships here at Water's Edge. We're also incorporating the Morley US Open of Waterski, and that will take place on Friday evening right here and brought to you exclusively live by TWBC. All right, women's 9 tricks will take place momentarily. All right, so far as the Slalom Lake is concerned, those of you that are watching Tricks and Jumping exclusively right now, I would certainly encourage you to open up another tab and watch the slalom event as it unfolds as well in rather challenging conditions, it has to be said. But just they're in the middle of men's 6 slalom, from what I understand. How many skiers in out of the total right now on that first column? Yes.
We've had 15 have skied, 29 on the water.
Yep, 15 have skied out of 30 in that division, so approximately halfway through. I'm not too sure how many total slalom skiers that they'll have today, but it's going to be a lot, as it typically is. 92 total slalom skiers, so 8 less than yesterday on the Slalom Lake, and we're actually got 150 poles scheduled on the Tricking Lake today, so Tricking and Jumping Lake, so it's probably going to take a little bit of a while, but hopefully you'll stay with us for the ride as we rock our way through this 79th Goode Waterski National Championships. So looking inside the VIP tent, which isn't particularly busy at this point, but it is rather early in the morning. It is a little after 8 a.m. here, Central Daylight Time.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Seems like the wind died down just long enough for the boat.
Okay, one of our next skiers that was supposed to be on the water right now is Janice Proshi, but it looks like we're still on women's 8 tricking with Janet Carr. Here she comes into the course. This is Janet Carr in women's 8 tricking, comes into this competition with a seeding of score of 1,179 points. Okay, so Janet Carr not looking too bad.
On the list in this men's 6 slalom event on my running order is Kelly Bolander.
Not looking too bad, as a matter of fact.
Kelly in starting rope length, boat speed. I suspect they're top.
And tricking all the way through to the end. A good looking opening pass. Not too adventurous so far as trick selection. But managed to maintain a composure, including with that one which could have been slightly suspect for her. But keeping the hand or very close to the body. Electing to go with the tailwind on the opening pass, which makes things a little bit easier so far as advancing yourself up on the boat, because the wind is kind of pushing you towards the boat. Now, if she decides to go with toe tricks, the converse of that is that she has got one limb to pull with against a wind that's always keeping that line tight. So there we go. That is Janet Carr from women's 8.
Cold? Oh, if the clouds clear up, it's going to turn into a hot, messy, humid day.
All right, so that's Janice Proshi there, getting ready to ski behind that Mastercraft Pro Star. She's looking down the lake and seeing how soon she needs to get into the water to prepare for her 2:22 passes. Janet Carr is coming in for a second and final pass in just a moment or so. Slalom skiing is still taking place. I think we're in the midst of either men's 7 or men's 6 slalom. We'll try and get some more trick scores available for you, especially for our second complete event, which is women's 7. We are scoring tricks retroactively. They put on nice SD cards, and the judges record the trick scores from there. And unfortunately for Janet Carr, not much progress beyond the toe back. And here's what I meant so far as the headwind not making life easier for her. She was already in a difficult position trying to balance, and as soon as she turned to the front, that rope tightened up on her, and unfortunately unable to ride away from that particular trick. And while we look at the instant replay for Janet Carr to resolve itself, and we get ready for Janice Proshi, we'll step away for a few seconds. This is the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships. Okay. Okay, here comes Janice coming in on her opening pass. Okay, continuing to roll through the wake tricks. Looking good so far, so good. Janice Proshi going through her remaining tricks, including the wake back-to-back, and ending off in a little bit of a flurry there, so decent. So, Janice Proshi doing a fine job with pass number 1. We'll see what she can do with pass number 2.
This is 28 off. Pretty good tailwind. You know, on a normal day, this 28 off is nothing but a walk in the park. You can see that wind's pushing him as he's coming down that lake.
Okay, here comes Janice Proshi around the bottom island. All right then, so here comes Janice Proshi in on pass number 2. Did a fine job with pass number 1. I'm not too sure what tricks that she has at her disposal, but it doesn't look like she's got toe tricks right from the start. Surface 360, a surface O reverse, and unfortunately not getting the rotation, the steady rotation that she needed in order to complete the trick. So Janice Proshi did well enough to get through pass number 1 and totted up enough points. Comes into this event with a little under 1,200 points as her seeding value in women's 9 tricking. And looking forward to seeing our next competitor, who is her twin sister. It'll be Janet Piercy, who will take to the water next. And we'll rejoin the tricking right after this.
Right when he gets out of your way, I'll give you their
All right, then. We've rejoined the women's 9 trick-in. Is Janet Piercy about to take to the water? So subscribe to Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube presence. And also hit that bell for notification on new content being uploaded, and also a new live events which will take place in the next few weeks. Here we go. We got Janet Piercy about to take to water. Let me get you up to speed with some scores in women's 7. Trudy Duenne with 1,060 points. Janet Madden with 820. Barbara Knutson with 740 points. Lydia Roberts with 680. And Cheryl Schmidt with 380 points. Those are the latest scores that I have available at this time. So, Janet Piercy, the second of 2 skiers in women's 9. Then we'll go into women's 3 trick-in immediately after this. Couple of side slides to get things up and running there for Janet. Up and over the wake. Keeping the handle down nice and low and just keeping the flow going from one end of the course to the other. Oh, beautifully executed there. Pass number 1. Not too sure what she has for pass 2, but I'll tell you what, she's got one half of the task done. Just edging up the wake, shoulders down a little bit, but half of that has to be expected from time to time. There we go. Good execution. Water between the ski and air between the ski and the water. I beg your pardon. But good skiing there all the way through. It is Janet Piercy. Like what she's doing out there. Wake back to back. I'm not too sure where she got the full rotation, but she skied all the way through that pass anyway. All right, then. We've got some updated trick-in scores in women's 7. Beth Pesic with 1,100 points. Janet Madden with 1,370. And your current leader in women's 7 tricks is Lisa Harrison with, get this, 1,890 points, with one outstanding trick score to come. It looks like Lisa Harrison is very much ahead of the pack in women's 7, which we're giving these scores to you as soon as we get them. They're retroactively scoring the tricks event, as it's become standard practice in recent times. Here's Janet Piercy. Oh, look at her go. This is Janet Piercy, our second of 2 skiers in women's 9. Nicely done. Up and over with the leg for the line back and line front. Does she have anything more? Doesn't look like she's got a bear trap on that handle. And there you go, surface 360, standing up on both passes. Nicely done, Janet. All right, so Janet Piercy, looking at her once again, very stable with the line back and line front. Can't fault her for that whatsoever. Not exactly the easiest trick that our skiers perform at these nationals. Surface O, keeping the handle in nice and tight. Working against that headwind, which means that she has to pull a little bit longer to keep the handle close by. And there you go, throws the hand up and say, okay, fair enough, I'm good with that. So there we go, that's Janet Piercy. Now we're going to go into a fairly large division, women's 3, 11 skiers in this division. We're going to go on to skier 18 of our total allotment of skiers for today, whenever you combine the tricks and the jump, it's going to be close to 150 skiers total for today. The skier coming up next will be Erica Blair, and this is a first. She's going to come into the course with a helmet on. Obviously taken one or two shots to the head in recent times, tricking. So this is probably out of an abundance of caution. I don't know how that isn't going to affect her spatial awareness on the trick ski. Normally, whenever you cover your ears and try to do some athletic pursuit, it kind of restricts your spatial awareness. Oh, handle up a little bit high there for Erica Blair, who comes into this competition with a 200-point total so far as seeding is concerned. Shrugs her shoulders and says, okay, I'm done with that. And second and final 20-second pass coming to you in just a moment or so.
We still have 10 left in this men's 6 event. Hopefully these guys are going to keep running that buoy total higher and higher and higher as you short the line.
All right, so that is our skier right now. That is Erica Blair, and little scenes on the dockside there, or cheering, and they're seeing themselves on the monitor. Give us a wave, ladies. They could probably see it. They can probably see us, but they can't exactly hear me, which for them is probably good enough. All right then, so Erica Blair. For those of you watching on YouTube, you can definitely hear us, and there we go with Erica Blair going through with pass number 2, trying a surface 360, and that headwind not exactly helping her cause the line tightening, and once the handle gets away from the body, it is goodbye, Mr. Bond. So, handle away, she takes a dive, and we'll take a quick break. All right, so pass skier number 1, Amy Frelkold, is our next competitor on the water, and has a seeding value of a little under 700 points. And I tell you what, so far, she is the most fashionably dressed female tricker that we've seen in this competition. There you go. Amy Frelkold coming into this event with a little under 700 points as a seeding point value. Look at her go. Going across the wake, just stopping her motion out towards the opposite wake. I was kind of anticipating her doing the reverse wake back, but obviously doesn't have that in her bag of tricks. Surface O's, and both of them under a belt. Nicely done for Amy Frelkold. Our second skier out of 11 in the women's free tricking competition, and looking good. The handle coming up a little bit high. And certainly, if you actually know her, or a member of her family, or any way, shape, or form, and if you want to send a photo snapshot of how you're watching her trick skiing, then be sure to send that shot, and you can hashtag it on Instagram and also on Facebook and Twitter. Use the hashtag Waterski Broadcasting, or a hashtag USA Waterski. There we go. Instagram as well. You could check out our Instagram presence, Waterski Broadcasting, and check that out. Vince will be taking a look at those photos as well, alongside Kelvin Kelm. And great reaction there from our skiers on the dockside as they get ready. To ski, and the skiers on the dockside especially like being able to view. At close quarters, the competitors as they're out on the water. Currently, 8 monitors are scattered around the site for their viewing pleasure. But unfortunately, Amy Threlkeld, behind that gold flake Nautic towboat, unable to stabilize herself on the surface towback. And probably a good portion of the reason why is because she elected to do toe tricks into the wind. The rotation looked good. The handle getting away from a standing foot, and it was just goodbye there. And we'll be back right after this. All right, rejoining women's free tricking, we have Bridget Atwell. And the first skier that we see this morning utilizing 2 skis. But not the first person that we're giving 2 ski values to. No siree. We had Lydia Roberts a little bit earlier on in the competition in Women's 7. Electing to go with the wakeboard, which scores a 2 ski point values. Now we're going to go into 2 ski proper. We'll have a look and see how Bridget Atwell does. Our third skier out in women's 3. There we go. Side slide in one direction, side slide in the other. Here she goes. Next natural trick. Back and front. Reverse back and front. Coming up soonly. Oh, and that is one of the major disadvantages of using a pair of 2 trick skis, a pair of skis, is that it's very, very difficult to control both skis efficiently at the same time. That's one spin. Good knee compression to the back. And now as she comes to the front, that inside ski goes, and so does the rest of her. That is Bridget Atwell. We'll have a look at her one more time from the boat, and we'll try and slow down this fall a little bit to analyze it a little bit more closely. The reverse surface back, and now as she comes to the front, inside ski, catches the edge, boom, straight like that. And for Bridget Atwell, she's going to transition onto one ski, and we'll return to her skiing in just a moment.
When asked about retirement, most people worry about one thing. Do I have enough money? Am I going to be okay? But there are more things to consider, like inflation, taxes, and when should you take Social Security? We at Drake & Associates want to help. Visit us at wealthwisconsin.com for a list of upcoming classes or to schedule a complimentary consultation and learn how you could retire happy and worry-free. That's wealthwisconsin.com.
All right, then, here we go. We have got Bridget Atwell. Now has decided to ditch the second ski and go with the one ski. She is left foot forward, but already exhibiting signs of instability on that one ski, so that's the reason why she went on a pair for pass number one. Let's see what she can do. There we go. There's the side slide. Now she's skiing into the wind, which means that line is going to tighten up on her just as it did there with the 180 from back to front. So Bridget Atwell coming up a little bit short with pass number two. The side slides look good enough. They were 90 degrees in rotation. Then she went to the back and just getting caught with the inside edge, tried to recover, and unfortunately it wasn't quite enough for her. That was Bridget Atwell, and I'm Tony Lightfoot. Here's Troy Zollner. Troy Zollner is announcing for slalom, and I am announcing for tricks and jump for the balance of the day. And while you're switching from one tab to the next, why not subscribe to Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube presence? Yes, indeed. Go to the top of the YouTube presence for Waterski Broadcasting. Click on the subscribe button, and additionally, click on the bell button, and you'll be informed as to the next, the latest piece of content that is uploaded to that YouTube presence, as well as newly installed live events. All right then, Laura Berdick. Right here, right now, coming in on pass number one in women's 3 tricking. We'll try and get some updated scores for you for some of the divisions that have skied already. But look at her go. This is Laura Berdick. Oh, nice. There you go. Reverse to the back and to the front. Nice 360. Oh, 540 degree spin on the surface. There's a 360 spin. There's the immediate reverse. If she intended to do the reverse, it had to be done immediately after the regular trick, but she stands up all the way. Great skiing there.
Still on Lake 1 here, Slalom Lake.
So, looking strong on pass number one. We've got an updated score in women's 7 tricks, which will represent the last score in that particular division. We'll tell you more in just a moment. There we go. That is Laura Berdick doing a grand job out there, keeping stable and surprising herself a little bit. The wind's starting to gust up a little bit. They don't call Chicago the Windy City for nothing. And we got a latest score for Janie Fold. Janie Fold with 2,710 points. That is the last score that we have in Women's 7, and that will be the winning score ahead of Lisa Harrison with 2,000 points even. Janet Madden in third with 1,370. Beth Pesic with 1,100 points, and Trudy Duenne with 1,060 points as we see. Laura Berdick on the water right now with toe tricks, toe side. Does she go for the toe side reverse? No. Looks like she is slowly edging to the wake for the toe wake back. On the spins to the front, to the back. Does something almost akin to a step sequence outside the wake, but there you go. Falls on the toe wake front. But a decent and solid effort there from Laura Berdick as she swims into shore. Rebecca Bartlett is next. We'll see her in a moment.
ski on edge and hold your body position. He gets around 3. He gets forward around 4. Go 3.5, 35 off. That takes over your hustling through. Take the lead. He's been 6 slalom event. He's got 6 guys on the dock that now know.
All right, skier about to go next is going to be Rebecca Bartlett. And there you go. That is a true example of a family sport there. That is Laura Berdick on the shoreline telling the youth of our sport her experiences out there on the water in women's 3. So there we go. Isn't that a beautiful sight? All right then, so here we go on the water. This is Rebecca Bartlett. Wind is still pretty much up and down, pretty much up at this point, as Rebecca Bartlett tries to keep herself on top of the water, working hard there with the wake back. Here comes Rebecca Bartlett with the wake front, controlling her speed, controlling her momentum with the reverse wake back, reverse wake front, nicely done, and exhibiting some degree of relief at the end of that particular pass, but good effort there from Rebecca Bartlett here at the Water's Edge facility. We're not too far away from downtown Chicago. We're in the same state. We're in the state of Illinois. Yes, indeed, the Windy City, and for good reason. And for those of you that are looking for our location on Google Maps, you just follow I-55 south until you get past the Des Plaines Bridge. A little bit beyond that, it's called North River Road. You take the exit there, you head east, and there you should find at the next set of crossroads the facility that is the Water's Edge, a Jewel Lake facility right in the heart of Will County in Illinois.
Do you think it's this or what are you worried about? The thing itself or just...
Okay, folks, we got Rebecca Bartlett, who I understand comes to us from Nebraska. So having traveled far to get to this particular competition, we're going to be traveling a little further in towards the Midwest region next year, because the 80th Goode Waterski National Championships will take place at Mystic Lakes, which is just outside Wichita in Kansas. Not looking bad there. Okay, so Rebecca Bartlett again all the way through on the second run. All right, so Rebecca doing a fine job with pass number 2. I think she kind of ran out of steam a little bit here as soon as that surface 5 got underway, and there we go with a surface 360. Does she go for the reverse? Yes, she does. And feeling the effects of that wind and the line tightening up a little bit sooner upon her than she anticipated for, so falling on that surface trick. So we're still in women's 3. Our next competitor on the water is going to be Marie Thomas. Marie Thomas. All right, so we have got on the water Marie Thomas.
34 miles per hour, 28 off the dock for him. He's making sure his knees are bent. You can hear the chop slapping on that Madden craft.
Marie Thomas looking strong, looking particularly good, even with the surface tricks. Electing to go with handle tricks to get things up and running. Oh, and tries to work her way outside the wake, and unfortunately not succeeding in that endeavor. But we'll take a look at the instant replay in just a moment or so for Marie Thomas. Trying to keep things on an even keel. And while we watch through the instant replay on this one, just to give you an update on some scores in women's 8, we have all three skiers accounted for. So Prissy Edwards wins with 460. Janet Carr with 430, and Jennifer Mears with 380. So quite a close battle there between those competitors. Less than 100 points separating those. Prissy Edwards, your winner in women's 8 tricks with 460. Janet Carr with 430 in second, and Jennifer Mears in third with 380 points. As we look at the tail end of Marie Thomas's performance, I'll try and get you the scores for women's 9, although that was the previous division, and we'll see if we can get that those set of results quickly to you. Keeping the flow going, as they say. It looks like we got just one score that has just been released. 910 points for Janice Progy. One other skier to come to determine that title in women's 9. That from Janet Piercy. And that will be the end of women's 9 so far as outstanding scores are concerned. All right, Marie Thomas coming in past number 2 in just a moment. Oh, and our skier on the water there, Marie Thomas, taking a big old dive there with toe tricks, and electing to go with toe tricks into the headwind. Not always the best idea. Looking pretty good with the toe back, but falling on the toe front. I think she'll get the toe back credited, but not so much the toe front. So that was Marie Thomas. Nicole Weber-Barker will be our next competitor in just a moment. So we have got Nicole Weber-Barker. So here we go. Nicole Weber-Barker, 180 to the back and the reverse 180 back to front. Nicely done there with the surface tricks, keeping the handle very close. Trying not to get caught out with the wind because the wind is blowing at her back, and she could find out that if she overpulled, it would generate too much slack for her to effectively take care of. But she gets all the way through pass number 1. That's half the task done. We'll see what she can do with pass number 2.
Hedgewall. the last 3 skiers. He's a 28 off. He knows it's not pleasant out there, but he's got to go and make opening.
No, but then you'd have to actually follow through.
Make his 28 off. Mark Hedgewall.
All right, we just saw the tail end of Nicole Weber-Barker's performance there on pass number 1. Let's see what she's got for us on pass number 2. I suspect she's going to try toe tricks. Now she's going to have to pull like she's never pulled before with that toe leg in order to stay stable, because one of the hallmarks of being stable on a toe ski is to keep in that toe foot as close to standing leg as possible, which she achieved with those 2 tricks, the toe back and the toe front. Now let's see what she's got. She's going to try the surface 5 back. Now position to the front. There we go. It tries to go for the back-to-back. Oh, right. She loving what she's doing out there. Good skiing there from Nicole Weber-Barker. Nicely done to the back.
Here we go. This is 32 off. Pass number 2.
Good effort there from Nicole Weber-Barker. And for those of you that are watching, if you are watching with a PC or a browser that's capable of multiple tabs, then why not take advantage of that? You can watch slalom on one tab, tricks and jump on the other, and also keep a third tab open on waterskiresults.com for the latest scores as they come through. Just saw Nicole Weber-Barker. There you go, throwing that fist over there. You go, girl. Nicely done. Michelle Bucher coming into the course for her first of 2 22nd passes. I think so far as the fashion stakes are concerned, she's definitely putting herself up there. Saw a very, very bold statement from Emily Freikold just a few skiers ago, and almost as bold. Here is Michelle Bucher. Formerly Michelle Habrel in her collegiate water skiing days, but married Brandon Bucher a few years back, and they have a beautiful, beautiful family. And that is Michelle Bucher getting through pass number 1. Looking beautifully. All right then, so Michelle Bucher doing a great job there. We've got some comments coming through, not as many as in slalom, mind you, but thanks a lot, Heather Bonnie, who's commented in, along with Colton Anderson, along with Curtis Freikold, and along with Alice Bagnali, who is in Austria right now, competing in an overall tournament, or at least was up until yesterday. This is Monday, by the way, the second day of action here at the Goode Waterski Nationals, the 79th edition. There's Gabe on the starting dock, keeping things in check, keeping things in order, which he's going to have to do because we anticipate close to 150 skiers skiing on Lake 2. And with the conditions the way that they're running right now, it just complicates matters a little bit, but try we must. Here we go. This is Michelle Bucher. Toe tricks starting out. Heel strap off. Now going in with the surface tricks. Looks like she's going to try some back-to-backs. Side to the side. Come on, let's continue on. Back and front. Oh, there we go. Oh, goes for the surface 7 and nails that one. Goes for the surface 7 reverse, and she is spinning like a top out there. Beautifully executed. Shrugging her shoulder. Oh, does she go for the Waco, standing Waco, and doesn't quite get it, a little bit short, but tell you what, she's throwing everything out there except the kitchen sink. That is Michelle Bucher. Good effort there from her, and good to see her out on the water. even with the conditions the way that they are. So looking at Michelle Bucher on the tail end of that pass. Next skier up should be Shannon Chapman, and then we'll have Sarah Venegas and finally Erin Culbrener. Oh, look at this. Surface 7. Does she go for the surface 7? No, she went for the Waco. Skied all the way out, tried to go in for the Waco from outside to in, didn't quite get that done. All right, we've got Shannon Chapman right on the water next. We're accelerating the pace with our trickers on the water. Shannon Chapman coming into this event with 1,400 points, a little under as an average score from all of the tournaments that she's competed in the season. And I know that in some places finding a tournament to ski in has been a little bit hard. But it's great that we qualified so many skiers into this competition. Over 700 competitors entering for the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships. And not only that, but we'll also have a batch of our pro skiers from as far afield as Great Britain and Australia and France and a whole bunch of other places. And they'll be part of the Morley US Open of Water Skiing on Friday evening, with qualification rounds set for Thursday and Friday. So, nicely done there for Shannon Chapman. And as she rounds off her effort on pass number 1, with the surface O and again the water, we'll step aside. This is the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships right here at Water's Edge. All right then, so you guys and gals out there, feel free to comment on the YouTube player, whether you see it on USA Waterski's YouTube presence or Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube presence. Feel free to throw in a comment here and there. Looking at some of the comments from the Slalom Lake, those of you monitoring the situation there and seeing the windy conditions there. Also on the Tricks Lake, 1 or 2 comments there. We thank you very much. Thank you for your participation as we see Shannon Chapman work her way through these toe tricks, working against the wind. And unfortunately, whenever you need to put an aggressive edge into the wake just like that, the last thing you need is for that toe foot to come away from your body mass. And that's exactly what happened there with Shannon Chapman as she worked her way towards the middle part of that run. She attempted the toe slide. I'm not too sure how far that ski rotated, whether it was even close to 90 degrees, but here she tries to edge and that toe foot getting away from her and down she goes. All right there, Sarah Venegas, next skier to go, and we will return with her right after this. This second replay, and Shannon Chapman looking at that toe side and just edging. And down she goes. Sarah Venegas comes up next and straight into the course. Yes, we're accelerating the pace here. A native skier to Illinois. Let's see what she's got. Sarah Venegas. More concerned with how she's looking in front of the crowd than more than anything else. A skier out of Illinois. Keeping the flow going. There you go. Good surface spins coming into this event with an average of 2,000 points even. Look at her go. Line back and line front. Wake line back. Struggling to hold on to that one. Needing a two-hand grip in the back. And there you go. Ooh, nice recovery there for Sarah Venegas. There we go, Sarah Venegas tricking like a freak out there on the water. Keeping the handle down. good spins. We'll probably find that it's a lot easier for her to pull because the wind is directly behind her, pushing her towards the boat every time that she tries to advance herself. These instant replays provided to us by Zero Off, the world leader in tournament water skiing speed control. It's been ubiquitous in terms of providing that level of consistency. You can find out more about them by going to zerooff.com. All right, here we go. Sarah Venegas. Let's see. Second and final 22nd pass. Oh, almost getting thrown back a little bit too far, and even worse there on the reverse toe side. Toe wake back, toe wake front. Does she control it enough for the toe surface turns? Back and front. Yes, she does. Let's see what she's got. Reverse toe back, and ooh. Yeah, that was a step too far there for Sarah Venegas. Tried to advance herself out for the boat, and the boat was saying, When the line tightens up that quickly, it makes life extremely, extremely difficult. So, Sarah Venegas will leave the way clear for our remaining competitor in women's free. It'll be Erin Culbrener coming to us out of Kansas. As we take a quick look inside our VRP tent, those folks are looking out towards the slalom lake and watching our men skiers battle through those treacherous conditions.
Watching your replay here, presented by Zero Off, you can look at the tip of Mark's ski and just see how rough it is out there right now.
All right, so Erin Culbrener is our last competitor, and taking the sensible option here by utilizing toe tricks with the tailwind. She's figured this one out. Toe 5 back will be the opening trick. Very nicely spun. Erin Culbrener, who is the team manager for the U17 and U21 teams for the upcoming IWWF World Championships in each of those age categories. That will take place at Short Line Lakes, the home of the Corey Picos Waterski School, and will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. But for the time being, Erin Culbrener in a little bit of deep water here because even though she got the toe 5 back situated, just couldn't hold her balance well enough, and unfortunately just let her shoulders go towards the end here as she got ready to attempt the toe wake back-to-back. Got the toe wake back-to-back, as a matter of fact. Then the toe wake front, let the line get away from her slightly, toe wake back. Goes for the reverse toe wake back, and you very rarely see that particular move. Normally, if you're in that situation, you'll be more prone to throw something like a toe wake line back. If anything else, the reverse toe wake back is a notorious trick so far as its landing is concerned. It's not the easiest trick to do, and presents its own unique dangers. But as we get ready for the second and final pass of hand tricks, we'll step aside, we'll return in less than a minute. All right, then, returning to the tricks event, we got Erin Culbrener in women's 3. Let's see what she's got. Second and final pass coming up about 2/3 the way through the toe pass and keeping the handle in very nicely close to her body. Erin Culbrener with the Wake-O. Does she go for the reverse? No, but she goes into a step sequence, spinning in for a wake line O. Very rarely do you see that wrap-in maneuver for a wake line O. Look at her go with the remaining tricks. Wake back, wake front. Does she go? No. This is the first flip that we've seen in this competition, and she comes up a little bit short, but give her some kudos indeed for trying that maneuver towards the end. I'm not even too sure whether that would have made it within 20 seconds, but it doesn't quite matter because it's quite spectacular, as were the tricks that she produced prior to that maneuver. Good effort there from Erin Culbrener. Now here's the sequence that you don't often see. Spin to the front, and into the wake line O. I used to do that myself in my competitive days. Look at that. Wake back, wake front, now edging out towards the wake. Not too sure why she didn't want to do that wake back and wake front inverted prior to this maneuver. Wake back. Doesn't quite get the ski high enough and far enough behind her to facilitate a better rotation, but Erin Culbrener in the water and heading back to shore. The 79th Goode Waterski National Championships will continue right after this.
Hi, I'm Alice Bagnoli. I'm from Milan, Italy. I'm 21 years old. I switched to Goode when I was 13 years old. In the past, I used to ski. My skiing was very unstable, was very inconsistent, and once I switched to Goode, it became very stable. I was much more confident in my skiing, and I started winning more medals. Every new ski is much better than the previous one, and I know that if something would happen to my ski, I would switch back to another Goode, and it would still be the best.
All right then, so we're into women's 4 right now. Our first skier out and coming into this event with a total of 40 points. This should be Talifa Powell in women's 4. Now setting that boat speed really, really slow, but utilizing a longer and wider trick ski, which I would suggest is the new Goode MK1, the extended version. Come on, Talifa, let's see what you've got for more tricks. Okay, not electing to do anything more beyond that, but there is a Talifa Powell. Not even too sure how slow that boat speed is, but the reason she can actually stay on top of a trick ski with such a low speed is the fact that there is increased in surface area from that enlarged trick ski, which is made by Goode Ski Technologies. You can find out more about that trick ski by going to goodskis.com. And they are the title sponsor of the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships.
Pretty tough right now again. Going a little high, coming around 2, trying to get 3. Around 3. Round 4, still pulling over to 5. Real late in round 5. He's around 5, but ski comes off. And
hi, my name is Thomas.
quite honestly, that's going to be a pretty decent mark.
Where I was born and
for
raised.
him.
I'm here now in Orlando, Florida, where I
See the
spend my
conditions,
winter.
the shot
Ski school, a little bit of training. I joined the team Goode in 2004, and I remember calling up Dave and asking to try a new ski, and it's kind of like looking for a new ski. And he sent me one, and since then it's been a good relationship with them, a good relationship with the company, and I'm still riding it today. I still feel like it's the best choice for me.
So, not sure what score they gave him.
All right, so we got Talifa Powell.
So 4 1/2 for him.
Okay, here is Talifa Powell coming to the course. Oh, and going down a little bit hard there, trying to go with the 180 to the back. So a little bit back to the drawing board for her, but we'll see what happens with her next time around in the Goode National Championships, the 80th edition, which will take place at Mystic in Mays, Kansas, which isn't too far outside of Wichita. All right, back on. We've got Amy Craig into the course, our second skier out in women's 4 tricks.
Here we go. We just had the champion. We're going to have to lower this tent because it's starting to piss it down. So just like home.
Okay, so Amy Craig.
Days like this, what you got to do. It's not what you want to do, but it's what you need to do.
Looking okay for the first few tricks. And keeping the flow going from from the start, hopefully through to the end. But not bad skiing there from Amy Craig. Her skiing all the way through, looking particularly strong. All right, so as we watch Amy Craig work her way towards the end with the replay on this second pass, let me kind of refresh your memory so far as the schedule is concerned. Our schedule looking pretty good right now. We're in women's 4 tricks. Then we'll go into men's 3 tricks, then girls 1. Then we'll go into the jump event where we have women's 6 through to women's 11, then women's 3, then men's 3. So probably about...
We'll have a quick break. After that, it's raining pretty hard right now. I just need to lower my side of the tent to provide me with a little bit of protection. Gentlemen, 33 of them on that running order, quite a few of them.
All right then, here we go, Amy Craig. Second and final pass, trying to keep the handle close to her, which is going to be additionally difficult because the wind is blowing directly in her face, but showing us a few escapology skill. Looking in good shape. Could do with a little bit more knee bend to survive those tricks a little cleaner, but not bad at all.
It's tough conditions. You gotta be patient. but you got to be strong. Conditions like this.
All right there, so Amy Craig will see her replay, and then once we're done with the replay, then we will return to our next competitor, who should be Sandy Kovacs. Okay, skier on the water right now is Sandy Kovacs. Not doing a bad job out there with that trick skiing. Not looking bad at all. We're standing up all the way through. So continuing on, we're about halfway through women's four right now. Well, actually a quarter of the way through women's four with 3 skiers in, and we have a total of about 11 skiers. So good effort there from Sandy Kovacs, and well, she's got one more pass to go before we introduce our next skier, who will be Jenny Withrow out of Oklahoma.
You had those 10 kids in class that want to learn and learn more, and I know that because I've been teaching, I've been instructing for the last 15 years in law enforcement. That's what I want to go do out at the Dude at the police academy.
I got it. Malibu's and Mastercraft don't like each other. They should be more repellent.
Play bumper boats.
Well, they don't choose to be there, right?
Isn't that how we started out?
Yeah.
Okay, so boys bumper boats.
Exactly.
Okay, Sandy Kovacs on the water right now, and getting into a little bit deep there with the toes going in that particular direction. All right then, folks, moving from Florida to Oklahoma, we have got Jenny Withrow, who comes into this competition as our first competitor to qualify with over 1,000 points so far as her tricking qualification score is concerned. So, Jenny Withrow it is. All right, picking up on Jenny Withrow right now. Look at her go. Not too sure what the significance is of that 330 on her bib, but it is Jenny Withrow. Look at her go. That Waco looked a little flat. That one equally as flat, but I'm not too sure whether that will produce the points that she wanted on that particular trick. But the judges are looking for cleanliness so far as the spins are concerned. If it's a 360 spin, it must be spun without interruption, like those 360s were on the surface. If it's a wake trick, there must be air between the ski and the water, like there was with those wake back and wake front. Not so much with the Wacos, though, from inside to out and outside to in. I think the judges are going to have a rather dim view of those. But here comes Jenny Withrow coming in on her second and final 20-second pass, and we will see what she can conjure up. Keeping the toe foot very close to the standing leg, or a little bit up-weighted there with the toe side. Not so much with the reverse toe side. That's why she got that one cleaner. Toe wake back and tried to spin to the front to recover, but there you go. Decent effort there from Jenny Withrow out of the South Central region. We will continue to monitor the situation so far as the scores are concerned. As a matter of fact, I'm going to see if I can grab some more scores while we have a little bit of downtime as a result of Jenny Withrow's effort. I can tell you in the women's 9, Janet Piercy wins that event with 1,460 points ahead of Janice Proshi, who is in second with 910 points. So well done to those two sole competitors in women's 9. The next category that we'll focus on so far as the scores are concerned, and we continue to get updated with them, is women's 3, our previously run division. We'll get you those scores pretty soon. There we saw Vincent and Kelvin in broadcast control for TWBC. And right now, approach to the course is Diana Olinger. Diana Olinger, we're following her right now behind that Correct Craft Nautique towboat, the official towboat of the International Waterski and Wakeboard Federation, and they'll be using that towboat for all 3 of the World Championships, which are attributed to this season: the U17 Worlds, the Under-21 Worlds, and the Open Elite Worlds. And each of those competitions will be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC later on in the season, as we saw Diana Olinger gets through about 2/3 the way through that pass, I would say. Just losing her focus, losing her sorts there, going out towards the wake there aggressively. The surface tricks looks pretty decent. The wake back looked decent. Wake front. Now when it came to the reverse, it got a little bit challenging there for her, and unfortunately going down with that maneuver. So that is Diana Olinger, and she's on the back of the boat. She's getting ready to go to continue on, and we will come back momentarily. All right, and we are back with the continuation of women's 4 tricks. Diana Olinger right now on the back of that. Well, actually, that's not Diana. That's Kate Naffler on the back of that towboat, getting ready for her turn to ski. There is Diana Olinger coming back into the course for a second and final 20-second pass. There you go. Opening toe tricks. Oh, and letting the toe foot get away from her standing leg, and unfortunately that contributed to a fall on the second and final 22nd pass. The first few tricks didn't look too bad. Actually went with the toe side reverse to start things off, and then the regular toe side. A lot of people say that the toe side reverse is actually easier to perform than the regular toe side, which is unusual. But the toe wake front, the toe foot got away from her, and it was a quick drink there for her. All right then, so let's continue right along. Kate Nafler out of Minnesota is our next competitor up. Let me give you an updated scores in women's free, our previously held division. All right then, so as we get ready for our next competitor, who is Kate Nafler, into the course, I'll give you some updated scores. Actually, I'll wait on that until we see Kate Nafler go through the opening pass. She's gone with the sensible strategy here of putting toe tricks in with the tailwind. There we go. Toe back, toe front. There you go. Let's see what she's got with the toe side regular, toe side reverse coming up immediately afterwards. But unfortunately, not flexing enough with her ankles to hold that ski in the sidewards position for the execution of that trick, and falling towards the back as a result. There we go with the toe back and toe front, the easiest of the toe maneuvers to do, and then comes the toe side slides. And certainly, in my opinion, the toe sides are a lot more difficult to spin and to score than the toe back and toe front. And there you see why. Just losing her position on top of that ski. Let me give you some trick scores. Erica Blair with 200 points. Bridget Atwell with 270, Amy Freikold with 760, Marie Thomas with 780, Nicole Weber-Barker with 1140, Rebecca Bartlett with 1170, Laura Berdick with 1250, currently in second place in women's free, and Michelle Bucher, her score was 1360. Which should be enough to put her in the top 5, because we only have 3 scores outstanding from Shannon Chapman, from Sarah Venegas, and from Erin Culbrener. Those are the only remaining scores in women's free to come, 3 of them. So we are in women's 4 now. So good effort from each of our skiers so far. We are almost, I think we're actually a little over halfway done with women's 4 tricks. We're going to see Kerry Morgan next, but before her we've got Kate Nafler. We'll see what she's got for us as our VIP tent is starting to look a little bit more crowded now. They're probably seeking a little bit of shelter from the wind and from the rain. Conditions here not ideal, of course, with the wind and the rain being present. But we're all assembled here at the Nationals, and everyone gets a fair crack at this title as national champions. Oh, look at, it goes for the wake back-to-back from wrap to hand. Not always the easiest way to do it, mind you, but she gave it a good old college try, as they say. Women's 4 tricking. Kate Nafler looking at her surface tricks with the instant replay. Nicely done. I like what she's doing. Nice little sequence, and up to that point where she did the initial wake back-to-back. So let's see if we have our next skier to go. Let's take a look on the inside. There is John Waldron there on the bottom of the screen there, one of our peeps, our crew. Connor Pauly there, one of our utility crew members, along with Vincent Stadelbauer, and in the back there is Kelvin Kelm. He's got the 1s and 2s for the slalom. Vincent has got the 1s and 2s for the tricks and jump. And I've got the announcement for the Tricks Lake as we see Kerry Morgan approaching the course, coming to us out of Lakeland in Florida. Let's see what she's got for us. So here comes Kerry Morgan into a trick course, a rather unusual look for her. She normally wears some dark shades most times we see her. And trying to make a fashion statement as well, as like some of our women's three competitors. But look at her go. There you go. That is Kerry Morgan with some surface tricks, picking up a few tips from her husband, the great Mike Morgan. And there you go. Fair enough. Shrugs her shoulders, says, okay, that's decent.
It looks like it broke up. The weather on the radar.
All right, then. So as we continue to assess the weather conditions on the weather radar, trying to determine whether the wind is going to ease up anytime soon or whether there's not going to be any rain between now and the end. We're looking at Kerry Morgan go through her tricks, and they're right at the end, just quick shrug of the shoulders and to say, okay, that's good. Bring on the toe tricks. Right, she's up on top of the water, about to go around the island and come back from the north end of this lake. And she'll be skiing into the headwind for the remaining tricks that she has. Now, what are those tricks going to consist of? I wonder if it's going to be toe tricks or whether it'll be just a continuation of some of the hand tricks that she left out on her opening pass. Each skier gets 2 20-second passes to complete as many tricks as possible, and each of the tricks are predeterminedly scored so far as the point values are concerned. Do the trick correctly, you get the full points. Do it incorrectly, you get no points. Here we go. Kerry Morgan with toe tricks. Toe back. Oh, very nicely done against the wind. There you go. Reverse toe side, almost slipping out the back. Now foot comes out. Here she goes with line tricks. Straight leg over the line, but manages to crush it there from back to front, keeping the handle tight as she spins back to back. Couple of sides at the end. There you go. Nicely done from Kerry Morgan. Obviously not enough for her to throw a fist or anything like that, but it's decent. But standing up on both 20-second passes, you know, is pretty credit-worthy, I would say. All right, so Kerry Morgan, who came into this event with 1,720 points as a seeding value. And will this be enough to put her on the podium? If it's enough for first place at this time, it could well be. There's only 4 skiers remaining in women's 4. We've got Jennifer Wood, Jill Smith, and Jane Greenwood to come. But before then, we've got Christy Lee. Christy Lee is our next competitor to go as we turn the page. All right, so here we go. This is Christy Lee, toe tricks, going with the sensible strategy of putting the toe tricks with the wind behind her. There we go, toe wake back. Here comes the toe wake front, keeping the handle very close to the standing leg. And setting the rope really, really close to the rooster tail, I fancy. Toe back-to-backs and the reverse. Does she have anything else beyond that? No, she does not. So she is skiing towards the end of the lake and now getting prepared for the hand tricks, which will constitute the balance of her tricking performance right here at the water's edge. The host venue of the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships right here in the Chicagoland area. Looking pretty good, looking very solid, not trying to get ahead of herself too much. And yes, the rope, as I suspected, quite short as a matter of fact, very, very close towards the back of that towboat, which in this instance for her is a Malibu, one of the three towboat brands that are present here out of the approved towboats. Whether it be Correct Craft Nautique, the Malibu TXI, or the Mastercraft ProStar, we're very, very appreciative of those companies for providing us with the hardware necessary to make this event possible. And a positional line back for Christy Lee coming into the course. She started scoring as soon as she executed the wake line front. That's a very unusual positional to actually see. There you go. Continuing on with the wake back and wake front. There you go. Nicely done with some side slides at the end. And I think she's called it on that one. There you go. Good effort. Nicely done all the way through, standing up. Some good skiing there from Christy Lee. Yes, and performing the line back and line front the proper way. Instead of going full length on the leg over the line, it's easier to basically crush your leg and make it half as difficult by just stepping over with the knee. That's what the knee's for. Yes, step over with the knee. It's far easier. This message brought to you by Tony Lightfoot. There you go. Some good skiing, some side slides on the smoothest part of the wake, which typically is the outside. And then we will continue on with our next skier, Jennifer Wood, right after this.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
All right, Jennifer Wood now, up on top of the water. All right then, so Jennifer Wood now on top of the water, getting ready for her turn out there on the water in women's 4 tricks. Hard to gauge her from behind the boat, but there she is, women's 4, coming to us out of South Carolina. Here comes Jennifer Wood. Oh, very quickly spun there with the toe over. That was supposed to be a toe 5 back, but she couldn't control the speed on that one effectively. There we go with the tricks in the middle of the wake. Beautifully executed here. Toe wake back. Here comes the toe wake front. Oh, the handle getting away from her. Now she goes in for the line trick. Up and over and back to the front. And wow, and going through that pass very, very quickly indeed. Could have taken a little bit of time out and not have spun and not spun that that toe out as quickly as she did. Might have had a better opportunity for her to go with toe 5 back had she had done that. But there you go. The remaining tricks all look pretty good. Crushed this pass. But battling the elements here, the wind, not only that, but also as the skier gets a little further outside the wake, then the waves generated by the wind come into play, which for those skiers looking to try and set up for a backflip could well be of concern. I've certainly been around tournaments where the conditions have actually been far, far worse so far as the wind conditions are concerned. I mean, from my native England, well, slaloming and tricking in these kind of conditions becomes a required skill, almost second nature to a lot of skiers from my part of the world. As a matter of fact, way back in somewhere like 1982, you actually, for the tricks event, you actually had to run one boat in front of the other to ensure smooth water. But not this case, not in this case here with Jennifer Wood. Looking good coming into this competition with a seeding score more than 3,200 points on average. And here you start to see why. Oh, there we go. That's a surface 360 wrap in, wake 5 back. Side slides at the end. Nicely done. You very rarely get to see that surface 360 wrap in. And our ladies out here throwing some really decent back in the day tricks. We're talking setups for wake line O's on the outside the wake with a 180 spin to the front for one of our skiers earlier. I think that was from Erin Culbrener in women's 3. And right here and now, Jennifer Wood pulling out the wrap in. We're going to see that in a little bit. Even a 360-degree spin into wrap. But now take a look at this. Here's something very unusual. 180 to the back. Oh, it's actually a surface O. And then into there. Wake 540 back. Nails that one shut. Beautifully executed. And I would dare to say she's probably taken the lead with that particular effort. Now, our penultimate skier to take to the water and coming to us out of Illinois, it is going to be Jill Smith. There's Gabe at the starting dock. And the remainder of our trickers. That is certainly Jill Smith, the tall and very recognizable figure there of Jill. Electing to go with hands this time around and advancing the handle on her back hip there, which gives her a little bit of comfort there with that Waco to start off things with. Look at her go with the remaining tricks, surface back-to-backs. Now she goes into for a step sequence. Wake line back, line front, line back, and wake line front. 20 seconds should expire around about that time, which it does. All right, so Jill Smith looking at her once again. So Jill Smith all coming into the course with toe tricks, having struggled there with wrapping in. Okay, this is either going to be a toe O or a toe 5 back. A little bit hitch on the toe 5 back. That might not score, but here we go with the toe wake back. Here comes the toe wake front, beautifully executed. Skiing into the wind with toe tricks, not always advisable, but she makes it work for her. Here she goes, toe O wrap in, nicely done. Spins in, oh, and she loses the handle on the easiest toe O that you could possibly do, which is the one out of the wrap. But I tell you what, she is absolutely on fire with those toe tricks, and combined with the score that she has, she looks in great shape there with these toe tricks. Combined with the hand tricks, will tot up quite a few points. I would suspect enough to be on the podium, but will it be enough for the win? Well, we'll find out in the fullness of time once we get the trick scores coming through. But there's only one skier left in women's 4, and that is going to be Jane Greenwood. But let's have a look at this. Toe O out, and the handle gets away, and she just saw the remaining tricks of her pass just completely disappear. All right, then. So, next competitor to go, our last competitor, coming to us out of Arkansas. Scott, Arkansas specifically, which is near to Little Rock and their facility of Bull Neck Lake, which hosts many a tournament in any given season. This is Jane Greenwood. In a division which encompasses skiers of ages between 45 and 52, this is Jane Greenwood in women's 4. Let's have a look and see her go. She's decided to go with the sensible option of utilizing toe tricks to begin pass number 1. Flips the line over her head to get wrapped up for her first spin, which I surmise is going to be a toe 5 back, which indeed it is. Good consistent spin. Slowing it down to ensure its clarity. Holding the reverse toe back. There we go. That's the toe wake back to back, and then the toe wake front. There's the remainder of her tricks. Steadying the ship here a little bit there. Reverse toe back. There we go. There's the toe wrap in. Oh, does she recover out of this? Just about, but she won't get the toe O scored. It was a partition spin, but she does get the toe O scored in, and I would suspect that even had she have gotten that toe O out completed and properly executed, it would have been beyond the 20 seconds anyway. But I tell you what, she took a little bit of time out, very, very sensibly executed the toe wake back-to-back, keeping the foot close to the standing leg and just beautifully executing this particular run, keeping the toe foot close to the standing knee for the reverse toe side slide, and just really, really ripping through these tricks, including the reverse toe back, and just trying to steady the ship here as she goes in for the toe O wrapping. Exquisitely performed, and then it just got a little bit sideways here and touching the water and just, hey, let's stand up here a bit here. Let's recover this. And Scott Greenwood, one of the world's top tournament drivers in the towboat, not at the helm, but in the passenger seat, getting ready to release the rope had it have become necessary. All right, so here we go. Pass number 2, into the headwind, handle pass. Let's see if this strategy pays off for her. Now, ordinarily, I've seen her produce step tricks to begin with. I don't know if the conditions will allow for that so far as she is concerned, but let's see what she can do. Here comes Jane Greenwood. Looks like she's going to go with the Waco into wrap. Nicely done. Waco out of wrap. Spins to the back. Wake back to back. Here's the wake back to back reverse. Surface spins. Here we go. Wake 5 front. No, wake line back to back. Step sequence abound here. Wake line front. What's she got to remain here? There we go. Step to the back. Beautifully executed. 5 front. Oh, stomps that one too. Does she have anything else? Yeah, there you go. Throws the fist. Safe for the fall on the, well, actually, I wouldn't say the fall. She stood up on both passes and got the, she didn't get the the toe wake, the toe O out of wrap credited. I wouldn't imagine that she would. But I'll tell you what, the second and final 20-second pass, she certainly kept everything together, kept the handle close to her hip, but beautifully performed each of these tricks. And I'll tell you what, looking very, very splendid indeed. Good height there on that step, that wake line front, then equally so with the wake line back. Short in stature, which helps with tricking, keeps the center of gravity very, very low and close to the ski. And does that one beautifully. All right, then we move from women's 4 to men's 3. Men's 3 tricking. Scott LaMarche is on his way into the course. Look at him go. Oh, handle up high and going down in a heap there, about a third the way through that opening pass, trying to keep the handle down nice and low, but she just couldn't really help himself away from slipping out the back there, just bringing the handle in, and the handle goes up and tries to chomp down on the handle, and even that won't help him out. So that is Scott LaMarche. That is his opening pass, and we'll return to more action right after this. All right there, here comes Scott LaMarche there with the surface, with these hand surface. Oh, there you go, surface 5. There we go, wake front, wake back. Oh, yeah! He just looks totally out of sorts on that trick ski there with the second pass. He certainly gave it his best college try. And he has skied collegiately, to the best of my knowledge. Oh, look at this. Trying to keep the handle down. Just trying to maneuver his way around the tricks. And there is such a thing as getting too much height on a trick, on a particular trick, especially when it comes to being a wake back, going from outside to in. But fair play to the man coming into this competition with an average score of 785 points. Right, next competitor up is Brett Marmer, originally out of Dyke in the state of Ohio. Got some point scores coming to you out of women's 3. We gave you the point scores right up to Michelle Bucher, who actually had 1360, but a few more scores have come up. Sarah Venegas with 1,760 points for second, and your provisional winner in the tricks event in women's 3 is Erin Culbrener with 3,040 points. So well done to that Kansas native. All right, then, here we go. This is Brett Marmer. Getting the wake back and going for the surface turns now. Not looking too bad for the most part. Continue it. Oh, whoa! And in an almighty rush there to get those tricks, but he doesn't have enough tricks to rush for.
That's right.
I don't know. I'm always with the advice of saying slow and steady wins the race. But I've never really given that advice over to Brett Mommer, it seems. Letting the handle come away from him a little bit, and that's probably one of the reasons why it was a little unstable there at this point. So, while we wait for Brett Mommer to come into the course, we'll return to more action in a moment here at the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships.
The Liquid Edge offers sales and service on Mastercraft and Nautique boats. We are located on our own private 35-acre ski lake in Farmer City, Illinois. Our fully stocked pro shop accommodates the needs of every 3, 2, or single event skier. We carry a wide variety of ski brands including HO, Syndicate, D3, Radar, and Connolly. We hope you're enjoying their webcast and come visit us soon.
Like I said, I'm all new to this. So
Yeah.
It's a big
All right then, so coming into the course, changing from one ski to two this time. Very unusual that you go from one to two. You're more. Oh, look at this! 2 ski steps, brilliantly executed. Reverse 2 ski steps. Oh my God, we are going absolutely wild here. Oh my word, does he go for the 1 ski step? Oh my word, there you go. Remarkable back in the day stuff. Oh my word.
These first few trickers are known to be jumpers, but they're coming out tricking, and it's just been very entertaining.
Here we go.
Fun to watch.
There you go, Brett Mommer there with the 2 ski tricks, not even bothering to actually go with a handle pass or anything like that, or tap the handle in the back. But then look at these. These are steps, reverse step. You don't normally see that. And then he drops the ski, harkening back to 1970s Ricky McCormick style tricking. Look at this. Trying to advance himself, but unfortunately unable to get that step away. We'll return with more right after this.
The Liquid Edge offers sales and service on Mastercraft and Nautique boats. We are located on our own private 35-acre ski lake in Farmer City, Illinois. Our fully stocked pro shop accommodates the needs of every 3, 2, or single event skier. We carry a wide variety of ski brands including HO, Syndicate, D3, Radar, and Connolly. We hope you're enjoying their webcast and come visit us soon.
All right, then, continuing right along, we've got Ryan Mallet coming into the course here in the tricks event. A little bit more confident on that single trick ski compared to one or two of our other competitors. But confidence only gets you so far, unfortunately, and a little bit high up on the trick ski, up weighting, and unfortunately unable to get that spin completed. He got through the side slides, and I think one or two of the 180s. There we go. That's a back, and there's a front, reverse back and reverse front. Trying to go with the back-to-back, and beautifully executed. Hardly any movement. He did the wake back and the wake front, being very, very subtle. There you go, and falling on the surface 3, and we'll be back right after this. All right, so here we go. We have got Ryan Mallet approaching the course here in the tricks event. Elected not to have any, well, then he throws a surprise out here. I was half expecting him to do more surface tricks with hands, but he decides to go with toes. That's provided he could actually get that toe foot in the trap far enough. Let's see what he's got. Toe side, oh, and goes down first trick there with the regular toe side, but that is Ryan Mallet. So the only points he'll score will be as a result of the tricks that he produced on pass number 1. He's in the water, and we're going to a break.
Sorry, this is Malibu, my bad.
Malibu is like simple. It's like that person to the side of the boat that needs it.
So checking in with our starting dock. And there's them, and that's me. So, for those of you that are just taking a little bit of time out away from slalom, the slalom event has just started with its continuation onto one of our men's divisions. I think it's men's 7 or men's 8. I'm not too sure, but we'll gain confirmation of that. But slaloming is on the water at the moment. You can set your browser up for a couple of tabs. One of them for slalom, the other tricks and jump. And then a third tab for waterskiresults.com to have complete coverage of the 79th Goode Waterski National Championship right here from Water's Edge Estates, just outside Wilmington in Illinois. Here we go. Our skier on the water right here is Jonathan French. Ooh, and going down hard. Who comes into this competition with an average score of just a little over 1,000 points. Keeping the toe foot close to his body for the most part. Trying not to let it get away from him so much. Ooh, just getting in a little bit deep there. But coming off the top of the wake and the throwing his shoulders back, and unfortunately that doesn't help him one iota. So we got Jonathan French on our instant replay. Our instant replays are presented by Zero Off, the world leader in speed control for tournament water skiing. Find out more about them by going to zerooff.com. And indeed, you can find out more about the Waterski Broadcasting Company by going to waterskibroadcasting.com, waterskibroadcasting.com. Right there on the front of the page, you'll see the players for the events that are taking place. The slalom on Lake 1, the tricks and jump on Lake 2. And we've got first turn to final jump coverage. So here we go. We have got Jonathan French.
Hopefully all these clouds and stuff roll out of here. We get some sunshine, brighten the day up a little bit. Pretty sure we're going to have this wind pretty much all day.
Oh, look at this. Getting into all kinds of trouble here, but managing to stay on top. Oh, and letting the handle get away from him. And that was... Oh, he wrote there on this, in that instance, just letting the handle get away, and he got away with it once. But unfortunately, whenever he let his arms relax and letting the handle go out for a second time, that was the result. So getting ready to go, should our next competitor, Cam Delagatti. Men's three tricks continues on. We are about a third the way down this list. We've got 16 skiers. And as I say, about a third the way down the list. We're about 5 skiers in so far as men's three is concerned. If you're talking about the amount of skiers total so far, irrespective of division, then we are on skier number 44 of the day. All right. Cam Delagatti, and you will notice immediately that there is something just a little bit different here. Take a look at the left side of his body, or his arm, or rather a lack of it. Here we go, coming out of Chattanooga, Tennessee, this is Cam Delagatti. There we go. There, side slides, back and front. Oh, reverse back and front. Look at this. This is some absolutely top draw stuff. He's moving at a high clip. Oh, look at that. Does he? No, please. Oh, he tries a surface O on the outside of the wake. I thought he was going to edge out for a flip or something like that. But this is some incredible stuff. I mean, there is no two ways about this whatsoever. He certainly threw everything into this one, and he was quick with these tricks as well. As soon as one side slide was done.
30 miles per hour.
But just look at that, and...
He's a Kentucky resident. Oh, unfortunately, down around 1.
Working his way from tricks. I'm just in awe of this right now. I mean, excuse the lack of commentary at this point, but I'll tell you, I'm looking at this like thinking, wow. Especially as he was edging out, and I was thinking, no, you can't be serious. Okay, he's going to whip it round. No, he actually tried a 7. A surface 7 on the outside the wake. Tell me how many times you've seen that. Wow. Cam Delagatti. I tell you, we've had all sorts of trickers today. We've had trickers pulling out tricks from way back in the day. We've seen 2 ski steps and 2 ski reverse steps there, courtesy of Brett Mommer, just in this division alone. And then you see someone like Cam Delati, who, despite having less than an optimal left arm, I don't know how delicately I should put it. I mean, should I put it delicately or just plain flat out say that that he has to adapt with less than a whole left arm? I'm not too sure the extent of his injury or that kind of deal, but I'm just in awe. I'm just in awe and amazement. Now, obviously, the main challenge is actually getting up on top of the water, it would seem. Aside from that, he's got this dialed in. Now, one would surmise, given where he is physically, that toe tricks might actually be the easiest category of trick for him to master. But let's see what happens. The difficult part in that respect isn't so much the trick, it's the actual putting on the bear trap, which you just saw from Cam Delati. Now, here we go. Let's see what he does. I would suspect a toe back and toe front. Nicely done into the headwind, though, but so he's going to have to really work on his balance there. The reverse toe back. Oh, my word. Let's see what he's got. He's edging out. Oh, and he tries the surface O again, and unfortunately won't be able to pull off that trick because the water conditions don't allow for that kind of turn. But I tell you what, I am absolutely amazed. The good skiing, it has to be said, are competing in these national championships.
So being below the maximum boat speed for this division, Freddie Snell, he's got the option either increase that boat speed or
So working extremely creatively to get these spins off, including that surface 7. I'm not too sure what he had beyond that, but he certainly gave it a good old try. All right, next skier to go. Patrick McDermott, setting up that boat speed as Cam's reception committee is on the shore. Oh, that's beautiful, isn't it? Cam Delati on the shoreline, Patrick McDermott on the water behind that towboat. Patrick McDermott skiing behind the Correct Craft Nautique. We have 2 of those around the dock. We have 1 each from Mastercraft and Malibu. Patrick McDermott, a little bit shoulder heavy there with the 360. He's edging outside the wake. What does he want to do here? Backflip, that's the first one we've seen completed in these national championships so far. There you go, Patrick McDermott. Beautifully executed, 500 points for that trick alone. So we had to wait a while before we saw a successful backflip in these nationals, but we've seen one. Let's see if we can go onwards and forwards, as it were. Just look at this backflip. Good edge, throws the ski. Didn't really throw it up that high or far enough back to turn efficiently, but I'll tell you what. Any flip that you can land and ride away from is good enough for him, I guess.
It's powering up. It's going around that North Island. That's a good thing.
Yeah, oh yeah.
All right, dockside now. We're looking at Gabe there, keeping the boat next to the dock. Michael Kuziak getting ready to ski.
get over to 6. He's late into 6. He just maintained that lateness. Looks like he squeaks that one out. Freddie Snell.
Here we go. Oh, a little bit of a flat wake 3 there. Now he's got to try and recover and do the remainder of the tricks that he has on this run. Continuing to roll, keeping the ski moving, keeping his balance, holding the its edge, although not holding his shoulders especially high, and taking a big old edge catch and slap there. For Patrick McDermott, we are about a little shy of halfway down this trick list. We're on skier number 6 of 16. And totaling up all the skiers that we've had so far, we are on skier number 46. Actually 45, I beg your pardon. So here we go. This is Patrick McDermott. Looking towards the end here, towards the point where he fell. Tries to go for the wake back-to-back and just unable to fully rotate. All right. All right, then. My name's Tony Lightfoot. He's Troy Zollner. Troy Zollner's got the slalom. I've got the tricks and jump. Our next skier to go in the tricking event in men's 3. Skier number 7 is going to be Michael Kuziak. Here comes Michael Kuziak, getting ready to go. Back in front, on the outside the wake, smooth water there for him to work with, even though he has to account for the wake itself. Oh, nice. Some surface turns. Oh, look at this from Mike Kuziak. Oh, tries the surface 360 and taking an edge, catching an edge there and sending him straight into the drink. Michael Kuziak with some sides, some 180s, some back-to-backs, and even some surface threes just for good measure. There we go with a surface 360. There's the 5 back, and does he have anything more than that? Another surface turn. Just catching an edge, and we'll be back with Mike Kuziak momentarily. Stand by. All right, back with Mike Kuziak. He'll be approaching the course as soon as he makes his turn round that island. Spent a lot of his time going across the country, coaching clinics. So one of the more recent ones that he did was with Corey Vaughn over in Bumpus in Virginia. So he travels all over the show. Here is Mike Kuziak. Looks like he's trying to figure out the edges on his trick ski. And looks like he's going to try the backflip for his first move. Boom, hits that one. And unfortunately hit in the water very soon afterwards as well. So the extent of his scoring is solely on pass number 1, as that was his first trick on pass number 2. We're going to take a look at Mike Kuziak again on his flip attempt. And just casing the second wake. And when we return, we'll have Jeffrey Gustafsson as we continue on with men's 3 tricks. Back in a moment. Looking at Mike Kuziak again, casing that second wake. And in he goes. Jeffrey Gustafsson is going to be next. All right, we are back with our continuing coverage. We have got Jeffrey Gustafsson. Continuing on with the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships in men's street trick. This is Jeffrey Gustafsson. About halfway down the list now. We're 16 skiers. We're on skier number 8. Oh, and down he goes. It's a good effort though, but just couldn't really get that working in the way that he desired.
Simultaneous broadcast, simultaneous live. You can watch both, hit the tabs, click back and forth, but don't go far. On the lake, Jeff Smith, he's 32 miles per hour at 32 off. That's max boat speed, 32 off.
But looking again at the instant replay there for Jeffrey Gustafsson. Not looking too bad for the most part, keeping the handle in nice and low. Little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump there, and keeping the flow going. Down he goes towards the end, and that was Jeffrey Gustafsson. At the end of pass number 1, looking at the boat, our next boat is going to be a correct craft, and Aaron Weeks will be skiing behind that one. Then it will be 8 more skiers to go, including Aaron Weeks, before we round off men's street tricks.
He comes off the dock cold at 32 off, runs it into the headwind. He knows when we get down towards the bottom of this running order, it's going to take probably...
All right, so... Jeffrey Gustafsson, as we see our VIP tent that we'll use for the Morley US Open of water skiing on Friday, is starting to fill up a little bit. But looking good so far. We've got Jeffrey Gustafsson with the Surface 5s. Oh! But there you go. This is Jeffrey Gustafsson. Just trying to keep the handle as close to his side as possible, but that's additionally challenging because of the wind, and we'll return right after this. All right, then, working on our next competitor, Aaron Weeks, qualifying in for this competition with 1,910 points as his average score. Looking and go. Oh, he's going to go for the flip. We're going to see more of these, I fancy. Boom, nicely done. Does he go for the reverse? No, he goes for the surface. Oh, and does he have anything else to go? Not quite sure, but I tell you what, that's our second successful flip that we've seen. Nicely done there from Aaron Weeks, getting off to a very, very sprightly start. Certainly like what I'm seeing here, and likes the setup for his flip. Very, very subtle edge, and then just rolls the ski in.
Oh my, what a fall. Just launched, dove out of that ski.
Nicely done. Nice one-handed flip. Surface O. And that is all she wrote there for Aaron Weeks. All right, who do we have after him? We've got Ryan Ripley, Brandon Rose, Graham Pfizer, Cole Culbrener, Cody, Sharkey, Tyler Boyd, who won the slalom event yesterday, incidentally, and Benny Law. All right, then, we have got Aaron Weeks on the water here. Second and final 22nd pass. He's already completed his first one, which incorporated a backflip. Now, his second one, wake back-to-back. Does he have anything more? He's going to go for the flip, twist, back to front. Oh, and he cases the second wake. Didn't get enough elevation, but it's hard to get any kind of height off the top of the wake unless you're supremely skilled and adept at doing that kind of trick as part of a multi-flip handle pass. But we'll see where things started to go pear-shaped for him. He's got everything situated up to a certain point, including this wake back-to-back, which he spun all the way to the back and didn't make contact with the handle. But mind you, he was less concerned about that and more concerned about trying to pull off this move, which is a backward start, backflip. Got the majority of the rotation through, but just not enough height to land comfortably, and that results in that fall. All right, next competitor up and skiing behind the correct craft. This is going to be Ryan Ripley. Actually going in with a Malibu. He's decided to change things up a little bit here.
Straight legs in the turns, there's not going to be very beneficial at some point.
Here's Ryan Ripley just dancing the light fantastique from one side of the wake to the next, keeping the handle down nice and low. Almost wanting him to go with some step tricks here, but no, he actually wraps into the line, and the handle came away from his back, and couldn't go in for the reverse Waco out of the wrap position. But the majority of the tricks that I saw here were all credit worthy, and this should result in some good points right off the bat there for Ryan Ripley.
Relaxed now and can kind of clean it up a little bit and bend those knees. Looking good around 2 ball over to 3.
So looking good, looking strong there on the opening pass. Just watching him towards the end. There's the 360 into the wrap and just kind of leant away from the line. And whenever you do that on a wrap-in Waco, the amount of pressure that's on that handle and it coming away from the back, not a particularly auspicious set of circumstances there prior to that trick. All right, then, looks like we've got one of our skiers getting ready to go. We've got Brandon Rose coming up next. Then around that vicinity, we should see a Graham Pfizer, highly recognizable, and you'll find out why in just a moment. Then it's got Cole Culbrener, Cody Sharkey, Tyler Boyd, and Benjamin Law. Surface O. Nicely done, keeping the flow going.
Very early on, we're on skier number 8 of 33 here in this men's 7 event.
Oh, nice. Oh, we enjoyed that. Absolutely standing up all the way through on pass number 2. Had enough tricks remaining in his bag to get through this particular run and not repeat a single trick. I suspect that a trend that could emerge pretty soon, unless it's already come around, is that the many skiers would probably plump for actually 2 handle trick passes instead of just the one. though, today with the higher echelon trickers, they're still staying with the tried and true handle pass and toe pass combination. But with so many flips out there available and so many ski lines that you could potentially choose from, all of them potentially high point scoring tricks, I would suspect that that many would would almost be tempted to ditch toe tricks altogether and go with separate passes for ski lines and flips. All right, so here we go. We've got Brandon Rose, tricker number 11 of 16 in men's 3, and skier number 50 of the day thus far. Going in with toe tricks. A little bit of freestyling here with Brandon Rose. Does he get that foot out? There we go. Line tricks a little bit short of the top of the wake, which results in him sliding that more rather than getting much in the way of height. Goes with the 360 spin with a step in the middle. So good effort there. I like what I'm seeing there from Brandon Rose.
Providing support as they come out of the lake. And obviously the grandparents providing the funds for the kids and the grandkids to be able to participate in this rather expensive hobby.
All right, so looking at Brandon Rose once again as he works his way towards his step sequence.
32 miles per hour, 28 off. He's coming out at 28.
But doing a decent job up to that point, no worries there. There we go with a surface O. He actually didn't step over the line in mid-rotation, so that's regarded as just a surface O. But good effort. Didn't take the time out to put the foot in the back of the ski, but he still rotated well enough to have that regarded as a 360-degree turn. Okay, so Brandon Rose here. Look it and go, Brandon Rose. Look it and go oh, there we go, surface 5. What has he got? Waco into wrap, Waco out of wrap. Come on. Does he have anything else? Oh, he's just spinning just for the heck of it there. That was Brandon Rose. Started out in the wrap back position and then worked into the wake back to back, and then if he chose to do a reverse, it would have to be done immediately after the initial trick, unless the reverse of the trick is disjointed and would need a position to make that happen. Something like a 5 back, for instance. So here we go, looking at Brandon Rose once again, Waco into wrap, and that has plenty of height, and there is the reverse straight away. Also has a good height. Okay, so it looks like we got Culbrener on the water. Graham Pfizer was actually scheduled to take to the water beforehand, but obviously is a scratch unless the boat availability made it easier for Culbrener to hit the water before Graham Pfizer. Looking pretty good, keeping control over the handle. And Culbrener out of Mays in Kansas, the home of the 80th Goode Waterski National Championships, which will take place around about this time next year. And that will be the site for the national championships for the next 2 seasons. So they certainly got a lot of their plate between the Culbreners and the folks that are also there. And while we wait for Culbrener to get back on top of the water for his second pass, we'll step aside. This is the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships right here at Water's Edge.
Denali. No hype, just science.
All right, here we go. Culbrener. Going for the back. Oh, a horrible crash there on the flip twist back. Going in hard. And unfortunately unable to land and ski it out. I don't know if he's okay or not, as a matter of fact. He went in pretty darn hard. So maybe the safety would have to step in and intervene. Let's take a look at the instant replay on this flip twist. This was a half-turn landing. Ooh, that's a knock to the noggin right there. And I think his pride is hurt more than his physical being. So, Culbrener. So down to 3 skiers left if the starting order holds true, and if Graham Pfizer is next, then it will be 4 away from the end. Okay, so rather unusually, Graham Pfizer is still not going. Okay, so next competitor to go will be Cody Sharkey. My name's Tony Lightfoot. Your announcer for the Tricks and Jump event. We've still got some great coverage here. We're merely on day 2 of 7. And this also includes the Morley US Open of water skiing, which finals take place on Friday evening under the lights. Okay, Cody Sharkey. Getting ready, setting the boat speed up. Boat speed is completely set by the skier to whichever speed they feel comfortable, as is the line, as is the buddy in the boat, as is the boat itself. Look at this, Cody Sharkey. Oh no, he goes down on a line back, just couldn't hold his balance in the back long enough to really stabilize himself.
Tony has such a good men's 3 trick event going on over there. He's making it difficult for me to be able to keep up with my own event.
There we go. Continuing to roll here with Cody Sharkey, who comes into this competition tricking over 3,300 points on average.
Right now, 28 off. John Nicely, pass number 2 for him. This is a must-make pass here in men's 7. Oh, and he's getting deeper.
So looking at Cody Sharkey down in the water. That will represent a fall on his first pass. We'll see how things shape up for him on pass number 2, which we'll return to after this. All right then, so we've got Cody Sharkey approaching the course right here and now behind the Mastercraft, the Pro Star, one of the 3 official towboat brands of the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships. We thank our boat vendors for making their hardware available for championships such as these throughout the course of the season. Here's Cody Sharkey with the tow 5 back, the tow back-to-back, it's reverse. Just trying to maintain his body posture and keeping himself on top of that ski with the 180s. Initial and reverse, toe wake front, toe side, reverse toe side. Does he have anything? Toe wrapping and very, very quickly in. And just as quickly as he wrapped himself into the line, he quickly fell as a result. I mean, and certainly you'll get an idea here. Take a look here towards the end. Looking pretty good for the majority of his tricks as he went out for the toe wake back and toe wake front. But let's have a look at the toe wrapping and see how quickly he spun. There was the toe sides that preceded it. And he got those away. Now here, let's have a look at the toe wrapping. He pulled the line out, just whipped that thing in, and just advanced himself way too hard towards the boat and just fell on the back foot. It's far easier to actually turn the 180 and hold that foot close to the back knee and then spin to the front. And that is certainly a safer and more efficient way of actually doing that trick. I'm sure that if he gets a chance to and probably listens to this, it would certainly be in his best interest to implement something like that. Here we go. This is and he goes down first trick. That's Tyler Boyd off the flip twist back-to-back, the back-to-back mode. So from the elation of winning the slalom event yesterday with 1:39.5 off comes the absolute disaster of falling on the first trick. One extreme to the next for Tyler Boyd. Going down and going down hard. And now that's really opened up the game here in men's 3 tricks. And overall as well as a consequence. So, whilst we fish Tyler Boyd out of the water, and whether he decides to go with toe tricks or a repeat of his handle pass, we'll cut away to a quick break. This is the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships.
That's right. We are focusing on our wants and needs for a change.
We want your vehicle. We want your vehicle, regardless of make or model, even if it's a 1930 Chevy.
At Darcy, it's not usually about our wants and needs, but don't worry. You'll still experience the same Darcy difference you always have. Thank you. Please, come visit us today.
All right, so decision time for Tyler Boyd. Does he go with the flips or does he go with toe tricks? It looks like he's going to go with handle tricks here. He's going to go wake back to back reverse. Here he goes with the wake back. Here he goes, flip sequence here. Initial flip takes a big old shunt there. There's the flip reverse. Initial flips are done, out of the way. Does he go to the other side of the wake? Very canny. Oh, there we go. Flip twist back. Does he go for more? Waco. Oh, and it goes down in a heap there, but that is Tyler Boyd trying to make up for the disappointment of not getting past the first trick on pass number 1. Just trying to tactically be aware of where he is with the backflip, which he nails, but he cases that second wake and almost goes out the front as a result. But he's a skilled competitor. Does himself a good service there by landing that out in the flats, and then makes the decision, instead of going for the next trick off the nearest wake, throwing a backflip there. Nails that one. Time is starting to expire. Less than 5 seconds remaining at this point. Goes for the Waco, cases the second wake, and down he goes. So, good recovery, but isn't enough for a medal. All right, here we go. We have got Benjamin Law, who comes to us out of Central Florida. although originally he resided as part of the Law family out of Sparta in Virginia. Let's have a look and see what Benjamin Law can produce. Living in Central Florida these days. Now, his best score coming into this, best average, is 7,300 points. And here you see why. He's got ski lines right at the beginning of the pass. There we go, ski line back to back. Now goes in for the back flip there. Flip twist back to front. There he goes. He's going to go for initial flip. There we go, initial flip spin. And at the reverse, he's got 2 more flips if he feels frisky enough. And unfortunately, it's run out of time. But I tell you what, it was very dynamic. The 5 back there to subtly start off the run. Then it goes with a ski line 5 front, picking that line and flipping it underneath the ski. There we go, ski line back. Now spins to the front, ski line O, and now spins to the back and goes to the ski line back to back to end off that ski line sequence before he goes into the bulk of his flips, which is the flip twist back, and then comes back into the wake, sets himself up beautifully, keeps his shoulders up and high with the flip twist back to front, and look at him go with the regular flips from side to side. And around about this time, the time was ticking, 18.5 seconds, 19, recovers from that, and with about a second to spare, Benjamin Law lands and completes his pass number 1 and puts himself in a very, very good position, not only in the tricks event, but quite possibly in the overall competition as well. My name's Tony Lightfoot. He's Troy Zollner. Troy Zollner's doing the slalom. I'm doing the tricks and jump, and we're getting towards the end of the men's tricking event. Make sure you subscribe to the Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube presence. You can go out to there, subscribe, and additionally hit that bell a couple of times, and you will be informed of the next time we upload fresh content, and also be informed of whenever a live event goes through our channel. We've got events coming up such as the Hilltop. We've got the U17 and U21 Worlds, the IWWF U17 U21 Worlds. Then we've got Malibu Open, the Elite World Championships, the Mastercraft Pro, the Greater Miami Water Ski Club Pro-Am Slalom Competition. Man alive, it's a busy season. Now, coming into the course. All right then, Benjamin Law coming into the course. Qualifies with a score that's almost twice as much as the second best competitor. 7,370 points. He's capable of tricking close to 8,000 points. The last of our men's 3 competitors, and going with the shortened handle on that toe strap there. Very lightweight. Looks like he's wrapped in for the first time we've seen in this competition. This is going to be a toe 7 front. Nails that one. Beautifully executed. Toe 5 back, toe back to back, toe back to back, toe 5 front, toe O out, toe O straight back in now as he goes in for the toe wake O. Launches himself there. Now goes in for the toe wake line O. Little flat there with that trick. Toe wake back. Toe wake front, and that is all she wrote, and I think that is enough for the title. In men's street tricking, presented to you provisionally, your men's champion, your champion in men's street tricking, Benjamin Law, as we work our way to our last tricking event of the day, which is going to be girls 1. Look at this, beautiful tricking from Benjamin Law, not only on pass number 1, but number 2, very well composed. Knew that he didn't have to motor quite as hard as he normally does to get close to 8,000 points. Knew that just a stand-up, just a regular stand-up of his passes would be enough to... Who comes into this event having scored 76 points on average. Here we go. So, we're on skier number 56 in total. From one extreme to the next. Here we go. Girls 1 tricking. Julia Wakefield. Let's see if she can pop off a side slide. Come on. There you go. 1 side slide. That's 40 points. There's the reverse. That's 80. Tries that side slide again just to make sure. Does she go for the 180? Oh, and goes for the 180, but unfortunately pulling a little bit short. So that's Julia Wakefield. I would imagine this would be her first national championships and tricking behind the Malibu towboat. Her boat of choice, or rather the choice of her parents. So good effort there from Julia Wakefield. Let's have a look at her position. Just really not committing that ski to the turn, and we'll be back right after this. All right then, folks, continuing right along, we've got Julia Wakefield on a second and final 22nd pass. At the beginning of her tricking career, I would say, so doesn't have an awful lot of tricks in her bag right now. But let's see what she's got. She's got the side slide. Tries to get that away. I think she's already scored that once. Let's see if she could do the 180. Come on, commit to it. Oh, and tries to get a handle grip on the end, but the ski didn't rotate enough around. So I would imagine this will be her first nationals, and I'm sure she will not forget the experience. We'll see what she comes up with in the future. That is Julia Wakefield. Next skier to come, coming in with a score of 190 points on average, will be Camille Tra. All right then, folks, as we get ready for our next skier, you're watching the podium presentations for men's 6 slalom. Mark Brandt there, your winner in men's 6 slalom, as we cut away to some of our interesting shots along the shore. Be sure to subscribe to Waterski Broadcasting Company on their YouTube. And also hit the bell a couple of times to be informed of whenever new content comes in, whether it's uploaded or live, which we're going to be doing more of between now and the end of the season. So, girls 1 trick in, and the boat's barely out of idle here for Camille Tra. And good luck trying to get to the wakes from there. So Camille Tra, let's see what she's got. She's giving us a big old smile at these nationals. Always great to see that. Let's see what she can do. Gonna go for a side slide. Oh, nice. Beautifully executed there. Almost looked like a rat back. Now, Continuing to go. Looks like she's going to try a wrap back for the second. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful, beautiful skiing there. And that's a beautifully flat table there from that towboat, which is the correct craft nautique, of course. Certainly providing skiers of around her skill level the perfect conditions in which to produce these surface tricks at this particular speed. Nice.
Hey, Tony, is that girls 2 or girls 1?
So, second skier out in girls 1, that is Camille Tra.
Here we go. Next on the water, Mark Powers. He's coming in yellow, 28 off for his opening warm-up pass. Getting pulled out a little bit there around 2 ball. Still able to get over to 3 and making his way down the lake. See if he can remain patient.
So looking at Camille Tra once again.
Oh, coming up having to pull to get through the gates. 28 off, Mark Powers.
So a lot of activity going on both lakes. Tricking with girls 1 as Camille Tra makes her way back in towards the course. Mark Powers on the slalom lake, and with Troy Zollner providing us with the commentary there. If you've got multiple tabs open, then you'll be able to see both events simultaneously. Slalom on one tab, tricks and jump on the other. And also waterskiresults.com you should have open on your third tab to get the latest scores coming through, and I'll try and keep you up to date with those as they come in. Here we go. This is Camille Tra. There we go, pass number 2. Let's see if she's got anything more than the 180s and side slides. She already did the side slides on pass number 1. Let's see if she could commit to the reverse on that trick. Beautiful, nicely done. Just needs to commit to it a little bit more. There we go, the wrap reverse back. Now the wind's probably not helping her all that much, but there we go, Camille Tra run goes away through this trick. Beautifully balanced on that ski. That's really going to help her out in the future. Certainly if you could establish a good baseline balance on the trick ski, learning tricks one after the other is going to be so much easier going forwards. And she certainly has that in abundance. All right. Next skier to go should be Annaline Boler. All right, we'll return right after this. All right, as we get ready for Annaline Boler, I'll get you up to speed with some of these scores that we know of. Talifa Powell, 0 points. Sandy Kovac, 660. Emily Craig with 750. And Diana Olinger with 930. The remaining scores in women's 4 will come up shortly. Here comes Annaline Boler, who skis in these net. Oh, does she go for toe? She's trying to go for toe tricks here. Come on. Come on, Annaline. Come on, girl. Oh, goes for the toe side, and that itself is 130 points. But unfortunately, unable to ski away from it, so we'll see what she can do with pass number 2. Nicely done, but wow. Kind of caught an edge on that one. The rope coming away. Looks like we'll recover the rope and bring her back in. That's Annaline Boler. So All right, here we go. Our skier on the water is Annaline Boler. Here we go. Is she asking for a boat speed change? Oh no, look at this. She's going to try toe tricks. She produced a hand trick out of course, which won't score. Come on. Toes. Oh, nicely done. 130 points in the bag right there. Does she go for the reverse? Does she go for the reverse? Come on. Come on. Come on. You got about 15 seconds left. All right. Not too sure about tricking beyond that, but, well, that's unusual. The only trick you produce is a toe side slide and no hand tricks or anything else like that, but it's a different approach. But there you go. Good effort there from Annaline Boler. All right, now, next competitor to take to the water in girls 1 is going to be Brooke Berdick. This division contains skiers which I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, age 9 and under.
I'm so glad you still have that. Like, hey, that bothered me last night. It would have been bad. It would have been
All right then, so we have got Brooke. We've got Brooke Berdick in this division, which contains skiers who are aged 9 and under. Let's see what Brooke can do behind the Malibu towboat. Here comes Brooke, keeping some good ankle bend, keeping the handle over her toes, over her front toe. There you go. Very nicely done side slide and the reverse. Now let's see if we got the wrap back. Beautifully executed there too. Come on. Good pull. Goes for the surface 360. Was wanting to commit there with the long pull, with the handle pass. But certainly one of the things that I would suggest, and they do this quite a bit with trick coaching, is that before you really get to grips with doing a surface 360, you really want to try and learn and be stable and efficient with actually riding in the back with the handle in the small of your back. Back after this. All right then, back on with our broadcast as we continue to bring Brooke Berdick into the course. Let me continue on with some tricking scores. Dinah Olinger with 930 points, Jenny Withrow with 1,000, Kate Naffler 1,040. As we look at Brooke Berdick come into the course for pass number 2. Trying to go with the surface, and unfortunately unable to come away with the proper spin on that one. But a good effort there from Brooke Berdick. As we continue to round off the tricking scores, Kate Naffler with 1,040, Kerry Morgan with 1,330, Christy Lee with 2,790, Jennifer Wood with 2,890. Jane Greenwood with 35.30, and your provisional winner with 35.60 is Jill Smith. That is in women's 4. We'll get the men's free trick scores to you as quickly as possible. We're going to step aside right here, but this is the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships right here at the Water's Edge Estates.
Retirement. Most people worry about one thing. Do I have enough money? Am I going to be okay? But there are more things to consider, like inflation, taxes, and when should you take Social Security? We at Drake & Associates want to help. Visit us at wealthwisconsin.com for a list of upcoming classes or to schedule a complimentary consultation and learn how you could retire happy and worry-free. That's wealthwisconsin.com.
All right then, so as we continue right along, we've got Stella Gray approaching the course any moment now. Here she is, and while we do have Stella Gray, we will give you a few scores in men's free tricking. Here comes Stella Gray now, setting up. There we go. Side slides. All goes for the 180 to the back in the forward to regular hand position in the back, and not going with the wrap back, which I've seen a lot of competitors do, which is all fine and dandy for just making that trick happen very, very quickly. But I'm of the school where in order for you to actually progress beyond that, you would want to do the 180 to the back that involves actually twisting the handle and grabbing the handle from in the small of your back rather than keeping the handle close to your hips. I mean, both will score. That's just fine. But if you want to seriously learn more tricks, including 360-degree spins, then having the ability to pass the handle into the small of your back is very, very critical. Right, before we bring her back into the course, Stella Gray, let me get you up to speed with some tricking scores in men's 3. Starting off with Jonathan French with 530 points, Scott Lamarche with 630, Ryan Mallet with 660, Mike Kuziak with 710, Cam Delati, an amazing score of 870 points. Jeffrey Gustafson, 940. Brett Mommer, 1,010. Aaron Weeks, 1,430. Patrick McDermott, 1,560. Ryan Ripley, 1,700. And marginally ahead, and with several scores outstanding, your leader is Brandon Rose. He scored 1,740 points. The remaining scores we have are those of Cole Culbrener, Cody Sharkey, Tyler Boyd, and Benjamin Law. And there is our VIP tent, checking in on some of our crowd that's watching the slalom event on Lake One. If you want to follow Lake One Slalom, go onto the other player. Troy Zollner is there keeping you entertained as well as the skiers on top of the water, no doubt, as they battle through some, let's just say, challenging conditions here with the wind swirling up. It is the Windy City, after all, and it is named that for good reason. This is Stella Gray coming in on pass number 2. Here comes Stella Gray. Let's see what she's got. Oh, she's going to go for toe tricks, it looks like. Puts the foot in the bear trap. When the foot goes in there, when the line goes tight, it tightens up around the foot. There we go, 180 to the back. 180 to the front. Come on, yes. She's pumped. Now, she's gotten those tricks away. Does she have anything else on pass number 2? She goes for the 180. Yeah, there you go. She gets that one. That will score some points. Come on, girl. Does she have anything more? 360 spin, maybe? Ah, yeah. She looked okay. She just didn't commit to the handle pass behind her back. But I tell you what, I see a lot of tricks and a lot of points in Stella Gray's future. And getting off to a sprightly start here at the National Championships in Girls 1. That is Stella Gray, who came into this competition with a score of 290 points on average. Look forward to seeing her in the future. Violet Berdick is coming up next. And while we have a look at the tail end of Stella Gray, this is the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships. This is the coverage on the tricks and the jumping lake. And we'll be back right after this. All right, then, here we go on the water. We've got Violet Berdick now. Let's see what we got. Oh, there we go, 180 to the back, regular hand. There we go, 360, that's the first one. Go for the second, brilliant. You still got about 10 seconds left. What have you got? I don't think much else beyond that. Maybe she has toe tricks on the second run, but tell you what, look at her go. Side slide to the side, almost over rotated that one, as a matter of fact. Reverse side. Does she go for the normal rat back? Yeah, the rat back there, which is quicker. And the reverse back, which she gets as well. Boom. Lets the handle go away from her body, but managing to get it together. Then she sets up for the O. A little bit on the back foot, but whenever she pulls in, she actually upweights over a front foot, which is always the best way to do it. If you are going to start a little bit on the back of the ski, at least encourage yourself to pull in on the line and upweight over the front of the ski. That little weight shift certainly helps in that regard. If you can't stay over your toe, at least allow the pull to do that for you. All right, that was... All right, so this is the continuing coverage of the Tricks and Jump competition, and why not open up another tab? Actually, another 2 tabs. You're watching the Tricks and Jump event on this coverage here for the 79th Goode Waterski Nationals. How about watching a little bit of slalom on another tab? Troy Zollner is entertaining you along with the rest of the skiers. And on that 3rd tab, have waterskiresults.com up that will give you the latest scores from the results as they become known. So, and also, why not go to Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube site, subscribe, and hit the bell a couple of times, and you'll know when we upload new content and go live. Go.
He's completing that pass. Paul McVitie.
All right then, so pass number 2, look at, went for the back-to-back on that one. Nicely done. Trying to get that one solid. I think she did it okay the first time around, but good skiing there. Nicely done there from Violet. Good tricking. Always great to see girls 1 trickers picking up the event and doing the best that they can. And also riding some equipment that I haven't seen in a while, some HO trick skis with modern binding configurations. So good to see. Down she goes, but I trust that's not the last that we will see of her. We'll be back. Oh, look, she has a little entourage. Oh, look at that. That's beautiful. All right then, folks. As I mentioned earlier, the Morley US Open of water skiing, we've got some online contests to go along with that. Not only during that competition, the Morley US Open of water skiing, will we have a ski of the day, but we'll also have opportunities for you, as we typically do during our pro events, for you to actually win a slalom ski. For accurately predicting the podium. This is a part of the US Open, and we'll explain more about that as we get closer to it. But you could win yourself a D3 or a Conley slalom ski by accurately predicting either the men's or the women's podiums, respectively. Once we get to the Morley US Open, we'll explain more about that. But here we go. This is what we've got. Sadie Anderson. Look at this. Toe tricks. Oh, nicely done with the reverse toe slide there from Sadie Anderson. Come on, Sadie. Let's go for the toe back. Concentrate. Oh, a little bit loose there with the toe foot. That was almost, there you go, and gets that to go. Now, what does she go for? The next natural trick for her would be the toe wake back, and thankfully she had a reliable person in the boat to release the line because she was getting off balance. And for those of you who are actually new to water skiing and wondering, that toe skiing looks incredibly dangerous. Well, it can be if you don't have the safety measures in place. And one of those safety measures is actually having a buddy in the boat that can release the line if you get into any kind of trouble, because if you do have foot in tow, there's no way you can get that strap off your foot if you are off balance. But here you go. We've seen attempts there. You see right there, falling, and the line comes away along with the handle. So there we see Vincent Stadelbauer. There you see Ricky Ward, one of our top-notch camera people. Actually, is that Trey or is that Ricky? I'm not too sure. The hat kind of disguises it, but it is Trey. And over towards the back there, doing the 1s and 2s with the slalom coverage is Kelvin Kelm. All right, so continuing to roll right along with the tricks event, we have got Sadie Anderson. All right, then continuing to roll right along. There's our VIP tent. Looks like we've got some concessions nearby as well. Still haven't found Abe Froman yet. But I tell you what, there'll be some good cooking over there on the opposite side of the VIP tent. So here we go, Sadie Anderson. Now, she did toe tricks for her opening pass. Was probably advised to do toe tricks first, considering where the wind direction was. And because these skiers are a little bit light, and because they haven't fully developed their muscular strength in their legs yet, they're more susceptible to the wind blowing either in front of them or behind them, and they've got to select accordingly what pass that they want to do. Handle tricks was certainly a best option going into the wind, but unfortunately unable to get enough advance on the boat to do the surface 360. But trying to commit to getting that ski all the way round with the reverse 180, which I think she just about managed. And once she was confident enough that the 180s were scored, she went for the 360, a good stretch out over the tip of her ski, but unfortunately she forgot to pull all the way in to initiate that spin and to recover all the way at the front. Hey folks, my name's Tony Lightfoot. He is Troy Zollner. He's providing styling coverage. I'm providing tricks and jump coverage here at the 79th US Open, the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships. The Morley US Open will actually begin on Thursday, the qualification rounds for that competition, and the finals will be on Friday night. We've still got some great skiing to come. In the meantime, we've got Emery Winter. Emery Winter behind the Mastercraft towboat. You do notice that with our Girls One trickers, the boat speed is remarkably slower. There we go. Side slides, a 180s back to front and reverse. Wake back, wake front. So Emery Winter. Whoa, and getting in all kinds of trouble there on that front-to-front spin. But decent effort all the way through there up to that point, with some side slides, some rat backs in each direction. And it's good to see her produce these tricks. But when it came down to the surface 360, just went straight into the trick. That's one direction, and the reverse couldn't quite handle the recovery. And that is all she wrote. And we'll be back right after this. All right then, folks. Continuing right along, we've got Emery Winter on pass number 2. As we continue to roll right along with the Girls One tricking competition. This is the last tricking event that we'll have for today. Any other action that you'll see on this this coverage of the event will be jumping after we get concluded with Girls One trick. There are 19 total trickers in Girls 1, and right now we are on tricker number 8, so 11 more to go after this. There we go, wake back. There's wake front for Emery Winter. And there you go. I think that's pretty much her lot. So she does well with the tricks that she has at her disposal. That is Emery Winter.
See all the spectators and competitors sitting on the shoreline, soaking up some of the sun that's peeking out. We're glad to see. We did get some rain last night after the tournament ended. Shortly after, we started to get some rain, ended up with a little over a half inch. Not enough to affect things though. Right now, Will Bush, pass number 2, 32 off. This is a tailwind. It's also a pass that he knows he's got to run. He's around 3, heading over 4.
All right then, so once we get past Emery Winter, we have got Charlie Jones.
Now we're coming in at the blue, 35 off. This is a must-make pass to challenge the leader.
All right, here we go. This is Charlie Jones into the course with side slides. Oh, nicely done there with a positional towards the back, which scores, and then does the wake back to front. Oh, throws. Wow. Oh, look at these 360s. Throwing everything in the kitchen sink into that one. Surface 5 back. Wow, whipping those tricks around and unfortunately catching that edge. But I tell you what, good, aggressive tricking out there. But I tell you, the side slides and the 180, which is about the only subtle thing that she produced at that portion of the pass, because she just whipped her hair back and forth from one rotation to the next. Some good skiing there from Charlie Jones. Standing up all the way through. Beautifully executed tricking. Standing up. Good skiing there. All right, so we'll wait for her to come back into the course, looking in at our VIP tent, which is going to be utilized to its fullest extent during the Morley US Open of Waterskiing, which will take place on Friday. You can actually find out more details because it has its own dedicated website, usopenofwaterskiing.com. usopenofwaterskiing.com is the place to go to find out more about our professional side of the event with the Morley US Open of Waterskiing. That starts its final rounds on Friday, with the elimination rounds taking place starting on Thursday. And we got a whole host of the world's top competitors from the likes of Manon Costar and Freddie Krueger and Freddie Winter and a whole bunch of others there thrown into the mix, and they'll all be there competing for a spot in the final rounds of competition in the Morley US Open of Waterskiing 2021, presented by OJ Props. Here we go. This now is Charlie Jones. Now, if there's one place to be subtle where it counts in tricking, it is the toe tricks. She did the toe side, toe back and toe front. Come on. Oh, and tries the reverse, but didn't quite pull, and the headwind didn't exactly help her cause with that either. But there's the back. And there's the front. Now let's see how much she pulled there for the reverse toe slide. Not too much, unfortunately. Not enough for her to maintain a balance going sideways, but good effort there for Charlie Jones. And we'll get ready for our next competitor. As we get ready for our next competitor, we'll cut away for a second. This is the 79th Goode Waterski Nationals.
Hi, I'm Alice Bagnoli. I'm from Milan, Italy. I'm 21 years old. I switched to Goode when I was 13 years old. In the past, I used to ski. My skiing was very unstable, was very inconsistent, and once I switched to Goode, it became very stable. I was much more confident in my skiing, and I started winning more medals. Every new ski is much better than the previous one, and I know that if something would happen to my ski, I would switch back to another Goode, and it would still be the best.
All right, so on the water right now, this is Grace Harden. Oh, and taking a bit of a fall there. That is Grace Harden wearing a headband, and probably for good reason as well, because some of those falls can be quite brutal, especially where it comes to falling upon the side of your head. You want to try and and for a lot of our competitors, they feel the need to actually protect their ears as much as possible, because if they fall sideways, all that rush of water could actually perforate their eardrums, and that's happened on quite a few cases. And my good friend here, Troy Zollner, who is announcing for slalom, has had that happen to him at least 3 times. I'm sure that there are a number of competitors out there in the Nationals that have experienced the same thing. So, Grace Harden will try and keep you up to date so far as the scores are concerned, whenever they appear. Now, we gave you scores in men's free up to Brandon Rose, but the remaining scores have yet to be released until now, because I have the remaining scores. I mentioned Brandon Rose, who scored 1740 points. Tyler Boyd, 2250. Carl Culbrener in 3rd place with 2610. Marginally ahead by just 10 points, Cody Sharkey. He takes 2nd place, but your winner in the tricks event, unsurprisingly, Benjamin Law in men's free tricks, your winner with 7510. 7,510 points, your winner in men's free tricks for Benjamin Law. So, Grace Harden about to come into the course very, very soon. Here comes Grace. Let's see what we've got. Turns towards the back, and and just letting her toe foot come away from her body, and that is all she wrote. I would say another victim of that headwind, where it tightens up the line a little sooner than expected, and unless you overpull, the result is a fall just like that, not keeping toe foot close to a standing leg. And in she goes. All right then, so we'll return to the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships right after this.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step.
Hi, my name is Thomas De Gasperi. I am from Trento, Italy. That's where I was born and raised. I'm here now in Orlando, Florida, where I spend my winters, doing a little bit of ski school, a little bit of training. I joined the Team Goode in 2004, and I remember calling up Dave and asking to try a new ski, and because I was kind of like looking for a new ski, and he sent me one, and since then it's been a good relationship with him, a good relationship with the company. And I'm still riding it today, and I still feel like it's the best choice for me.
All right then, back on with coverage. Oh, some 2-ski tricking for the first time in Girls 2. This is Kayla Mika out of Illinois. Oh, look at this. She is spinning like there is no tomorrow. Obviously, the major risk of having 2 trick skis is that one of them can catch an edge and it sends the whole house of cards down. But Kayla Mika Nicely done. Beautiful skiing there on 2. Beautiful skiing there. 360s in each direction to start things off. Then she goes in for the remaining spins. That's the 5 back, positional to the front because of the awkward nature of doing 2 540-degree spins. She did the positional in the middle, which means that those 540-degree spins will be counted, even though that there was a positional in the middle. Then she goes for the surface 7. I'm not too sure if that reverse surface 7 is going to count because there was a hitch in the middle. But 180 to the back, and it's reverse, taps the handle to the front, and put the bulk of her points right towards the beginning with 360-degree spins to start, then 540, then 720, and then just regular 180s. Nothing unusual about that, I guess. All right, great skiing there from Kayla Mika. And we'll see what she could do with a return pass. I would imagine it's going to be on 1 ski, but as we see our VIP tent packing up. And I'll tell you what, we will return right after this for the 79th Goode Waterski Nationals. All right, back with continuing coverage of the 79th Goode National Waterski Championships. Here is Kayla Mika out of it. Oh, crushing that 180 to the front and saving herself seriously as she goes in for the surface 360s. Look at her go. Look at these rotations. Oh, bless her cotton socks. So we've got Kayla Mika, and we've also got Mr. Jeff Serde. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good, Tony. How are you?
Not too bad. Let's take a look at this replay here for Kayla Mika. What do you reckon?
Well, Team Illinois skier, so I know Kayla very well. So here in Illinois, so she's really come along in tricks over the years. So good run for her today. Good talented skier in Girls 1. So excited to see her get through most of her run here.
All right, then. So you've been heavily involved with the start of this 79th Goode National Waterski Championships. How's it gone so far? We're on day 2 of 7, so it's merely the beginning. But how's it gone so far?
Yeah, super happy so far. We've got a great team that's putting all this together, so we're excited. Everything's coming together. The weather's a little windier than we'd hoped for the skiers, but outside of that, I mean, we're running fast and. The rain is held off, so it was supposed to rain all day today, so we're definitely glad to see that pass. But, yeah, super happy. Sponsors are here, and a lot of skiers showing up, and the kids are starting to roll in now, and we've got the pros at the end of the week, so it's going to be exciting last 5 days.
Well, I wouldn't worry about the wind so much because that kind of separates the wheat from the chaff, you see. If you can... You're truly a great slalom competitor or competitor in any event if you can master these kinds of conditions. That's certainly my belief anyway.
Yeah, well, I'm going to comment on that. We got Zoe Atwell here on the Trick Lake coming in on a wakeboard for pass number 1. Zoe also here from Illinois, local skier. And taking advantage of some of those new trick rules out there, Tony. It looks like a 5 back in the reverse.
Oh, yeah.
Can get a little challenging, going for a 7 front, and here comes the reverse, a little stall in the first 360, but stands it up, Tony.
Nicely done, and those wakeboard tricks are actually scored as 2 ski tricks.
No, actually, you're thinking in college, so in AWSA, it's a 1 ski point value.
Okay.
Not a lot of people take advantage of that. It's been shocking, so it's not like college. That's 1 ski there.
Well, there you go.
But yeah, those conditions you're talking about, Tony, I mean, yeah, it's, you want to come to nationals, you want to you want to ski a PB, but you got to look. This is a competition. Everybody's got the same conditions, so so whatever you do, it's all about what place you get today. You're not going to get a ranking list score, and so if you just get that mindset, and it is what it is, and got to practice in this stuff because you never know when you're going to get it.
Yes, and I was actually encouraged to practice it quite a bit in my early stages of competitive skiing way back in the 1980s. I don't know whether you even know the name of Paul Seaton. No, he was the guy that basically trained Andy Mappel to the point of where he became the world slalom champion in 1981. And a lot of the techniques and a lot of the skills that he learned about skiing in rough water, he actually learned from that coach, and I adopted a lot of those techniques as well. And a lot of competitions I went in, like European slalom championships in juniors, and there weren't that many people that ran their opening passes, but I was one of those fortunate ones that did.
Yeah, definitely going to be a challenge for the slalom skiers. We'll see what jump is like later. Here comes Zoe Atwell, already coming back on pass number 2, starting off with the 7 fronts again, Tony.
Yeah.
I'd have thought those were out of time, maybe the first pass. Here she comes with a wake back. Wake front. She's got that duct tape on her leg there to let the judges know what foot forward is that, so help them out. And happy little girl.
Oh, atta girl. Nicely done there for Miss Atwell, Zoe Atwell, who came into this competition with a seeding score of 941 points on average. So coming in with some good recent form and looking really, really good on that wakeboard there, Jeff.
Yeah, excellent skier and great to see her stand up. So, hey, you guys are great webcast. So we appreciate you guys coming out here. TWBC setting up all week. Lots of camera angles, lots of viewers. So thanks for coming. I'm going to go get ready for some jump here, get the course ready, and wrap up tricks and get ready for that. So thank you guys.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Jeff Surday. We'll look forward to talking with him some more in the continuation of the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships. And we'll return on the flip side of this. All right, June Phillips on the water right now, approaching the course.
Tickles my curiosity, if you will, whether this is, I think, a men's 7.
Skiing behind the Malibu TXI. Actually, no, it's the Mastercraft Pro Star. Coming into the course, we certainly thank our boat vendors for doing a fine job letting us use the best of their hardware. Without it, we could not have a tournament, much less the Nationals. Wow, 10 seconds and the pass is completed, mostly surface tricks. June Phillips doing a great job there with side slides. It looks like borrowing 1 or 2 fashion tips from 1 or 2 of our lead women free competitors. But beyond that, look at her go, keeping the handle down nice and low in full control over that trick ski. A lot of skiers find that in trick skiing, the ski is more in control of them than they are of it. But that is certainly not the case here with June Phillips. As she rolls through pass number 1 and gets ready for pass number 2. So, VIP tent, the people in there checking things out. They also have a monitor in there, a large big screen monitor checking in on the coverage. And of course, they can check in on the Instagram feed as well, with all the photos and stuff out there. And if you are going to take some photos of the coverage that you're seeing, hashtag them with Waterski Broadcasting. Hashtag Waterski Broadcasting on either Instagram or Facebook. And also hashtag USA Waterski at the same places as well to show your support for the national governing body of towed water sports. Here we go. This is June Phillips. Here we go. Good surface. Oh, surface 7. Goes over the wake. Wake back. Wake front with plenty of air to spare. Reverse wake back. Doesn't quite hold the position all the way, but let's see what she's got. Wake back, repeat of that. The wake front, does she have anything more? Nice, standing up all the way through. That is June Phillips.
US Open, very excited for that. Many years have gone by since we've been able to have the US Open water ski event anywhere, not just at the Nationals alone, but anywhere. So very excited to be able to bring that back.
So we have 19 skiers in the girls' one tricking event. We are on skier number 13, so 6 more to go, therefore.
Don't forget, round 3, he's got to run this pass and 35 off the next loop if he wants to challenge the leaders. He's around 5, he goes back to 6, a nicer looking, smoother pass than what his opening.
So looking in fine shape towards the end there with our instant replay. There's June Phillips, keeping the handle nice and low. And she skied all the way through that pass, and we'll leave the way clear for our next competitor out of Minnesota. This is Reese Bloyer, part of a skiing family. Has 2 elder brothers who compete and will be competing in these national championships. Oh, toe out to get things up and running here, coming into this event with an average of over 1,200 points. Elected to go with toe tricks, which is a wise choice given the wind direction. Little tailwind loosening up on the line and going with the unconventional version of step-in. Trying to rest her foot over the line. Come on, let's do this. Boom. Oh, and just couldn't get it to go. And certainly when it comes down to learning step tricks, there are certain ways that it can be taught. There's the way where it's a little harder by actually just bending your knee and just trying to bring your foot in towards your butt, so you're actually stepping over the line with your knee. And then there is this method, which is not the method that I would particularly advocate, because it would, in my personal opinion, and maybe a few others of you out there, it just kind of breeds bad habits in my estimation. But you do what you can with what you have, and whatever it takes to get to where you want to be. Some good surface moves there. Now she tries the step over maneuver, but having a hard time resting that leg over the line. Now, one of the major drawbacks with this method of actually doing the line back is whenever you make the rotation, that leg drops like a stone, and whenever the leg drops down like that, it catches with the water, and once it makes contact like that, then it's all over. So, Reese Bloyer in the water, getting ready for a second pass, and we'll be back with that in a moment. Okay, Reese Bloyer coming in, second and final 20-second pass.
He's going to go as hard as he can, get more than 2, and even try and stretch that lead.
All right, here comes Reese Bloyer now, going with hand spins, not electing to do toe tricks. Though we saw that a little bit earlier on, as a matter of fact. Look at her go, keeping the flow going. Yes, she stands up that one. Good job there from Reese Bloyer, who does, oh no, she's going to go for her line back. She's repeating this. If she had the time, that might actually score. Good effort there. And I think she probably got some advice from the boat to at least try that again, because the pace in which she tricked there from one trick to the next meant that she had a little bit of time left. Now, Reese Bloyer, who spent a little bit of time in Zachary, Louisiana, the Bennett's Waterski and Wakeboard School, and using that time very, very effectively here and producing some good tricking. Reese Bloyer, skier number 4 in this girls' one tricking out of 19. So looking to try and improve beyond our seeding to get on the top 5 podium spots. Goes for the line back, and does she fall as a result of the line front? Yes, she does, which means that provided that trick that she produced, the line back is within 20 seconds, she would get that scored. But obviously she fell on the line back to front, and obviously she won't get that one scored. So we got Reese Townsend. All right, let's continue to roll with Reese Townsend up over the weight, getting some good air, getting some good edge and good traction before spinning off the top. Here comes the wake back-to-back. Nice, throws that one in late there with the wake back-to-back reverse. Does she have anything more? Surface back-to-backs. Might actually be surface 180s. But good skiing there from Reese Townsend. We'll take a look momentarily at the instant replay. Good skiing there. Some side slides to get things up and running. And then just really working from one wake. Actually just working on the one wake, as a matter of fact. A lot of trick coaches, and I skied with a whole bunch of them, from Corey Picos, Mark Bezzo, Tori Bargiano. A lot of those coaches would recommend that you stay with one wake and throw all your wake tricks off that particular wake to cut down on the transition period that you go from one side to the other, because trick skiing is all about the amount of tricks that you produce within a set amount of time, which is 20 seconds. And that 20 seconds is finite, and it isn't a long time. So if you can effectively use the wake without losing time, then you're in good shape. And we'll return to Reese Townsend in just a moment. All right, returning now, we have got Reese Townsend. Second and final 20-second pass, toe tricks.
That flew off their fellow PA announcers. Didn't get their clipboard. I was like, dang, dude, you want me to get you a cheeseburger while I'm at it? But we're back.
Here we go. This is very, very quick with those toe tricks. Almost a little too quick, but that expends the toe tricks that she has at her disposal. Now deciding to go with the surface tricks outside of the wake, rather unusually, considering what she produced before.
Another warm-up pass, release the muscles, but it's windy.
But yeah, almost letting that foot out a little bit too far. And don't forget, we still have the wind coming, a tailwind on the opening pass and a headwind on the second one. So that line tightens up rather quickly coming back and feels a heck of a lot looser going up. But that is Reese Townsend. Now we're transitioning into our next competitor, skier number 16 of 19. We're towards the top podium position so far as seeding is concerned. And the skier on the water is Nadegi Lee. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it right. It's Nadeji Lee. Hopefully I'm not butchering it too much. It's rather one of those rather unusual names. And coming into the course on a ski that is seen more in Australia and a number of other places, but not so much in the United States. It is the KD trick ski. And it's actually been used by more of our higher echelon tricks.
Right now, Tom Johnson coming in 30 plus run past the challenge leader. Pretty good. So what about Quantum? He's coming around 3 ball, making his way over to 4, looking good. He looks like he's going to get it. Round 5.
Okay, so looking pretty good, and good skiing there from Nadeji Lee, riding that KD trick ski. And from what I understand from the news that's been relayed into my ear, the distribution rights for that trick ski has recently been acquired by Masterline, one of our tournament sponsors here at the National Championships, which would really help that brand so far as making it more available to a wider range of skiers. And that trick ski is actually been used by more of our higher echelon competitors, including Pato Font, who is the world tricking champion and has his own signature model of trick ski. But looking good, Nadeji Lee on that particular trick ski, complete with the reflex releasable binding, and a lot more brands have gotten involved with the releasable setup. My name is Tony Lightfoot. He is Troy Zollner. Troy Zollner's got slalom. I got tricks and jump, and we've got more coverage of the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships right on the flip side. So, you just saw our graphic there for Waterski Broadcasting. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com YouTube channel. Hit the subscribe button and also hit the bell button a couple of times to get instant notification as to our video uploads and also live events. Here we go. Nadeji Lee qualified into this competition with an average score of over 1,300 points. There we go. That is the toe wake front. Foot out of the trap. There we go with the spins. Oh, 1 360 was okay. The second one, not so much. And feeling the effects of that headwind because that line tightened up on her very, very quickly and she had nothing by way of a pull to advance her up on the boat. The toe tricks look pretty good. Toe side reverse, regular toe side, toe back and toe front. Very, very quick with the toe front, which could have caught her out if she wasn't careful. But in this instance, she was definitely very much on her toes, literally and figuratively. Toe wake front, good air, good posture. I like what she's doing out there. And then there's the initial 360 and then try to go quickly into the reverse. Arms out and unfortunately forgot to pull all the way in. All right, continuing on with our next competitor in just a moment. It will be Josephine Snape. Back in a moment.
Third with 1 1/2 at 38 off. James Morgan. 3 35 off. 5th place. I figured earlier in the event when I made my prediction, I thought, as long as this win cooperated, maintained where it was at, that it's going to be 38 off, be on the podium in this Ben 70 event. And I still predict it's going to need to be somewhere in the deep 38. If not all the 38 part of 39 and windy. It's hard to say who will win.
Yeah, of course you do. We're
never know.
All right, then, back with live action. We got Josephine Snape approaching the course here and now. Looks like she's going to come in with toe tricks. Tricking behind the Malibu TXI. Let's see what she's got. Just trying to... Oh, nicely done with the toe side and toe back and toe front, grabbing onto the handle, a foot in the back binding now. She goes for the 360 spin. Does she go for the reverse? Yes, she does. A little up weight on the ski that could be a cause of concern. 5 front and 5 back. Look at her go. Wake back to back. Produces some great tricks. The back to back reverse. Keeping the line. Yeah, there you go. Fist throw there. Well, I tell you what. Good skiing there from Josephine Snape. Boat speed relatively slow. I mean, you can definitely tell the difference of where that chine spray is. It comes up a little bit more forward on the boat. But I tell you what, that Malibu TXI table there at that slowest lead looks very, very nice indeed. Giving her plenty of room and space to spin that ski and also not have any kind of turbulence or disruptive turbulence that would disturb her with the surface tricks. And the wake tricks look pretty good as well. But good skiing there from Josephine Snape. We'll be back right after this. All right, then, returning with trick skiing. This is Josephine Snape with her second pass of tricks. Let's see what she's got. The wake back and the wake front. Moving very confidently indeed up to a certain point. I think she over-rotated a little bit with that. What's a reverse wake back. And I think with the majority of the tricks that she does, she keeps her eyes on the pylon inside the boat. That's where the rope fixes on. And the one trick that she does that requires her to rotate her head and not lose sight of the boat is the one trick that she fell on here. So let's have a look. She rotates. And then she loses sight of the pylon. She loses her equilibrium with her shoulders and chest and goes in as a result. So we're down to our last 2 competitors in the tricks event for today in Girls 1. While that is happening, I'll try and get some results early results for Girls 1 tricks and keep you informed as to any changes in the leaderboard so far as those results go. All right, here comes Elise Mallet, who comes to us out of Texas. Beautifully completed their surface turns, now moving out towards the wake. Good edge out, good edge back in. There's the reverse. Holding that very nicely indeed. Wrapping, half wrap in both directions. And there is a little bit 6 of one, half a dozen the other with the line back. Rotated a good portion of that with a knee over the line, but a setup almost looked like the other way that you could have set up for that particular trick. So Elise Mallet's doing a fine job out there tricking in Girls 1. our penultimate skier in this this particular event.
28 off, so that puts a guaranteed spot for Tom Johnson on the podium here.
So looking in good shape with that line back and line front. And a couple of side slides at the end, and provided that's in 20 seconds, they should be all right. Elise Mallet. All right, my name's Tony Lightfoot. He is Troy Zollner. We've got coverage on both lakes. Those of you that want to see action on both lakes, set up one tab for slalom with the slalom player. Set up the other one for tricks and jump coverage, and set up a third one so that you can get the latest results coming through via waterskiresults.com. All right, coming to us out of San Antonio in Texas. This is Elise Mallet.
We're coming to you live from Water's Edge Estates.
Coming up now with toe tricks. Let's see what she can do. Oh, she's pulling in on the rope. She's going to flip that line over her head, and she's going to come back into the course. Here we go. Toe-O start for Elise Mallet. There you go. Letting her foot go out towards the boat, which could have been a cause for concern, but she's strong enough to hold enough of that in to go through these tricks, staying over the ski. There we go. Toe back-to-backs. Beautifully executed. Look at this. Consider that she's still skiing into the wind, which requires even more control over that line. Look at that. Toe. Oh, no, and goes down hard. And thankfully, there was a reliable release person in that boat. Otherwise, that could have been nasty. She tried that toe wrapping and probably felt the ill effects of that headwind with that toe wrapping, but every other toe trick that she produced looked pretty sweet, from going from one back to the next, and even went outside the wake to do the toe 180 to the back and toe 180 to the front, settling herself down well and trying the toe to wrap. Oh, and just did not pull into the back of her standing leg enough to prevent her ski from catching edge, and that was pretty brutal. But so far as her trick points are concerned, I think she pretty much got what she wanted to, at least. All right, so looks like our last ski is a scratch, which will conclude the tricks event. We'll go on to, women's 6 jumping, and that's coming up in just a few minutes. So sit tight. We got much more skiing to come at the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships, and we'll see you after a break.
Beautiful pass number 1. Great floor. Now you see why she is the top seed girls one tricker here at this 2021 Goode National Championship.
Ricky. Are you still at the dock?
Our number 3 seed out of Savannah, Georgia, Jack Everett.
Great, thanks.
Bro, I cannot understand what you're saying.
Are you still at the fucking dock? Alright, set the camera up on the jump how we had it.
Starting speed, though.
All right, then, from what I understand, the skier on the water is actually Grace Law. Grace Law is our skier on the water. Our apologies. We were led to believe that she was a scratch, and then it turned out that she wasn't. So this is our last skier to go in Girls 1. Let's see what she can do. Her personal her best average coming in is 2,500 points, a little shade over. Look good for the first few tricks on pass number 1. Let's see what she can do on pass number 2, going through toe tricks, spinning from one side to the next. Now starting to feel the effects of that headwind going into her toe tricks. Look at her go with the back-to-backs. There we go, toe wake back. Now attacking the toe wake front, getting some good height there. Does she have anything more? And under-rotated the toe wrapping. And with that, that concludes the Girls 1 tricking event. That officially concludes it by way of her completing 2 20-second passes. Well, didn't fully complete the second one, but letting the leg go out a little bit, and that contributed to a fall with the toe wrapping. You'd see that a little bit later on in the instant replay. But I tell you what, very well controlled, very well timed tricking from one end to the next, including this toe wake back and just holding that toe foot as close to standing leg as possible. Good elevation. And we're going to take a look at it. Just didn't quite get that toe foot squarely into the back of her leg. And that would complete Girls 1. Thank you very much. I am Tony Lightfoot. He is Troy Zollner. Troy Zollner is still entertaining you on the slalom lake, and I'll be back on the jump lake in just a short while for women's 6 jump when that gets back up and running. There you are watching the continuing coverage of the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships from right here at Water's Edge Estate in Wilmington, Illinois.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have 2 options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
The Liquid Edge offers sales and service on Mastercraft and Nautique boats. We are located on our own private 35-acre ski lake in Farmer City, Illinois. Our fully stocked pro shop accommodates the needs of every 3, 2, or single event skier. We carry a wide variety of ski brands including HO, Syndicate, D3, Radar, and Connolly. We hope you're enjoying their webcast and come visit us soon.
Experience the sports evolution at USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame in Central Florida's Polk County. From the pioneers of the sport to the stars of today, all 9 disciplines are honored. It's the most comprehensive and fun-filled tribute to the people and the sport we love. Located inside the Central Florida Visitor Information Center in Davenport, Florida, the Hall of Fame is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
All right then, folks, returning to live action on Lake 2. My name is Tony Lightfoot. He is Troy Zollner. Troy is still watching over our slalom skiers. And we're about to hit the lake with our jumping talent. Starting off with women's 6. Our only competitor there is going to be Joy Kelly. She will take to the water any moment now in women's 6. And then we'll work our way through the divisions, women's 6 through to women's 11. And then work from women's 3 and then men's 3. All said and told, we have 28 jumpers about to compete in these conditions, which will be challenging for some and relished by some more. Oh, and some great slalom skiing. Oh, some great slalom action. Even with the challenging conditions, it is coming down to the wire for our current competition taking place right now. You can catch up on that coverage on the slalom player on our coverage of the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships.
Ton of slack.
So, a lot of great action taking place. I'm nosy a peek over at the slalom lake to see what's going on there. And even though the conditions are a little challenging for our competitors, they're still providing for some great competitive action. All right, jumping event. We got Joy Kelly hitting the water first, and because she is the only competitor in women's 6, as long as she lands a jump, she'll actually take the overall title as well. We'll be back right after this.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have 2 options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
The Liquid Edge offers sales and service on Mastercraft and Nautique boats. We are located on our own private 35-acre ski lake in Farmer City, Illinois. Our fully stocked pro shop accommodates the needs of every 3, 2, or single event skier. We carry a wide variety of ski brands including HO, Syndicate, D3, Radar, and Connolly. We hope you're enjoying their webcast and come visit us soon.
All right, here we go. Women's six jump, our only competitor in that division. It is none other than Joy Kelly.
Joy Kelly, she's on the lake. But stay right here, your top seed.
So Joy Kelly in a division which features competitors, assuming that there were any others besides her. Age 60 to 64. And that is women's six. After her, we'll go on to, and then young division of women's three. Go on to the men's three jumping slugfest. So coming into this competition with an average of 97 feet. This is Joy Kelly. Nicely done. Oh, beautifully landed jump there. No two ways about it. Very, very confident coming in. Joy Kelly, who has represented the United States at senior level with huge distinction, and also represented in the past the United States elite water ski team way back in 1989.
Which, right now, Jack Everett is your leader.
So let's see what we've got there for Joy Kelly, taking a good hard stab into the ramp with the single cut. Stomps the landing.
And at 38 off, you're not just going to come in and take a lackadaisical one to be able to get around four ball and ski away from it.
We'll get the distance shortly for Joy Kelly.
But I don't know about speed.
All right, we are just waiting for our results to come in via the scoring system, the waterskiresults.com transmission for Joy Kelly. So it's 85 feet, 75 feet, 79 feet on jump number one. A little confusion there, but yep, 79 feet or 24 meters exactly. 24.0 meters or 79 feet. I know that we've got an audience that's primarily from within the United States, but we also equally have an audience that's tuned in from around the world, and they're more in tune with the metric system as well. So we'll give the distance in both feet and inches and meters, just to make sure that everyone is all informed as to the great jumping that we're seeing right now, courtesy of Joy Kelly. Good three-quarter cut. Started off with just a straight single and started to get a little bit frisky out there. I think that jump is going to be closer to 100 feet.
Cut that rope. Let him have the opportunity at 39 and a half. He is your 2021
So the distance coming through for Joy Kelly. We'll get the metric conversion. It is 28.2 meters or 93 feet. 28.2 meters or 98 or 93 feet. Oh, precious little dog there. All right, so third and last jump there. 93 feet, you see your score there, opened up with a 79. Joy Kelly, our sole competitor in women's 6 jump, and therefore she wins the overall crown as well, having competed in the other 2 events before hitting the ramp. So, here we go, Joy Kelly, jump number 3. Has been battling injuries in recently and hasn't skied all that much in the 12 months prior to this event, but almost pressing up too hard off the top of the jump. And I'll be interested to see what that looks like on the instant replay from behind the jump, but additionally also the view in front of the ramp as well. Always have to be wary of how much the wind affects you coming off the top of the ramp. A little flat coming in, it has to be said, and there right off the top. Takes a good flight off the top, but it could have ended up disastrous there for Joy Kelly. The distance coming through very, very shortly, but decent jump in there for Joy Kelly. Jump in for joy, as they say. 96 feet on that one, 96 feet or 29.3 meters, 29.3 meters, and obviously a little bit less than the second jump, but she came away and she survived. These days for Joy Kelly, that is a major, major plus. All right, now we're into women's 7 jumping. Cheryl Schmidt is our next competitor, Cheryl Schmidt. All right, looking in on the hospitality tent, our VIP tent, which will be full of spectators come the Morley U.S. Open of water skiing come Friday. Pretty packed to the rafters not too long ago during lunch for a lot of our skiers checking in on the previous slalom event. Troy's taken a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a break, and then we will... We'll continue along with our next slalom event. In the meantime, on the jump lake in women's 7, we got Cheryl Schmidt. So, Cheryl Schmidt approaching the jump now. Here's another thing to consider. When the ramp pans over and takes a look at the jump, you might see something a little bit off and a little bit unusual about the ramp. That's because we've reduced it in height by another 6 inches, from 5 foot to 4.5 feet. Unfortunately for Cheryl, it doesn't automatically mean that she lands and rides away every single jump that she takes. Going to take a look at it on our instant replay. Up, and just leaning on a left ski almost as soon as she hit. and just could not get that one to go. So 0 score on that opening jump for Cheryl Schmidt. And we'll be back after this. All right, back on now. We have got Cheryl Schmidt. Second jump of 3. Didn't score on the jump number 1. Here she comes on jump number 2. Little bit of a crush on jump number 2. Tried her best to ride that one out, but unfortunately to no avail. So Cheryl Schmidt struggling a little bit in the water there. We'll take a look at the instant replay.
Down to the wire. It's been exciting. We don't expect any less here. We're going into men. Using that same Malibu for these gentlemen that we used in men's 7. Right now, James Hooker, he's at 28 miles per hour, 15 off. Not quite sure what was the situation there with James Hooker, but
the farthest can be right away. You hit that ramp, go this way. You rode away better.
All right then, so. All right, so Cheryl Schmidt in a little bit of difficulty now, having not landed her first 2 jumps. And we'll see what she could do on her third and last attempt to score in this event. Just to get you up to speed with the trick scoring for girls 1, Julia Wakefield 80 points, Brooke Berdick 200, the same score as Camille Tra, the same score as Annaline Boler. Sadie Anderson with 330 points, Stella Gray 400, Violet Berdick 500, Charlie Jones 730, Emery Winter 840, exactly the same score as Grace Harden. Still more scores to come in that particular division. All right, here we go. Cheryl Schmidt, 2 falls. Let's see if she can ride out jump number 3. This will provide us with the best view on this one, up and over, and looks set to ride that jump out, but just lost her grip of the handle. So a no score, no result there on the strength of a 3 jumps. So that is going to be Cheryl. Unfortunately, will not score on any of the 3 jumps that she's taken. All right. So we're going to pick up Janet Madden and take her into the course for 3 jumps. And that will occur right after this.
plate for Joe Blair.
All right then, so on the water right now is Janet Madden, coming to us out of Illinois. Okay, so looks like we're getting some point scores coming in slowly but surely for girls one tricks. We'll try and get the balance of them in as quickly as possible. That's the last tricking event that we don't have complete scores for in tricks. We're into the jump event where the results are far more clearly cut. Up and whoa! And coming off the top right corner of the jump, which is rather unusual. When you edge into the jump, that's unusual. I mean, whenever you come off the top right, it normally indicates that you hit the bottom left after a wide approach. But we're going to take a look at this once again to see how she edged, and already sat back on the skis and not enough ankle bend to complement her knees. Goes up, gets pulled over the top right-hand corner, but at least lands a jump and puts herself in the top 3 at the very least in the women's 7 jump competition.
Their max boat speed is 32 miles per hour. That's the same speed that we just seen in that last group of men in the men's 7. They just have a little bit of more.
So once again, looking at Janet Madden. We'll get a distance. Yeah, it's 45 feet on jump number 1, 45 feet. For all our fans from outside the United States, that is 13.6 meters, 13.6 meters or 45 feet.
He's at 28 miles per hour, 22 off. Early fall there around 1 ball. Coming through the gates, it looks okay.
All right, here comes Janet Madden, still needed to improve her position on the jump skis, but in spite of all of that, she's still able to conjure up a second landing and a second score. And I do suspect that the boat speed might have actually been raised a little bit to help facilitate a longer jump without too much movement from her, whether it be on the other side of the other wake or a stiffer cut in towards the jump from the left side of the left wake, approaching the ramp. And it's great to have you on board, folks. Can't begin to tell you how glad I am, how glad we are that you're choosing to tune in with us right here at Water's Edge Estates for the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships. We do have a distance for Janet Madden. Janet Madden with 49 feet. 49 feet. In terms of metric, that is 14.8 meters. 14.8 meters. So rocking in on this turn and heading back in towards the jump for the third and last time. It is Janet Madden.
It's a busy job down there, Doc Shorty. It's a very important job to keep the event running. People don't realize it, especially if you've never done it. You're in charge of a lot of things down there. Ready on time.
All right, here. Oh, and Janet Madden in all kinds of position there, coming off the that wake in towards the jump, but managing to land and secure that. That's the one element of her jumping that she's definitely on top of her game with. Probably doesn't want to be hitting the dock though after the third jump. But yeah, just flattening off a little bit into the base of the jump. And I suspect this jump is going to be a wee bit further. Not too much in the way of changing her technique from the first jump to the last. The last jump there for her is about to come through on the lower third. These replays provided to us courtesy of Zero Off. Jump number 1 was 45 feet or 13.6 meters. The second jump was 49 feet or 14.8 meters, which ends up being the best because her third and last jump was 48 feet or 14.6 meters. And incidentally, she did not change the boat speed from jump 1 all the way to jump 3. So there wasn't any kind of increase that would have aided her from one jump through to the last, even though I suspect in women's 7 she could have had as high as 32 miles an hour, but I would need to double check on the rule books to see that was permissible. But any which way, no speed change from one jump to the last. All right, next jumper to come is Janie Fold, and we will get to her right after this. All righty, Roo, we have got Janie Fold, our third jump coming into this event with feet.
Pass number 2, 30 miles per hour, Richard Hall. Got to stay patient here. Not get too much slack. Don't get in a hurry on this tailwind. But yet be aggressive behind the boat. Making her way around 5, hold out a little bit, going between 5 and 6. She's able to get around 6, but just like our other men.
All right, here comes Janie. Let's see what she can do. She's our second-seeded women's 7 jumper. A little flat come. Oh my word! And those skis really twisted on her, coming off the top of the jump. Now, normally we've gotten the best and more forensic views of a jumping from that position there at the front, but this one is going to be the most revealing of all. There, just up the top of the jump, and it almost seems like those skis have absolutely no fins on them at all with the way that the backs of those skis are twisting. Now, one other view that we could see is the ramp side view. But we'll take a look at that again in just a few moments. But I tell you what, we've got all the views here coming into the base of the jump. Oh my word, there. And it almost looked like that as soon as she hit the jump, she put all the weight on her right ski, but on the right side edge, which isn't at all desirable. And that resulted in the 4-1 jump number 1. So that is Janie Fold. Let's see what she's got on jump number 2 as our broadcast control working feverishly. There's Vincent Stadelbauer on the jump and tricking lake. And also on the slalom lake, we got Kelvin Kelm.
Here we go, 30 miles per hour, 15.
And we'll be back right after this. All right, so right now we've got on the dock some of our next skiers about to take to the water. No, not necessarily in women's 7, but on the water. This is Janie Fold. Not recording the distance on jump number 1. Let's see if she can do better with the remaining 2 attempts. Up. Yes, a better position off the top, although still allowing the skis to rotate on the ramp surface. And that would actually indicate something very, very critical in a jumping. She starts to edge, then just before the jump, she flattens off, and she flattens off way too much and allows the boat to pull her left hip off the top of the jump towards it. And the jump skis have no other option but to follow. So certainly in my mind, if she wants to continue edging across the jump, then have at it. But once she hit the jump, the work is by no means complete. And she lands and rides that one out. I'd give her credit for that. But certainly her jump techniques needs a little bit of working on, at least in my opinion anyway. All right, the jump distance coming through any moment now for Janie Fold. Janie Fold's jump will be coming through with a 42-footer, 42 feet. 42 feet, which kind of puts her behind Janet Madden at the moment. 42 feet for Janie Fold, and 1 jump to come, and that 42-footer is 12.9 meters for those of you scoring at home using metric.
Next couple skiers I got on the list here with the men 8. I've got Ralph Hall on my list as next. Robert Michael Hayes. Right now, Ralph Hall coming to pass number 1. 30 miles per hour, 15 off.
Here we go, Janie. Let's see if she can. Oh, and drops the handle. Was looking to bring on a more aggressive approach towards the jump, but just didn't like what she saw. So it is going to be a 3rd and last jump without a score. So 42 feet or 12.9 meters is going to be her score. So there is her final score, Janie Fold, and we will return to action right after this. All right, checking in with 1 or 2 of our podium presentations, our slalomers.
Slalom event.
So Steve Ware coming up to receive his medal in his particular division. So this is men's 8 presentation taking place. Don Goode, men's 7, I beg your pardon. So Don Goode providing the medals there for our men's 7 medalists. as we bring on Lisa Harrison. Let's see what she can produce. And here comes Lisa Harrison. Here she comes. Oh, taking a poke at the jump and unfortunately not able to hit it and fly. Was probably a little bit early as she turned, and in many people's minds, including mine, it's almost as dangerous, even more so if you take a jump and you're too early compared to being too late.
Right now in the lead with 5 miles per hour. And we've got Dave Jarrett, 3 1/2 at 15 miles per hour. Robert Ulittner, 3. Joe Blair tied with Robert at 3. And then in 5th right now, Ralph Hall, 2 buoys.
In second place, hailing from parts everywhere and unknown, D. Johnson.
The leader of this event is the only one who's run a pass.
All right then, so Lisa Harrison getting ready for jump number 2. We'll see what she can conjure up.
Again, we want to congratulate all the men 7 overall. Congratulations, great job. John, thank you very much. Dear, it's always good to see you. Take a few seconds to go over and see Good Skis as well as our other sponsors. And ladies and gentlemen, we love you. Take care.
All right then, so they just had the medal presentation for, I believe, men's 8 slalom. We've just seen Lisa Harrison pass up on jump number 1. Let's see what she can do on jump number 2. Let's see what her years of experience will bring her so far as timing is concerned. Oh, and taking an aggressive stance into the jump, and now she's got to land this next jump to score. Never mind jumping enough for the win, which, if she actually times this right and gets a halfway decent kick and lands it, she will probably do.
Coming up short of 2 there, these conditions are just not benefiting any of these men's 8 skiers right now. You can see the chop, you can see their knees banging and their skis chattering. He just got stood up at 1, unable to get enough over to get around 2.
This is going to be fantastic. That's so cool, guys.
All right then, so we've got Lisa Harrison getting ready for jump number 3 here in this competition. We're on skier number 5 of all of our jumpers, skier number 4 of our women's 7 jumpers as we work our way down this list, and we'll be back right after this.
To pass on her first 2 jumps, she is our top seed, men's 7. Needs to get over that jump. Right now, Janie Fold sitting in second place with Janet Madden in first place with a 49-foot jump.
All right, coming in on the third and last jump, has not landed the jump yet. She's gone with the full double cut. And she is taking a late approach off that 5 and 600. In fact, I would say that she cut behind the 500-foot cut buoy. Oh, no. She's going past the jump. I'm not even too sure if I'm being honest. Yeah, exactly. I mean, she probably had no intention of actually hitting the jump, if I was being honest. But Lisa Harrison does win the overall. I would say that she would win the overall, at least from this estimation. But so far as winning the jump competition, Janet Madden with 49 feet and Janie Fold in second place with 42 feet. And a tie for third between Lisa Harrison and Cheryl Schmidt, because both of them actually got out into the water and attempted jumps, but they didn't. Neither of them landed an attempt. It also looks like that we've got a no-show with Prissy Edwards in women, so we're going to go on to our next competitor, who is going to be Erin Culbrener, and we will go with her in just a moment. This is the 79th Goode Waterski National Championships, and we will return right after this.
Denali. No hype, just science.
The events of last year have left us with a depleted inventory. Take a look around.
Where I'm standing, usually you'd see a jam-packed lot. And now?
For the past 30 years, the Darcy difference has been putting our customers' wants and needs first.
But this year, things are a little different.
That's right. We are focusing on our wants and needs for a change.
We want your vehicle. We want your vehicle, regardless of make or model, even if it's a 1930 Chevy.
At Darcy, it's not usually about our wants and needs, but don't worry, you'll still experience the same Darcy difference you always have. Thank you. Please, come visit us today.
going in and out. I stop and just look around to see if you're with me now. Tell me how you with me now. Ready to put it down. Start at the bottom, already forgotten, but they won't forgive me now. You really ain't ready now. You haters just in the crowd, but still I just look around. Now you with me now. Are you with me now? Whoa, I feel it coming now. It's too late to shut it down.
All right, then. Continuing on with our event, we've got the women's free slalom, women's free jump about to take place. But before all of that, let me get you up to speed so far as the girls' one-trick event. Girls one-trick event results. Let me get you up to speed. I announced all the way up to Grace Harden, Emery Winter, each with 840 points. Now, here are the remainder of the scores. Zoe Atwell with 980. Reese Townsend, 980. June Phillips, 1230. Nadic Lee, 1250. Josephine Snape with 1540. And here are your top three. 1,700 points for Reese Bloyer. 2,250 points for Elise Mallet. And provisionally, your Girls 1 National Trick Champion with 2,330 points is Grace Lure. So those are the point scores in our final tricks event. We're focusing in exclusively on the jump event from here on out, and our next gear to go when women's street jump is going to be Erin Culbrener.
I missed Georgia's starting speed and line length, but I would assume that it's going to be faster than what our...
Oh, that's Erin. That's got to be Erin. All right, then. So on the water, we're confirming from our officials that it is Erin Culbrener. We were wondering why Erin Culbrener would be starting so early with an average distance of 124 feet. Well, she hadn't been skiing that much this season, and basically the averages are based upon the top three tournaments that you've skied in this season, and because Erin Culbrener has not skied that many tournaments, her average is judged to be one of the lower, even though in actuality, as you can see, she's more than capable of putting out a jump in women's three that would put her in a very, very strong position positionally, not only in this event, but also in overall. Erin Culbrener, jump number one, looking at her go. Just really leaning up against the boat. And now settling herself up well, allowing the skis to sink into their position, and now dropping the handle down nice and low. A little bit back on the skis, mind you, but she carries enough edge and enough flight and took that jump rather cautiously, wanted to feel out the wind because she didn't want to press out on the jump skis and then find that she was tumbling out the front. And it is 119 feet, 119 feet. The metric distance for those of you who are scoring at home is 36.4 meters. 36.4 meters, 119 feet. And for those of you ski junkies out there, you can set up your tabs on your browser, whether it be Edge, Chrome, Firefox, or Safari, to have one tab on the slalom, one tab on jump, and the other tab having waterskiresults.com to give you the perfect setup, with results on one and video coverage on the other two. Here comes Erin Culbrener. 119 on jump number one. Jump number two, I suspect is going to be there and thereabouts, maybe a little bit further if I'm being honest, but a decent effort anyhow from Erin Culbrener.
He's max boat speed starting at 28 off, and quite honestly, he's got the best cover that I've seen in the last 10 skiers, most likely. Funny how that happens sometimes, but it does. That's Mother Nature. That's an outdoor sporting event that we're in.
Distance coming through any moment now for Erin Culbrener is marvel at the way she's able to control the conditions out there. Okay, looks like we got a distance coming through for Erin Culbrener. It is 120 feet, marginally further than the previous jump. And when I say marginally, I say 20 centimeters. It's 36.6 meters, 36.6 meters for those of you scoring in metric at home, which is the equivalent of 120 feet. So good effort there for Erin Culbrener in women's free jumping competition. Great to have you on board, everyone. Those of you that are watching, whether you're watching on site or whether you are watching on your phone, on your PC, on a tablet, on your big 55-inch TV screen at home, you're all equally welcome here at the Nationals. As she gets up and over the skis, I doubt whether that jump is going to be anywhere close to 120 feet, although I have been surprised before. She'll ski in towards the dock. Job well done. Throws down a distance. Get after it if you can. And just look at her position over the jump skis. Very fairly and squarely over the tips of the skis as she works her way out. Trying to get nice and light on the boat, which is pretty difficult considering that the wind's blowing in her face. Little flat coming into the base of the jump, but she hits it. Explodes off the top. Good extension. Erin Culbrener coming through with a distance that I surmise to be less, and it is come to fruition. It is 114 feet, or 34.7 meters, the equivalent of 114 feet, but her best distance is 120 feet, and that is the target for the remainder of the field to chase. All right, we will return with the remainder of our jumpers in women's free right after this. All right, skier on the water is Bridget Atwell. And if my eyes don't deceive me, those jump skis that she is riding, aside from being a little bit shorter, well, actually way shorter compared to Erin Culbrener's jump skis, she is riding on those Wayne Grimditch G-Stars made by EP in the late 1970s. All right, so here comes Bridget Atwell, who's probably riding jump skis that are older than her. Up. Oh, and lands and rides it out. Beautiful, beautifully executed jump. Nicely done. This is some good straight up technique there for going up and over the jump and landing and riding it out. And something that you can quite easily build from. Maybe the stance might be a little bit wider coming in. The skis were a little bit together and she did get strung out as a result. But for the most part, that jump looked pretty darn good. Impacts, rides it out. Good looking jump, a fist pump there. We'll get the jump distance any moment now for Miss Atwell.
Ranges from 70 to 74. So, he ran
Okay, the jump distance coming through. Okay, so the distance is going to be revealed, and it is 32 feet. 32 feet or 9.7 meters. And looks like she tapped her head there, for I'm not too sure why. And those jump skis are starting to show their age a little bit. Just take a look at the tips of them against the bumpy water that she is experiencing just before she hits the jump. Up and over, and even better looking second jump there. No two ways about it. She's on fire out there with those straight up and overs. That's Bridget Atwell. Let's have a look at this and just take a look at the technique. If any of you have ever considered learning how to jump, that's a good picture of how you should learn, what your technique should be like, your positioning over the skis. We'll get the jump distance for Bridget Atwell shortly. Her best jump coming into this event is a little over 33 feet, so her best jump here is 32 on jump number 1. She backs it up with a 31-foot jump on jump number 2. So here we go with jump number 3. It is. Here's Bridget Atwell coming in, and we're on jumper number 8. That combines all of the divisions. Actually, as a matter of fact, because we had one scratch in the form of Prissy Edwards, it's fair to say that we're on the 7th jumper in reality since the start of the jump event on this lake today. Here we go, Bridget Atwell up. Oh yes, 3 solid as you like jumps there from Bridget Atwell. As we continue to roll down this list, she's happy. She's a happy camper, all right. Resplendent in that orange crash hat. I think she'll probably want to sell that to Bruce Cundy. Up, over or land, and there you go. She's happy. And even the boat crew are happy. Right down to the driver. All right, excellent stuff. Nicole Weber-Barker is our next competitor about to take to the water. And we'll return to action. We've got Bridget Atwell's jump of 36 feet. We'll get the metric on that one in just a moment, right after this. All right there, just coming back with some latest news. We got Bridget Atwell, who jumped 36 feet. It's the equivalent of 11.1 meters. 11.1 meters there for Bridget Atwell. On the water is Nicole Weber-Barker. All right, here we go. Nicole Weber-Barker. Up. And over. Unfortunately, not taking a tight enough grip on the handle to facilitate her riding out that first jump. So that's jump number 1 for Nicole Weber-Barker. We'll see what she's got with the remaining 2 jumps in just a moment, but alrighty, so we're back on with our jumping. Nicole Weber-Barker failing to land on jump number 1. Let's see what she's got for an encore on jump number 2. Up, over, and oh yeah, she holds on to it. Nice looking jump there from what I could see for Nicole Weber-Barker. Trying to get a jump longer than 36 feet. Certainly has the extension off the top, and the landing looked pretty solid as well. So the distance coming through in any moment. All right, looks like we have got a first tie of the day in jumping. Nicole Weber-Barker and Bridget Atwell both tying at 36 feet, feet and inches and metric. So, we've got a tie for second place confirmed there between Bridget Atwell and Nicole Weber-Barker, but The one ace that Nicole has is the fact that she's got one more jump to come to try and break that tie. And I think I'm quite sure that if there is a tie in the top 5, then there is actually a jump off. 2 jumps. So we're not quite at that point yet, but it could happen. Up and over, and there we go. Is that enough to break the tie at 36 feet between herself and Bridget Atwell? Certainly from the official point of view, we hope so. That way it would take the a potential jump off out of the equation. But squatting down a little bit there on that particular jump and struggling to ride it out just a smidge. But Nicole Weaver-Barker will get the distance, the official distance for her. All right, 39 feet, 39 feet. For Nicole Weaver-Barker, 39 feet. I'll give you the metric on that in just a moment or so. 39 feet, the equivalent of 11.9 meters for those of you that are continuing to score at home, which means that Nicole Weaver-Barker thrusts herself into second place and will return with more women's free jumping right after this. All right, so all right, rejoining the action just in time for Marie Thomas to hit the jump for the first attempt of 3 and lands in a heap on jump number 1. Handle up a little bit higher on her approach, and it didn't get any lower as she came off the top of the jump. Her positioning over the skis looked good enough, though. But then she just kind of squatted on the jump and didn't continue her edge or a push away from the boat, which meant that she didn't have a tight line all the way through and thus didn't facilitate a smooth transition off the jump into the landing. So you see getting pulled off the ramp, handle coming high, and once that happens, the likelihood of her landing and riding that jump out was minimal at best. So that is Marie Thomas. She's going to get ready for her remaining 2 jumps. All right then, so Marie Thomas coming in very, very shortly for her the first of her remaining 2 jumps. On the dock is Erica Blair. And then we'll only have 3 more competitors. All right, we're back on with coverage of the women's free jumping competition. This is Marie Thomas. Didn't land on jump number 1. Let's see if she can go better on jump number 2. She's going to try to edge to be at the approximate location of the jump. Getting pulled off the top, the handle up a little bit high again. And because that handle was so high, it was easier for the boat to pull her over onto side. And the fact that she still didn't have much of an edge through the jump didn't exactly help matters either. All right, so now she's put herself in a bit of a pickle here. One final jump to come, and no score recorded so far. And let's not forget that Erin Culbrener, our first competitor out, jumped 120 feet to take the lead in this event. Now all the remaining competitors in this division have to catch her. All right then, so it looks like we're continuing to roll, and we've got Troy Zollner consulting with me on what's going on with the slalom event. I believe that there is an official review on someone's gates, isn't that correct? Well, so we'll try and find out more information about what's going on in the slalom event. It's currently on a hold as it stands at the moment, but here we are with the jump event with Marie Thomas. 2 jumps down and no score so far. There you see on our lower third graphic confirming that. And now it comes down to jump number 3 in order to register a score. Here she comes, jump number 3, Marie Thomas. Up. Oh, and losing the grip on the handle, and down she goes, and no score recorded for Marie Thomas. As we come down to our remaining 4 competitors, because that is the case and we award medals in the top 5, we know at the very least that Erin Culbrener is on the podium for absolute certain, with 4 competitors left. And I would surmise that Erin Culbrener, even at this early stage, never want to predict her results, but I would say that a 120-foot jump is probably enough to put her on the top spot in women's free when all is said and done. But we still have to take 4 more jumpers. We've got Sarah Venegas, Michelle Bucher, Rebecca Bartlett. But before all of those, we'll have Erica Blair. And she'll be hitting the water next as we continue on the 79th Goode Waterski Nationals. All right, here we go. Skier on the water right now is Erica Blair, who came into this event with a 53-footer as her best average coming into this event. All right, there, here comes Erica Blair coming into the course, and I know that this being a Monday, a lot of you out there watching are probably watching in their offices right now, getting ready to clock out within the next few hours, at least on the Eastern Seaboard, and to a certain extent the Central Time Zone as well. Erica Blair collapsing on jump number 1. She's got 2 more jumps remaining at her disposal. A little on the heels coming into the base of the jump. And the technique looked pretty good, but I would have to say this again, that the handle just keeps creeping up and up and up. And whenever you hit the jump like that and the handle comes up high, it throws all the weight on the back and then it becomes a nail-on possibility to ride out. So all that good work with the technique and with the stance over your feet, shoulders over knees, knees over toes, and all that kind of stuff was all for nothing unless you're able to control the handle going up the ramp. So, my name's Tony Lightfoot. He is Troy Zollner. Troy Zollner looking over the slalom event on the Slalom Player. I'm here with the tricking and jumping coverage on Lake 2 on another webcast player. Simultaneous webcast here at the 79th Goode National Waterski Championships. Great to have the pleasure of your company no matter where you happen to be in the world. You could be in the United States, anywhere in the United States, but you could be in places like Denmark or Great Britain or France or even Australia or New Zealand. We've had comments from people from that far afield, and we thank them very much for plinting in with their comments, and I'll see if I can dig up some more and give a big shout out to those people who have taken the time out to be active participants in these webcast players. Here we go. Right here, right now. Erica Blair over the ramp, lands and keeps a good tight line off the top of the jump, which meant that as soon as she landed, the boat had her, and she didn't give herself any opportunity to fall away from the boat or create a trough to where she would sink in and not get out of. All right, the distance coming through any moment now. So 44 feet on jump number 2, 44 feet on jump number 2. Looks like we've been on a little bit of a holding pattern so far as the slalom is concerned. We'll get back to more recent action in just a moment. It's for those of you scoring metrically, 44 feet is 13.5 meters, 13.5 meters. Let's have a look and see what Erica can do on jump number 3. A fall on jump number 1. Rode out on jump number 2. Here comes jump. Oh, look at that. She put a little bit of spring on that one. Flew a little bit longer, but unfortunately unable to ride that jump out and score it. The edge was good, the positioning was good, the handle riding up a little bit, getting a good extension, but the handle stayed up too long into the landing, and then when the line went tight, it pulled the upper part of her body forwards and could not ride it out. So, a 44-foot second jump there for Erica Blair. 13.5 meters, and with that we'll go on to our next competitor, but not until we've heard from a few of our sponsors right here, right now. All right there, here comes our next competitor on the water out of the state of Illinois, the home state of these nationals. Sarah Venegas. So here comes Sarah Venegas coming into the jump. First attempt up and over, and will land and ride that one out. I suspect that may be enough at the moment to put her in second spot, and could result in an even longer jump if she puts a little bit more edge into it. Sarah Venegas, a little flat coming into the surface, but she keeps the handle down, which is the critical thing, and keeps enough of that line tight to where she just rides straight up and over, and the line in the boat takes her immediately instead of allowing her to fall into a trough. Sarah Venegas, we've got the distance on jump number 1. The distance that we know so far in metric is 14.7 meters. All right then, so 14.7 meters, which is the equivalent of 48 feet. And 48 feet puts her in comfortably in second place right now behind Erin Culbrener. Nicely done. Here comes Sarah Venegas on the jump number 2, a little bit better edge. Oh, and still crushing on that right leg as she hits the jump. It looks decent, but it just could be a heck of a lot better if she just got her ramp work sorted out. We'll have a look at this once again. This is definitely the most telling view. Up and over and just kind of squats on the jump. Just squats into the jump. It doesn't get much in the way of extension, so whatever distance she was producing at that point doesn't look like being improved upon. So first jump is 48 feet. And that second one, okay, another 4 foot further. Another okay, so the jump distance coming through, we'll get that reconfirmed by our officials. It's the equivalent of 16.9 meters or 55 feet. That stretches her her positioning in second above that of those competitors who are currently ranked below her in third, fourth, et al. But still, 120 feet is still the primo distance in women's 3 so far, as we see Sarah Venegas bounce off the water a little bit with jump number 3, so she will not ride that attempt out. We'll take a look at this instant replay once again and just see where things started to collapse for her. Here's the ramp view. And just squatting down a little bit. There's no real attempt at resistance against the ramp surface, and certainly didn't edge all the way through to the top left. So that's something for Sarah Venegas to work on. As we continue to work on to our penultimate skier, Michelle Bucher, and we will bring her into the jump course momentarily and see her right after this.
Try to make a name. I just like the way it feels on it, the way it looks.
Alrighty, Roo. We've got Michelle Bucher on top of the water right now. Let's see what she's got. Conditions are still quite blustery out here on the Water's Edge Estates, right outside Wilmington in Will County, Illinois, just a little way south of Chicago, right off I-55. Oh, getting a little bit unsettled off that second wake into the jump there. Started off on the left side of the left wake and her shoulder starting to dip, but she realized the error there and made necessary adjustments. Michelle Bucher getting a little bit strung out a little bit with her left shoulder coming into the bottom of the jump and very, very stiff with the other part of her body, but still able to get over the skis and edge all the way through, keep the line tight and secure jump number 1. The distance coming through any moment now. So 70 feet on jump number 1, 70 feet. It's the equivalent to 21.3 meters. 21.3 meters or 70 feet. All right, continuing to roll along, we've got Michelle Bucher. So, coming to us out of the Hoosier state of Indiana, this is Michelle Bucher. Whoa, those skis flopping about in the air, almost taking on the characteristic of wings off the top of the jump, which is a nice thing to have, but if you can't control those wings, hey. All right, good edge, boom. The kind of ramp working technique that even Freddy Krueger would be proud of. Yes. Look at her go. Brandon Bucher is her husband, been married for quite a few years now, have children that are involved in the sport to a certain extent. So distance coming through in just a moment or so. We've yet to get the official word. Actually, we do get that. We do have the second distance. It is a 69-footer. All right, so okay, so the jump distance for jump number 2 in metric is 21.1 meters. It's 69 feet, so backing off a little bit, actually to the tune of 20 centimeters between jump number 1 and jump number 2, going in the negative direction between jump 1 and 2. Let's see what she's got on jump number 3, the 3/4 cut. Very, very close to that top left-hand corner camera. We'll see how close in a moment. A little bit on the back of the skis, almost a little bit scared to make the commitment to edging off that 3/4 cut. Here's her approach into the jump there with our exclusive ramp cam and just rocking off onto the back of the skis and making life difficult for her to gain any significant distance. Having said that, though, she does put in a little bit more speed and got a little bit more lift, but not as much as she would have achieved had she have gotten the technique right off the turn. The distance is 72 feet. 72 feet. It is her best jump distance out of the 3. And it is equivalent of 21.8 meters. And with that, we'll move on to our last skier, Rebecca Bartlett. But after we've seen these. All right, then, here we go. Our last competitor to go out and bringing in a average distance of 92.7 feet. Let's just say 93. Here comes Rebecca Bartlett out of Nebraska. Here she goes. Three-quarter cut. She wants it. Rocking back on her heels a little bit and getting strung out off the turn. Little flat. Oh, and pounds the jump there like a bowling ball. Man alive. Good edge. A little back on the skis, which would have precluded much in the way of height coming off the top of the jump. But right here off the turn, just getting a little bit strung out off the turn and just rocking back on the skis as a result. And then she squats a little bit.
Okay, welcome back here. We had a bit of a delay on Slalom Lake. We had a little review action from the last event that just completed, which was our men's 8.
And as we look at the podium for women's 8 tricking, between Janice Proshi and Janet Piercy, I can tell you that the jump distance of 77 feet has been put into Rebecca Bartlett's back pocket. It's the equivalent of 23.5 meters to 3.5 meters. So our last female jumper of the day coming through with some great jumping. Ultimately, Erin Culbrener will have the best distance for within this age category, but because of overall rules and ratings and all that kind of stuff, I don't think she will actually be eligible in the top 5. So it looks like Rebecca Bartlett, with a jump distance of 77 feet, will take the honors here. Still a little bit back in the air off the top of the jump and just not looking too bad on the grand scheme of things. She's looking pretty safe, but in order for her to progress much beyond 77 or even 80 feet, some things seriously need to change. But for the time being, at least, we'll see what Rebecca Bartlett's second jump is going to be. All right, the jump distance coming through. All right, the jump distance coming through, equivalent to 26.2 meters to 6.2 meters. It is 86 feet. 86 feet. All right, then. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He's Troy Zollner. And those of you that are commenting, wondering why we're using metric, well, guess what? So far as measuring the jump distances is concerned, we use metric as the primary measurement means for the jumping event, and then we convert it to feet and inches to give you a better understanding so far as the distances are concerned. And for the benefit of our folks who are looking at the jumping event from the rest of the world outside of the United States, metric works for them as well. So here we go. Rebecca Bartlett coming in, jump number 3, trying to work on top of a 26.2 meter jump or 86 feet. All getting buffeted a little bit off the second wake and into the jump and just holding it together all the way through. So the last jump from our final female competitor in today's competition, this is Rebecca Bartlett, who came into this event with a best average of 92.7 feet. I would suspect she'll be a long way off that average based upon what I've seen so far with the first 2 jumps. And with the last jump, we'll see what the distance is. But for all intents and purposes, she's done enough to provisionally take the win here in women's free jump. Her best jump is going to be 86 feet. She has a 79-foot back up, or equivalent to 24.2. But there is Rebecca Bartlett, and that rounds off the jumping event in women's 3. There is your leaderboard. So far as the women's 3 is concerned, you have Erin Culbrener at the top with 120. That's based upon what we know of the women's 3 competitors, irrespective of their eligibility to receive awards with overalls and all that kind of stuff. So Erin Culbrener, her distance 120, Rebecca Bartlett 86, Michelle Bucher 72, Sarah Venegas with 55, Eric Blair with 44, Cole Weaver-Barker with 39, and Bridget Atwell with 36. And that represents the conclusion of that event. We'll go on to men's 3 jump, and we will continue on with the 9th Goode Waterski National Championship. Brandon Rose will take to the water next from Minnesota to start off the men's 3 jump, and that will come to you next.
Experience the sports evolution at USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation Hall of Fame in Central Florida's Polk County. From the pioneers of the sport to the stars of today, all 9 disciplines are honored. It's the most comprehensive and fun-filled tribute to the people and the sport we love. Located inside the Central Florida Visitor Information Center in Davenport, Florida, the Hall of Fame is open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week.
All right then, folks. Returning to the jump lake for our final jumping event of the day, men's free jump. Certainly like to thank all of the great sponsors and who have contributed to the successful running of this event so far. This is day 2 of 7 of the 79th Goode National Waterski Championships. Our first jumper about to take to the water in men's free. It is Brandon Rose. Each skier gets 3 jumps. And the simple premise is you jump as far as you can. Whatever your best distance is, that carries through out of the 3 jumps. There's Vincent Stadelbauer with the 1s and the 2s, controlling the cameras and so on and so forth in the master control, the broadcast control for TWBC. There is me outside, along with Troy Zollner, who is announcing for slalom. I'm Tony Lightfoot, announcing for tricks. And here we go. This is Brandon Rose in men's jump. Comes into this event with an average of shade under 88 feet. Oi. Oh, a little bit late with that single cut, hitting the bottom right-hand corner, and he was struggling to land and ride that one out. Doing a great job there in riding that jump out. Let's see the instant replay in just a little bit. Getting onto the jump and almost feeling some sense of relief that he actually made it on with room to spare in the bottom right-hand corner. But in that momentary lapse, he lost a lot of his edge and a lot of his pull off the top of the jump as a result. Distance coming through, it is 84 feet. 84 feet. Now, for those of you that are watching and wondering what that distance is in metric, I'm sure some of you are. It is the equivalent of 25.5 meters. 25.5 meters or 84 feet. And now he's going to jack up the speed from being at 34 miles an hour or 33.5 miles an hour to 35 miles an hour. That's the equivalent of going from 54K to 57K. Here we go. This now is Brandon Rose. Oh, putting some big edge on that jump and flying out over the tips of his skis, although I'm sure that he's still not wanting to push over the tips of the skis that hard or that quickly off the top. Wanted to make sure that he doesn't creep too far over the edge, leaving his right ski behind him a little bit. Up, oh, and there you see the tips starting to rock forwards, and he realized, uh-oh, this isn't looking good. So then he rocked back, landed the jump, and got the score. So with the increased boat speed, the Brandon Ross actually yields a better jump distance on jump number 2, I would say, at least from this perspective. It is the equivalent of 26.3 meters or 86 feet, so 2 feet more because he added 3 more kilometers to that jump from 54 to 57, or the equivalent of 35.5 miles an hour to 35 miles an hour. So here we go. This is Brandon Ross. Let's see if he can wind it on just a little bit more. Boom. Oh, and his skis were all over the show in the air. Just shakes his head and just not totally comfortable with that jump. Looking at this jump once again, very well focused and just squatted on that jump there and just getting absolutely no lift whatsoever. No lift at all, as a matter of fact, and I'm sure that that jump is yield a distance that's less than possibly even the first jump, if we're being honest. Yes, indeed it is. He jumped there on the last attempt, the equivalent of 23.6 meters or 77 feet. So that big old crush there having a significant effect upon his jumping distance. His best jump, therefore, is 86 feet for Brandon Rose. Very, very close to his average of 88 feet coming into this event. Our next competitor is on the water right now. It is Mike Kuziak, who's a bit of a journeyman so far as his occupation goes, which is coaching water ski clinics around the nation. Goes here, there, and everywhere, whether it be Texas, whether it be California, whether it be Virginia. Whole bunch of places on his travels. But unfortunately, he's been dropped into the water for some reason. I'm not too sure why. And whilst our officials are... and looks like we're trying to ascertain that whether the ramp is going to be at 5.5 feet. We're using the lightning jump control system, which with a flick of a button raises the ramp from 4.5 feet all the way up to 6 feet. Just select the ramp height that you want. And hey presto, the ramp is raised or lowered to that particular height. And my good friends Tim Anderson and Cole Culbrener, the brainchild behind that particular system, has been used at the Mystic Lakes facility and has since been installed in a number of facilities, including Corey Picos' water ski school and indeed this facility here at Water's Edge. Here he comes. Whoa, look at that! Boom, off the top of the jump, struggling to land, and Mike Kuziak really put some stank on that one. Good turn, good drive all the way through the jump, and almost struggled with the tips almost hitting him in the face. Even had struggles keeping that right ski down enough on the push out, the edge out towards the right-hand side. Mike Kuziak, who comes into this event with a best average of 89 feet. Oh, just a little bit of a... Oh, look at that last ski. Wow. A frontward view would give us a little bit more perspective on that one. But I tell you what, Mike Kuziak, very, very close to flirting with disaster type deal. Despite all of that, however, he does produce a 105-foot jump, 105. It's the equivalent of 32 meters exactly. 32 meters exactly, or 105 feet. Here comes Mike Kuziak. And I would surmise that that first jump has increased his average out by a long shot. Slaps that right ski. Oh, this is early, coming off the turn in towards the jump, and he just was not prepared to take that jump one iota. So he records a no score on jump number 2, but he does have 105 feet to work with on jump number 1. And I do not know what he was thinking there with the setup on that second jump, because it looked like a hot mess about to resolve itself. 105 on the first jump, 0 on the second. We'll bring to you Mike Kuziak's third and last jump in just a moment, right after this.
Denali. No hype, just science.
All right then, so here we go. We have got Mike Kuziak, 105 on jump number 1, a near disaster on jump number 2. Let's see what he's got on jump number 3. Pushing out wide, let's see what he can do with this. This is a better setup. Turns in, drives it on home. Oh, look at that! Beautifully executed jump. The landing could have done with some work though, but yes! Throwing that fist up, Mike Kuziak. I think that jump is going to be very close to 110 feet from my perspective. But this is a better setup on jump number 3. Jump distance coming through any moment now for Mike Kuziak. A little bit loose towards the boat, but maintains his edge all the way through. Gets up over his skis, puts in for the landing. Wow, I tell you what, the distance coming through the metric. All right then, so the 38.5 metric is equivalent to 126 feet. He increases upon his previous jump by the tune of 21 feet. Wow. Beautifully executed last jump there from Mike Kuziak. Our next skier about to take to the water will be Ryan Ripley, and we'll be back right after this. All right then, rejoining the action. Certainly a shocker in the making so far with Mike Kuziak. 126 feet. Now we've reduced the ramp down in size from 1.65 meters high to 1 meter 50. It's the equivalent of 5'6" to 5 foot. And just Ryan Ripley just not liking that setup at all. And certainly the wind conditions out here are throwing a curve for our jumpers. Ryan Ripley, jump number 1, no score. So, we'll be back in just a moment. All right then, here we go. We've got Ryan Ripley coming in on jump number... Oh, and he bulks out on jump number 2 as well. So 2 jumps, no score so far, and now his back is very much against the wall with his third and last jump to come. We'll see where he is position-wise. His position didn't look too bad. He comes off the wake, and there you see how early he is. That is an absolutely brilliant illustration of how early he was coming into the jump and how dangerous it would have been for him to have taken that jump. That is Ryan Ripley. He's got one more jump to come. His back is very firmly up against the wall, and we'll see him attempt that third and last attempt right after this. All right, so now Ryan Ripley in a very tricky situation here. 2 jumps so far, no score, no landing, both of them refusals. Trying to hit this 5-foot ramp height. If he makes it onto the ramp, it'll be the first time that he's hit it. Let's see what he's got. Turns in. Oh, and he passes up on jump number 3, so no score for him entirely. And as he disappears behind our island view from the front camera view of the jump, it was just not his day today. So Ryan Ripley bows out of the jumping competition with no score. Zeros across the board, unfortunately, there for him. And now we'll continue on to our next competitor rapidly with 2 boats. We've got Jonathan French, and we'll see him in just a moment. Looks like we got a good, healthy crowd for the jump event, despite the conditions. It is blustering a little bit here. For the most part, the rain has held off. Did give us a few drops a little bit earlier on in the competition. But right here and now, we've got the men's free jumping competition. We are about 4 skiers in out of a 14-person field of competitors. So we're just a little shy of halfway through the men's free list. And here comes Jonathan French taking the safe approach here. Single cut, up and over. Does he land? Does he ride it out? Just about. Struggled a little bit with the landing, but made sure of it. The longer he held onto the handle. That is Jonathan French. This is just a straightforward single cut, just sets his skis on edges, and had to edge all the way through on this one because he was relatively late coming into to that jump. Our rearward view would actually provide us with a more telling picture of how late he was coming into the jump. And I'll tell you what, Jonathan French, we're going to get the jump distance for him very, very soon. "98 feet, 98 feet.
Here we go. Right now, ever important 1 ball, 32 off. Stan Switzer must make pass if he wants to challenge the leader. Nice 1 ball stand. He's around 2.
All right, so here we go. This is Jonathan French right here and now, registering a first jump. Here he comes, second at passing up on jump number 2, going for the 3/4 cut. 98 feet on jump number 1, which is the equivalent of 30 meters, and we'll return to him right after this. All right then, continuing. All right then, rejoining the action, we've got Jonathan French, who got 98 feet on jump number 1, which is the equivalent of 30.0 meters.
Legendary Bruce Tundy, known for all his national titles and records in jumping. But he is a free.
Now let's see what Jonathan French has got for his third and last attempt. We're on skier number 4 out of our 14 skier field in the men's free jumping competition. And passing up on that one as well. So the timing for at least our last couple of skiers hasn't been all that great, resulting in no jumps being scored. But the major difference between Jonathan French and Ryan Ripley is concerned is while Ryan Ripley didn't score a distance, at least Jonathan French got 98 feet, which is the equivalent of 30 meters, as you see on that lower third there. We'll be back in just a little bit. Right after this, we'll pick up Patrick McDermott and bring him into the jump course momentarily, and then we'll catch up with him in just a few seconds. All right then, folks. Looks like we got Patrick McDermott on the water, going in with a 3/4 cut on his opening attempt. Here he comes. A little flat coming into the base of the jump. Oh, nicely done, getting good lift, and the landing. A little bit scrappy towards the end, but he manages to land and register a score. So great effort there from Patrick McDermott. We've still got a lot of great slalom skiing to go on the other webcast player with Troy Zollner there with the announcing, while you have me, Tony Lightfoot, with the trick and the jumping event coverage on this player. Boom. And that is about as close as I've seen so far in this competition of a skier maintaining good pressure over the jump skis all the way through the attempt and still survive the jump. Distance coming through, it is 114 feet or 34.8 meters. 34.8 meters. Still behind the 8 ball a little bit here, behind Mike Kuziak. Now, Mike Kuziak jumped to 126 feet, as far as I recall. He's currently in the lead at this time. All right, then, so here we go. This is Patrick McDermott in second place in all probability in the jump event. Oh, hugging the bottom right-hand corner, and that spooked him in the air and brought him over the tips of his jump ski, so we're going to have to take a little bit of time to finish fish him out of the water. But in the meantime, we'll take a look at the jump in closer detail. Let's see how close he was to the bottom right-hand corner. Boom, there, pretty close to the bottom right-hand corner. Spooked himself off the top of the jump and just pushed him over the tips of his skis and in a bowl of spray, so to speak. All right, that was Patrick McDermott on his jump. Let's have a look at this one more time, coming off the top of the jump, and see how close he was to disaster. Almost getting hit in the face with his jump skis. They kicked up on him quite high, then dragged his arm, and then that sent him catapulting over the tips of his skis. Okay, that's Patrick McDermott. He's going to take a little bit of time to get his jump skis on. He's got 114 feet to his credit, and we will rejoin him in just a few moments.
Hi, I'm Elise Bagnoli. I'm from Milan, Italy. I'm 21 years old. I switched to Goode when I was 13 years old. In the past, I used to ski. My skiing was very unstable, was very inconsistent, and once I switched to Goode, it became very stable. I was much more confident in my skiing, and I started winning more medals. Every new ski is much better than the previous one, and I know that if something would happen to my ski, I would switch back to another Goode, and it would still be the best.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention. I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step.
Hi, my name is Thomas De Gasperi. I am from Trento, Italy. That's where I was born and raised. I'm here now in Orlando, Florida, where I spend my winters, doing a little bit of ski school, a little bit of training. I joined the Team Goode in 2004, and I remember calling up Dave and asking to try a new ski, and because I was kind of like looking for a new ski, and he sent me one, and since then it's been a good relationship with him, a good relationship with the company. And I'm still riding it today, and I still feel like it's the best choice for me.
All right, continuing right along with the jump event, and we've got medals handed out on the podium. Right here at the National Waterski Championships, the 79th for Goode National Waterski Championships. All right, so got Patrick McDermott with 114 feet on the first jump, and no score on the second. Let's see what he's got. Getting strung out a little bit and passing up. But there he's out. And he'll walk to the shore and leave the way open for Ryan Mallet, and we'll see him jump in just a few moments. All right, back on now. We've got Ryan Mallet. We are on skier number 6 of 14, so just a shade under halfway in our last event of the day, men's street jumping. Here we go. Ryan Mallet's jump number 1. Oh, look at that. Taking a good hard stab at that jump, but not much in the way of control beyond hitting the ramp. And there we go, Ryan Mallet's there with jump number 1. Pretty stable there for the most part, but rocking on the back of his skis off that particular attempt. We'll get the jump distance any moment now for Ryan Mallet. Right, looks like we got a distance coming through. All right, the distance coming through any moment now. The metric jump distance is 29.2. Feet and inches, it's 96 feet. 96 feet for Ryan Mallet. Here we go. Whoa, and looks like the boat is backing off a little bit. I'm not too sure why. Maybe the zero-off system failed to engage at that time. And there you go. We're going to dip him into the water and get ready for a jump on jump number 2. So we'll be back right after this.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
The Liquid Edge offers sales and service on Mastercraft and Nautique boats. We are located on our own private 35-acre ski lake in Farmer City, Illinois. Our fully stocked pro shop accommodates the needs of every 3, 2, or single event skier. We carry a wide variety of ski brands including HO, Syndicate, D3, Radar, and Connolly. We hope you're enjoying their webcast and come visit us soon.
Alrighty, folks, looks like we're going to start from scratch with Ryan Mallet. Looks like the systems that we... Here he comes. Jump number 1. Oh, hugging the bottom right-hand corner, but flying in for a better-looking jump there and throws the fists there. I would suspect, judging by his reaction, that that is going to be further than the original first jump that he took. Gave himself plenty of room there to hit the jump.
I'm being a little smart aleck here. Trying to kill some time, trying to fill the air.
But there you go. But a decent effort there from Ryan Mallet there on jump number 1. We'll get the distance produced for you shortly.
After Buddy. We got 2 seeds after Buddy in this men's A event. Then we've got 2 more skiers in the men's B event, which will wrap the day up here on the slalom lake. Then we'll hook up.
Okay, so 115 feet, 115. Or 35.2 meters. 35.2 meters.
That's going to get interesting as we get down to the big guns jumping far with these wind gusts and different change of the wind periodically. Always makes that.
So already better than the 96-footer that he produced on his original first jump. He'll continue on with his remaining 2.
This is 30 miles per hour, 15 off here. I believe your leader, Floyd, has 2 at this pass.
Oh, and getting really buffeted in the air, and not exactly a pleasant-looking jump there for Ryan Mallet. So it looks like 115 feet is going to stay his best jump for now. He's got one more attempt to come. That 115-foot jump is the equivalent of a 35.2. So a skier native to Texas. And they're just pushing off a little bit on his heels, coming off the surface of the ramp. And will land and ride that one out. So Ryan Mallet will look forward to his third and last jump right here at the Water's Edge facility. The jump distance is 108, confirming what I suspected about that particular effort. 108 feet, or 32.9 meters. So, returning dockside on for our jump event, our next competitor to go after Ryan Mallet is going to be Brett Marmer out of the great state of Iowa. All right, let's see what he has. Ryan Mallet's one last jump to come. Turns in, sets his edges, drops in hard. There you go, better looking jump. Nicely controlled all the way through there for Ryan Mallet as he skis that one out. Is that going to be further than 115 feet? It's going to be there and thereabouts. It was a solid looking jump, certainly better than the previous one. Getting a little strung out there off the second wake through the jump, up and over. All right, looks like we got a distance coming through. So the last jump is indeed furthest out of all of them, 121 feet, 121. It's still 5 foot short of Mike Kuziak's leading jump distance of 126, but it is certainly his best one out of the jumps they recorded prior to that moment. So the jump is 36.8 meters, 121 feet for Ryan Mallet, and still at the 5 foot ramp height is going to be Brett Marmer coming in for the first jump of 3. Handle up a little bit high off the turn. Oh, those skis almost hit him in the mush there, coming off the top of the jump. Took in a good deal of speed, and that jump looked every bit a spectacular one. But there he goes, slowly grabbing the handle, but almost as soon as he grabbed the handle, he was getting stretched out in towards the bottom and tried to direct his skis closer towards the center of the ramp at the bottom. Gets up over them. Not a bad looking attempt by all stretches of the imagination there. That jump from Brett Marmer. The distance coming through is the equivalent of 37.2. It is 37.2 meters. What is that in feet? It is 122 feet, which I think currently slots him in about second place at this time. Still a lot more jumping to come, folks, so stick around. We're going to keep you entertained all the way through, right to the conclusion of the men's 3 jump event. Brett Marmer, we're on skier of 7. We're halfway through our 14 skier field. Here comes Brett Marmer. Jump number 2. There you go, gave himself a little bit more room to kick with on jump number 2. But whether that yields more in the way of distance is another matter entirely.
Hopefully nothing even happens, but that's where we're at with the weather right now. We're on Lester Bender, number 2 seed, men A. He just went out and ran 15 off, max speed 30.
Up and over there from John Marlowe. A little bit of difficulty controlling that left ski. It looked like he was... I did suggest that he came into the ramp a little bit early, but I wasn't told how early until we came off the ramp with that one. It's 116 feet. 116 feet, which is equivalent to 35.5 meters. 35.5 meters, 116 feet on jump number 2. But his best jump is the first one right now with 37.2 meters or 122 feet. My name's Tony Lightfoot. He's Troy's owner. Troy's owners are taking care of the slalom announcing on the slalom player, while I'm doing the announcing on the coverage for tricks and jump. Let's see what we've got for Brett Mama, jump number 3, a native out of the state of Ohio. Actually, from the state of Iowa, I beg your pardon, a little bit of a Freudian slip there. But here he comes, stretched out a little bit off the turn, up and over, better looking jump. That's going to be close to about 125, 126, and if it's the case, then Mike Kuziak has just had some serious competition come his way. Mike Kuziak currently in the lead with his best jump of 126 feet or 38.5 meters. Brett Mama getting good bit of height. We'll get the jump distance being tabulated for you any moment now. And I'll tell you what. Okay, so we have a new leader in men's 3 with a 134-foot leap. It is none other than Brett Mama, 134 or 40.8 meters. Now the next competitor up is the men's 3 national slalom champion. It is Tyler Boyd. So Tyler Boyd out of Cypress in Texas. All right, returning to jumping action. This is Tyler Boyd, who, aside from being the national slalom champion, is also the tournament announcer at the annual Masters Waterski tournament, and is also a law firm partner out of Houston in Texas. Here he comes. This is Tyler Boyd, up and over and does, oh my word! Came into landing what looked to be a fairly innocuous looking jump, and then just got pulled over the tips of his skis. Hopefully he's okay enough to continue, but that's probably one of the more dramatic jumps that we've seen out of Tyler Boyd. This is definitely going to be the more telling instant replay angle, because we saw the frontwards vision, and just a split second before he made contact with the water, he got pulled over his skis. But this will tell us why. Coming off the turn, drives in through the jump, little bit of slippage, tried to push a little bit over the tips of his skis. Oh, and then just over-rotated with his shoulder and crashing in there. So we're going to take a look at the second camera replay in just a moment or so with Tyler Boyd, but that boat rushing in very, very quickly indeed. Looking at this from the frontwards angle now. He came off the ramp. He was a lot on his heels. And we'll see why that caused that crash. There we go. He's up. He tries to extend the jump out. The handle was too high. It rotated his shoulders forwards. He tumbles in. big old ball of spray. And now Tyler Boyd is on the back of that towboat to try and figure out what to do next. In the meantime, he's going to put his skis on, and we're going to step aside for just a moment or so, and then we'll return with Tyler Boyd.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
All right then, folks, continuing along, we've got Tyler Boyd on the water. Here's our current men's free jump leaderboard. Brett Mommer's in the lead with 134. Mike Kuziak with a 126. Ryan Mallet's with a 121. Patrick McDermott with a 114. Jonathan French with a 98 and Brandon Rose with an 86. Those are our competitors that have competed so far in the mainstream jump event. You're looking now at Tyler Boyd, who took a pretty big spill on jump number 1, but he's back for some more. Here he comes. Let's see what his turn is like. Let's see if he can try and keep some pressure over those jump skis as he hits the jump and takes flight. That is Tyler Boyd on jump number 1. And I suspect that jump is going to be in the region of 130 feet or more. So recovering well compared to that first jump. And Tyler Boyd, we're going to see what his distance is going to be. This was a lot better setup, a lot more meticulously constructed second jump compared to his first. Took the edge, edged all the way through towards the top left-hand corner. And good effort. All right, so the distance coming through. Tyler Boyd, the jump distance coming through. So the jump distance coming through for Tyler Boyd, it is good enough for the lead. It is 136 feet or 41.6. And not only is that a major shot in the arm for him so far as the jumping is concerned, but could also raise his stock in the overall championship as well in men 3. I don't know if the tricking harmed him that much in the overall competition. He is the national slalom champion as of yesterday in the men's 3 slalom with 1 at 39. But if he has aspirations of being high enough on the podium in the overall, he's got to come through with a bigger distance on jump number 3, which is right now. Across the wakes, in towards the surface of the jump, lands and rides that one out. Decent job, decent effort, but I think that third and last jump isn't going to be that much longer, if anything, compared to jump number 2. He is the leader with a 136-footer. But he got the speed, he got the position, just didn't quite have the necessary float towards the end. Distance coming through for Tyler Boyd on that last jump. It is 134 feet coming through right now. 134 on pass on jump number 3. It's 40.7 meters, but his best jump is 136, and he takes the lead with that. All right, so now we've got Aaron Weeks. Aaron Weeks.
National Championships, the title sponsor of Goode Industries.
All right, here we go. First jump, Aaron Weeks, skier number 9 of 14. 5 more competitors to go, including him. Pounds the surface of the jump, good direction off the top, and lands in, takes the tightness of the line, which will tighten up on him a little bit quicker with the headwind being very much in effect here. Waves to the camera there.
And it looks like he has done. So now how many more is he going to get after 2? One more after 2, and he taps his head and says, take me to the dock. And let's give Buddy Piercy a shot. Buddy's going to have to get part of 4.
So good looking opening jump, something that he can build from. So distance will be revealed to us very, very soon. 148 feet, 148, which is 45.1 meters. That establishes about a 12-foot lead ahead of Tyler Boyd at this time. 148 feet or 45.1 meters. Now we're really, really starting to cook here to a dramatic finish in the men's 3 jump. Close enough to 150 feet, or so close you could taste it. And here we go. Aaron Weeks. Jumping on the 5-foot ramp height, don't forget. With the boat speed of maximum, 57 kilometers an hour. That's 35 miles an hour. Here he comes, jump number 2. Oh, beautifully executed jump, but unfortunately unable to grab onto the handle and keep it in his hands long enough. But he is in the lead with a 1:48, and we'll see what he could do on jump number 3. Here's the replay on jump number 2.
We've got our second of 2 in this runoff to determine who
The jump looked decent enough.
in this men and slalom event.
The landing, unfortunately, not as much. Okay, so jump number 2. You just saw the instant replay, and we'll be back with live action with Aaron Weeks in just a moment. All right then. Back with action on the jump lake, where we got a cracking competition taking place. We got Aaron Weeks on the water, who jumped 148 feet on jump number 1, and will now come back in on jump number 3.
Anything short of 3, it's going to be Floyd McCrae's gold medal.
So
Anything over 3, it's Buddy Piercy's gold medal here in the men A.
let's have a look and see. We've got competitors to come. We've got Scott Lamarche, John Mama, Cole Culbrener, and Brandon Waters on deck, ready to hit that ramp, or whatever ramp height they choose. I think they have a choice of between 5 foot and 5.5 foot. Oh, and Aaron Weeks passing up on jump number 3, so he's going to have to make do with 148 and tease it up for as the target for the remaining skiers to come. He skis into shore and leaves the way open for Scott Lamarche. We'll see him next, right after this.
Got a touch 4. He's around number 4 and took the shot. It might be unofficial 3.5, but Buddy Piercy looks like he won. What did the official say? Okay, just finishing up on that.
All right then, so here we go. This is Scott Lamarche coming in on jump number 1. He's going to go with the full double cut here, so he's going to be hoping that he gets his timing right from the beginning. Turns in, sets, drives it on home off this. Beautiful looking jump. There's your lead competitor, Scott Lamarche, on jump number 1. I think that one is going to be very, very close to about 157, maybe 150, a 58 footer. He certainly had the spring, certainly had the height, and he had good edge going into the bottom right-hand corner. We'll get the distance confirmed shortly, but that is enough to take the lead. Of that, I am supremely confident.
Switch on over to the jump lake. Listen to that exciting men 3 jump event. We've got some more ski go in there, and I'll guarantee you they're going to be pushing limits. Have a great evening.
So the jump distance still yet to be revealed there for Scott Lamarche. Aaron Weeks, his jump distance of 148 feet for the lead has just been superseded to the extent of Okay, so the jump distance coming through, it is 159 feet, 159 off a What height is that ramp? It is 5.5 foot high at 57 kilometers an hour. That's 35 miles an hour. What a superb first jump there for Scott LaMarche. And because he's pounded off that distance on his first attempt, that puts him in the top 5 at the very least. Here he comes, Scott LaMarche, second jump. Trying to get more than 159 feet up and over. I don't think he has the legs on that particular jump, and we'll take a look at the instant replay again. I don't think it's going to be anywhere close to 159. So the distance on jump number 2, nowhere close to jump number 1. He still holds the lead at 159 feet. And here he comes on jump number 3. Wants to try and put the heat on with the remaining 3 competitors to come. Look at him go. Bam! Beautifully executed last jump. Will ride out that distance. I'm not even too sure whether that's close to 159 feet. It was certainly the hottest on the first. But we've yet to get the distance from our judges. First jump 159, second jump 145. That is 48.5 meters and 44.1 meters respectively. Just look at that, just absolutely coming in to the ramp with his shoulders over his knees and coming off the jump in beautiful aerodynamic form. The distance coming through any moment now for Scott LaMarche. It is 161. So it's 161 feet or 49.1 meters. 49.1 meters. He has definitely opened out a lead equivalent to a country mile. Next competitor up is going to be John Mama. And this is the kind of jump contest, the high drama that resonates back to the days where these competitors were competing in boys 3 or men's 1. They're still highly competitive even in men's 3. I tell you what, let's see what John Mama can do in these conditions, battling against Scott LaMarche. Here comes John Mama. Oh, leaning in a little bit with his left shoulder, but still gets a pretty decent jump off the top of that 5.5 foot ramp. With the boat speed at maximum, 57 kilometers an hour or 35 mile an hour. Hitting that jump full force. Here's our instant replay. Taking a look at this once again. Keeping the handle in nice and down and close to that right knee. Good optimal position off the second wake, but transferring a bit of his weight off his right ski onto his left, and that affects his airform. And a decent looking jump. Could have been a little bit better had he have kept his form all the way through. Despite that, though, with the distance coming through, is going to be rather surprising, taking all of that into account. Okay, the distance coming through, it is 50.3 meters or 165 feet. Now, with that kind of jump, with that kind of distance, imagine how much further he could have flown if it had gotten his whole technique right. So here we go, right here, right now. This is Jonathan Mama. "165 feet on jump number 1. Here he comes, jump number 2. Good effort. Oh, and just transferring too much of his weight on the back of the skis this time around. Just not holding his position all the way through towards the top left. He just needs to have faith in the process from the turn all the way through the jump and try not to move around too much as he comes off the second wake into the bottom of the ramp. Good positioning from here. But then as he gets around the range of the jump, he tries to push off too much and ends up thrusting his weight towards the tails of the skis before coming into land. Good effort there from John Mama, but the distance coming through will reflect the fact that he could have gone a lot further with that jump. And it is, whoa, that's how much he lost, folks. 131 feet or 40 meters exactly, 40 meters. Thankfully, he already has a jump distance of over 50 meters with 165 feet or 50.3 meters. So he's got one more jump to come, but he also knows that there are 2 highly capable skiers to come after him that are more than capable of exceeding that distance. That is Brandon Waters, who will be skiing last, who comes into this jumping competition with over 180 feet so far as his average is concerned. And before him, Cole Culbrener, who jumps marginally less than him with an average distance of around 179 feet. So here he comes. His last chance to put some serious heat on the competition. Here comes John Mama. There we go. Absolutely superb looking jump. Is that going to be enough, though? Coming in on jump number 3 with the instant replay, hitting the ramp, bottom right-hand corner, well over his jump skis, holding those skis up. Distance will be revealed shortly for John Mama on jump number 3. I can't imagine this being anywhere close to his jump distance that he produced before, which was 165 feet. However, we do have Cole Culbrener out there on the water. No delays there. Oh, wow. Was I ever wrong? 177 feet. All right, so the distance. All right, the distance, 54.1 meters. 177 feet. All right, then, here we go. We've got Cole Culbrener coming in on jump number 1, trying to battle against John Mama's lead jump distance of 177. Oh, look at this, almost getting rolled over his skis. Does he land and ski that away before hitting the island? Yes, he does. So Cole Culbrener, we've got a jump distance coming through. It is a decent looking jump. It's not enough for the lead. All right, so here we go. Jump distance on jump number 1, 52.3 meters. All right, so 172, that puts him about 5 foot behind John Mama. In terms of a metric, the metric differential, it is the equivalent of, what is it? Nearly 1.8 meters behind. A full 6 foot. So here we go, here and now. This is Cole Culbrener out of Kansas. Jump number 2. Let's see if he can connect with this jump to go over 177 feet. Oh, that left ski was waving all over the show off the second wake. He was almost completely out of control, and that jump could have ended up disastrously for Cole Culbrener. One last jump to come, won't score anything on jump number 2, but just take a look at that left ski coming off the second wake. Look at it, whoa, just seeing that again makes me cringe. So, that was Cole Culbrener there on the jump, the second jump. He won't score from that. But he's waiting for the boat to pick him up, and we're going to bring him back for jump number 3. He's still battling against John Mama's lead distance of 177 feet. He's within 5 feet of that jump distance. All right, we'll return with Cole Culbrener in just a moment. All right, then. So coming up to... Okay, drawing to a dramatic close in the jump event. We still got Brandon Weeks about to take to the water. He's on dockside. He's on deck. Waited to see what Cole Culbrener can do with the last jump. The only distances he knows of so far were from competitors that have competed before him. That of John Mummer with his lead distance of 177. We saw Scott LaMarche with a 161. And here comes Cole Culbrener, last jump. Oh, look at this. Nice. Comes into the jump with one ski raised in the air and gaining more speed as a result. However, the control has to be 100%. We've yet to see if he's closed the gap between himself and John Mama. The distance will be revealed shortly, but he goes up and he just lost a lot of it upon impact with the jump, and I very much doubt whether he's gotten over the jump distance of John Mama, but I've been wrong before, of course. All right then, so with a jump distance of 49.6 meters metrically, it's 163 feet for Cole Culbrener, but his best jump is a 172. The lead is still held by John Mother with a 177-foot jump of 54.1. And now our next competitor, our very last competitor of the day here at the water's edge, so far as the jumping event is concerned in men's three, it is Brandon Weeks. Let's see if he can get this done on the first attempt. We've had some skiers that have been hottest on the first. Brandon Waters from Florida. There we go, good turn. Oh, and bringing in a lot of heat, but the control just was not there on jump number one. Slid out a little bit and just could not get a lick of height off the top of that 5.5-foot high ramp. Good bit of speed. That was the major upside with that jump, but the ramp work probably was a little bit early coming in, and that kind of spooked him a little bit, resulting in the jump that you just saw. It looks like he didn't ski away from that jump from how he's positioning. Okay, so we're going to get a score through for Brandon Weeks. Just getting the confirmed assistance from our officials. Okay, so we're taking a little bit of a holding pattern right now before we bring Brandon Waters for his remaining jumps. He's got two more left at his disposal. And they're certainly taking a while before they're providing us with the official distance. That's probably the reason why we're at this juncture. We'll return. All right then, jump distance 147, 44.7 meters. That wouldn't even put him halfway down the list so far as the leaderboard is concerned. 147 feet. So working against the lead distance of 177 feet, which is 54.1 meters. He has two more jumps to go to kind of make some inroads there. So for those of you that are watching the slalom coverage and transferring over to the jump coverage, we thank you very much for doing so. And for those of you that have been cheering on all day off two video tabs and one result tab, kudos to you as well. Here he comes. This is Brandon Weeks. Brandon Waters on jump number. Oh my word, almost got him pulled over the tips of his skis coming off the top. He is just laying it all on the line in the men's street jumping competition. Good effort there off the turn. Handle up a little bit high, which might have affected his positioning off the turn going through the jump. Boom. And just trying to hold everything together pull-wise off the top to off the ramp. And tell you what, the distance coming through any moment now for Brandon Waters will make for very, very grim reading indeed, because it still means that he's on the back foot. 168 feet, 168, which I think would actually put him in about third place at the moment. So putting him in third place with one final jump to come. What can he do to claw the deficit? So the leading score of 177 feet ahead of Culbrener with a 172. Brandon Waters in third place right now, and he has one jump left at his disposal. Can he dig deep and come away with the kind of jump that he needs to ascend above the Iowa native John Mama? Let's see what he's got. One final jump. Can he put this together? Set, drives it on home. There, that's better, but how much better is it? From my reckoning, I would say he's jumped further. But by the same token, not far enough. We'll see about the distance momentarily. But some great jump skiing in men's 3. We've just witnessed where we've just had the final competitor on the water with his final jump. Just takes a big old shunt off the jump and just really pushing that jump as far as he could. The distance coming through any moment. All right, so the jump is... Whoa, there you go, 181 feet, 181 feet. It's the equivalent of 55.3 meters, 55.3 meters. Wow, some great jumping there from Brandon Waters. That gives him the win by 1.2 meters metrically. So it looks like on our leaderboard, Brandon Waters with 181, John Mummer in second place with 177, Culbrener with a 172, Scott LaMarche 161, and Aaron Weeks rounding off the top 5 podium with a 148. And there you see the remainder of our distances. And you can find out the full results by going to waterskiresults.com. Wow, some great jump skiing. I'm sure that you'll agree, folks. And that ends day 2 of competition here so far as the tricking and jumping is concerned on this webcast coverage. Player, thank you very much indeed for tuning in. If you've been tuning in solely on this one, thanks to you. Double thanks to those of you who tuned in on both slalom and jump at the same time. And for keeping an eye on the results on waterskiresults.com. This is Tony Lightfoot, and I will say bid you farewell, and we will rejoin right here tomorrow morning, starting at 7 o'clock for day 3 of action in the National Waterski Championships, the 79th Goode National Waterski Championships. For now, thank you for watching, and goodbye.